We're live.
And we are live. How is it going, everybody? Welcome back to the RPG Limit Breaks podcast. This is our first ever bonus episode. This is going to be a little bit different from how we normally do things. This episode will be a lot less speedrunning focused. It's not that we don't, it's Limit Break. The primary focus is always going to be speedrunning, but we've had enough discussions on this in staff chats, post meetings, where Gamer basically said, if this doesn't happen, I'm getting fired from my job here. So here we are. We're talking Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, basically everything to do with it, from feelings pre doing the show to how excited we are for the remake or for Rebirth, what the story elements we're excited for are, what we think is going to happen, all of that stuff. With me, we have one of the co-owners of RPG Limit Break. We have HeroicSpiritGamer.
Hello, I am excited to be here. It's going to be a good time.
And I'm going to do my best wrestling introduction. And in this corner, we have the one, the only, the Sid.
I love it here so much. Howdy, everybody.
We can't introduce Sid without doing the wrestling intro. Hopefully Bob will find that an acceptable take. I'm not a wrestling announcer. I've watched maybe 2 wrestling matches in my entire life.
It's good enough for me.
Hopefully. So, I guess real quick, the first thing we should go over, if you have played 7 Remake, we will probably be talking about the entirety of 7 Remake from beginning to end. All spoilers, no holds barred by the end of the podcast. We will not be talking any spoilers for Rebirth. I don't know if there are leaks out there for it. I don't care if there are leaks out there for them. I haven't seen them. I have seen the last trailer. We will not be discussing the last trailer. I know it's pretty controversial with people on whether you watch the last Square Enix trailer, because they have a tendency to be very unparticular about what they show in their last trailer. I know a lot of people say oh, it's going to spoil things or whatever else, and I'm not going to enjoy things as much if I'm spoiled. That's totally fine. We will do our best to avoid that. You do not have to leave the podcast if you're trying to avoid everything to do with that last trailer. That's our goal anyway. We will do our best to hold to that. I think that's pretty agreeable. What do you all think? Anything else that you think I should add to that?
Yeah, I would say that due to the nature of the speculation and discussion we'll be having, pretty much the entirety of the original game's also in the cards, which that game's 25 something years. It's free game.
It's 25 years old.
Just want to put it out there. I know there's definitely a handful of individuals that have been playing Remake and looking forward to Rebirth and have not played the original, and they're trying to be surprised in the other direction, which that's fine. Just be aware that that's on the table for our discussion. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we kind of can't not talk about that with this. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. So if you want to leave because you're worried about being spoiled for any other FF7 related properties, that's totally fine. We get it. That's why this is labeled as a bonus episode. We don't want people to feel obligated to watch it. This also might run longer than a traditional podcast episode. We don't want any guests to come on feeling, well, that last podcast episode ran for 3 hours. I don't want to be on the show for 3 hours. So this is its own separate thing. It's tangentially related to how the podcast normally works, but we want to do kind of make sure we keep the grounds level. This is a different thing in some ways than normal podcast stuff are. Hopefully that all makes sense. I might occasionally, as the thing goes along, kind of remind people, because I'm sure people kind of pop in and out over the course of the stream, and we don't really have a disclaimer on stream or anything like that, saying what we're going to be doing with that. So maybe once every hour I'll kind of go over real quick and just reiterate a couple of the points from that, so people don't come in, get scared, and then leave. With that in mind, we are 2 weeks away from Rebirth, which is the second game in the 7 Remake series, which is really exciting and kind of wild. It doesn't feel like it was that long ago that Remake was released, or if you're apparently getting old like us, even that long ago since 7 came out and the first time we saw that game.
It's part 3, I guess, at this point, out of 4 parts. I guess.
Well, I don't know about that, because I fully expect there to be a DLC thing for Rebirth as well. So there's going to be probably 3 major parts and 2 DLC parts when it's all said and done.
So
I'm expecting.
We have 0, which is Crisis Core. We have part 1, which is Remake. We have 1.5.
Whoa!
Oh,
that is not correct.
Yeah, no, that's not quite. That's not quite.
We'll get into that, I guess, a little bit. let's go all the way back. 'Cause I did this for the first time in literal years. It's been almost 10 years since they did the trailer for 7 Remake, the very first initial announcement trailer. I still kind of remember that E3 almost like yesterday. It was kind of like a funny experience because it's like the PS4 was kind of out. It was kind of like it was doing fine, it was doing pretty well, but like it was like, man, I really don't feel like there's a ton of games. And then just like, bam, here's everything in one single thing. I think like that same thing announced like FF15, 7 Remake, and I want to say even like Kingdom Hearts 3 showed up in that. Like it was like ludicrous.
They were all in pretty short order, I think. Yeah, you're right.
And it's just like, here's all the random stuff that Square Enix said we would do at some point, all at once, like in this one thing. And like, I remember watching that trailer, and it's funny because I got excited for it not because of 7 Remake. 7, like at the time, like I liked 7, like it's a good Final Fantasy. But like I was on like no, it's like 9 and 6 are where it's really at. I know Wexel loves us talking favorite Final Fantasies on the channel. That's like the best. that really brings all the people into the stream, into the chat. But yeah, so we're doing. I'm like, but Square Enix, I haven't loved a lot of their action RPG output. It's not that like a lot of it was bad. A lot of it plays very well at high level, but for a lot of casual gameplay, I didn't love a lot of what I was seeing from them. And to me, I'm like, well, you can't remake 7 and make it an action RPG. Like they wouldn't do that, right? And very clearly, that's not what actually happened. But like that wasn't, we didn't know that at the time. And it's kind of a wild saga of development. I don't know how familiar you all were with like how this game was announced. Did you guys know that this wasn't going to be developed internally by Square originally?
Oh yeah, the first 2 years was not internal, and then they were doing like a 2-year evaluation of where they were at, and they went, nope, not good enough, bring it all in house. And then like, a few months later, they're like, so we determined that the external development stuff is not good enough. We're going to start from scratch. It's like, oh, I see.
Yeah.
So. Like that makes it even more fascinating though, because Remake releases in 2020. That original trailer was in 2015, right? I believe it was 2015. And so two years on,
2014, I think.
2014. Okay, so 2 years on, they start over essentially. So they had 3 years and change, like probably 3.5 or so, to make all of Remake. And for that time frame and how detailed this game is, how complex the system is, how just the sheer amount of effort put into this game in 3.5-ish years is kind of fascinating. And then you see it again, even with it was like roughly a year dead in the money later, they put out the DLC for Yuffie, and by that point, like it's been like one of the main criticisms of Remake that we'll probably get into is aerial combat. That was like the one standout thing. It's like, oh boy, aerial combat in this game could use some help and use some improvement. And they pretty much put out Yuffie DLC and went, all right, we heard you, here you go. And Yuffie's just brilliant aerial combat and just also really good in general. It has a whole like partner duo synergy system as well. It's brand new, and it just felt amazing. And it was a chunky DLC lasting several hours just playing through casually. And they did that in a year flat. And it's like, oh, I see. At this point, they're just kind of showing off, right? That they can just bang out a bunch of improvements, bang out a whole, 2 more maps and everything. And it's been less than a year. And just kind of like, they did this on the back burner with a small subset of their team just because they could. And then from there, Rebirth's now happening 3 years later. And honestly, the technical marvel that is Rebirth, from everything that I've seen, is just staggering. There's so many systems. They've added so much to the game and the combat. They've retooled so many of the complaints. They've just in general, the world is so detailed in a way that's mind-boggling. And there's so much to this game. They've been touting oh yeah, it'll take you 60 hours to go through the game if you want to. Over 100 to play all the side content. And I'm just gonna put it out there. When I play these kind of games, I am slow because I want to absorb everything. I'll wander a town and listen to NPC dialogue for 3 hours. It's genuinely how I'll play these games, because I find worlds that are this detailed and fleshed out fascinating to listen to every single aspect of it. And so I'm probably looking at a 200-hour playthrough, just flat out. I probably am. And that's ridiculous. That is incredible.
To be fair, I mean, probably the hardest game to make was always going to be Remake, just given that like you have to redesign that combat system from scratch and everything else. Once you kind of get things down, it's a lot less to retune it, develop. I mean, balancing and making new characters is obviously difficult, but we're getting one, two, three-ish new characters that are playable.
It should be two.
Red 13, Kaseth, and Yuffie will all be new to the main cast, but Yuffie in the DLC.
But Yuffie has already been introduced from the demo, so it's two, and then we have two that they've kind of held off to the side. So
you can have like a limited moveset for the two that aren't like super playable, and then they have to develop two new characters. And I imagine they probably have to rebalance Yuffie quite a bit, given that she's not meant to be a solo control character anymore.
Honestly, I think like her toolkit is pretty well balanced. She's a really good balance between ranged and close range. Not great stats, but plenty of utility.
I think that won't be so much retooling her particularly. It's more of like I think they tooled the fights that she had to deal with in the DLC to suit her, because she felt more glass cannon-y, because she's super in and out, she's super mobile on both ground and aerial, and so that kind of structure, normally you'd make it a bit more of a glass cannon. And to be fair, like the one of the first fights you do is Yuffie with those darn dogs is hard. Like those dogs can tear you apart if you're not like very smart about it.
The dogs are really rough. Yeah.
So I think that just most of the fights that happen in the DLC with Yuffie were tooled around knowing that she's a glass cannon, so you don't get obliterated.
Well, that could also be why they made it.
The main thing with like the demo too is that was the first time they'd added in the perfect guard too. So it's something you have to wrap your head around, which they've added to Rebirth as well. So like that knocks enemies off balance. It basically like makes her a little bit more doable because her stats are middling like Barrett's. But once she gets some ability, she actually gets online pretty quick and has a lot of really good tools for combat.
And I guess to be fair, they do also give you Sonon, who can help kind of make it where they can have a character that isn't just kind of a jack of all trades. So that's what makes a little more sense.
Sonon is more of the tank, but you can't control him. So it's a little bit of a weird setup, right? That you're relying on an only AI character trying to tank some of your stuff for Yuffie, so you don't just melt.
The fact that you can use him as a synergy to basically like double the power of your abilities is super nice. And he actually has good skills for like aggroing enemies, because the thing with the game is that the provoke materia is kind of bad and only works on regular enemies, but Sonon actually has active abilities on his weapons that will provoke bosses. So he's a lot better at tanking than the main cast. So the demo really, or the DLC adjusted a lot of things, and it's super nice.
Yeah, all this is to say that 3 years of dev time, when a lot of your main combat systems and systems behind the scenes are fleshed out, is a lot easier to do a lot of big things. So I'm very excited to see all the crazy stuff they're going to...
I mean, I want to get to this much later, more of like a sign-off thing, but that makes the discussion around Part 3 even more fascinating. Because
for sure,
they already have so much in place. Like most of your development time is typically writing the scenario and figuring out what the hell you're going to do. Which at this point, I'm pretty sure they know what they want to do for the most part. It's just like filler content writing at this point, more or less, probably. And then they already have like a V1 combat and now a completely overhauled V2 combat. Like, how much more can they even expand on that? I mean, they probably will a little bit, because weapons essentially are kaiju fights. It's going to be a whole new thing, obviously. But otherwise, it's going to mostly be the same. And then now have a foundation for like how the overworld can work and how it can flow. And like they already have all these art assets done and interactable for the entire map, aside from probably like the Snowy Mountain region. So like what's left to dev for Part 3, I guess, is super fascinating.
Sure. So I mean, let's go back in time even more. You know, we started at the beginning with the announcement trailer. Were y'all like me? Were y'all less excited for the announcement than you were for some of the other stuff that was going on? Were you like, oh, that's cool, like I'll play it, I like FF7?
So I'm a Kingdom Hearts person through and through. So Kingdom Hearts 3's announcement meant a lot more to me than remakes. But I was also still fascinated because they had been teased for so long. It was just this back and forth over and over again. There was like, if you follow the full history, you have like back in PS2 days even, there being some kind of like interview teaser about like, oh yeah, internally they're trying to figure out if they can get 7 working on a PS2 with updated graphics as like a physical demonstration. And it's like, oh really? And then that rumor led into PS3's announcement showing this big scaled like, oh, we're remaking FF7 on PS3.
Yeah, it was a tech.
Their tech
my
word!
Console
and then it was just a tech demo. It wasn't actually intended to ever be anything at all, ever. And that just ballooned. It went beyond itself for years and years. Like, where is it? Where is it? Everyone wants this. Like, where is it? And like, it's hard to recapture what FF7 means to so many people because it aside from things like virtual highlight. This was like the first 3D RPG that existed and that most everyone got exposed to primarily. And it defined an entire generation because PS1 was PlayStation's first console. It kind of became the RPG machine at a certain point, especially with PS2. And so like you have that history there as well where like everyone just kind of got on board with RPGs in the PS1, PS2 era. It was a large amount of the catalog. And so you have the first one. The first one is FF7. And that's what caused the boom in the first place. Because it was like, look at this game. It's a marvel. Like, how can they even do this? This is ridiculous. And how do you recapture that? You don't. There's no way. But fascinatingly, I think they managed to in a different way because of the story. Because they managed to supersede our expectations entirely with what they're doing with it. And it's not going to suit everyone's wants and needs because this kind of storytelling is not going to be for everybody. You definitely have your individuals who really wish it was just a straight bones remake and just like updated combat and graphics and just the same old story. And you're getting a mobile game version of that, which is definitely not as pretty. It's pretty in its own right, but like
I wonder how many
fascinating.
people didn't understand because I was actually so every Saturday, like I've got pretty much a fixed Saturday. I go play Final Fantasy TCG. Obviously, I'm clearly a huge Final Fantasy nerd. And then I have a fighting game group that I hang out with. And I was at dinner and I was talking. I'm like, yeah, I'm like trying to get prepped for Rebirth, and I'm like, so I'm playing through Crisis Core and FF7. Oh yeah, I'm like really excited. He's like, like yeah, I'm excited to like talk about the story in Rebirth. It's like, well, it's just going to be FF7 story again. I'm like, oh, did you play Remake? He's like, well, yeah, I played through Remake on like PC and everything else. Like it's pretty solid. I'm like, so you saw the ending, right? He's like, yeah, I saw the ending. He's like, I'm like, oh, so you don't know what actually happens in Remake? I had to like explain like Remake is not a remake. that like subtitle is not.
Yeah,
that is not.
It's not
the subtitle. Yeah, the subtitle is not referring to the product; is referring to the story of the game,
which is such a wild concept. I explained this. His eyes lit. He was like, "Oh well, now I'm mad. I don't have a PS5 at all."
Yeah, because it's like remake as in like a remade story versus like remaster as in we remastered the game for the modern era.
Yeah.
And it kind of misses the note sometimes when people like remake, oh, they're just remaking the game for the modern era. And it's like, no, they're remaking the game and the story. This is like a continuation, not a redo or just a updated version of it.
Which is ironic because it also fixes one of my like biggest complaints with Remake, which is that I thought the name was so stupid on release. I was so mad they didn't call it 7R Part 1 or like
it's so
anything
vague
to get rid of how bad Remake is as a title. Like it's just so bad.
I don't know why they decided to go with the re-nomenclature, Rebirth, Remake, Re-Death, whatever the final title will be. They have this little really awkward fixation on like titling with Final Fantasy VII in particular.
I mean, to be fair, it's not
ECCC. Yeah, it's just really prominent with 7, and like Kingdom Hearts is also another series where it's like the subtitles make no sense, unless you like put some thought into it to understanding it. After my run at Limit Break, we just devolved into a conversation about Kingdom Hearts subtitles, and I'm like, they mean what now?
Yeah.
It's such a strange thing though, where it's like, because it's almost vague in a way, and I think we can get into this a little bit more later, but I think there was a lot of backlash when Remake came out. And it's funny because I think the game has aged really well over time.
Mm-hmm.
But that was not necessarily the internet's first reaction to the game and the ending. I think it took kind of almost some time to people to process that, like, for lack of a better term, we were lied to.
Yeah, but we were lied to with a purpose.
We were lied to without being lied to, because it's funny because you also go back and watch that initial trailer and you're like, oh, they were just speaking gibberish is what it felt like they were doing.
Oh yeah, no, like the initial trailer, which was just kind of like, it's time, they're coming back. Like if you actually go back and listen to that whole original trailer from that's like 10 years old at this point, it's like, oh no, at that point they already knew what they were planning to do, and it was right in front of our noses. And then you even have like the original key art. It's like, hey, we have a new key we're going to show you. This is a big deal. We're very excited to show you. We hope you can pull some things from this and infer some things from this. We're really excited about this. And they show the key art, and it's Cloud, Midgar, Sephiroth. And what's that about this? No one picked up on for years. But the thing is that Sephiroth has his wing, which he doesn't get even until Advent Children. It's not even in the original game, aside from his like final angelic kind of form thing.
Safer.
And so if you thinking about it in hindsight, it's like, oh no, they're telling us right there. Like the key art shows you, hey, Sephiroth is Advent Children Sephiroth. It's a sequel. Like before we knew, like we had like this hype trailer that was very cryptic, and then one art image, and we already knew. But we didn't know. We had no clue.
This is kind of where Nomura's like weirdness, like I don't like people like say like, oh, Nomura gets a lot of credit for stuff he doesn't get. One thing Nomura accidentally does is he does so much weird stuff that people write things off like that as Nomura being weird and not actually intentional. That like I just attributed that to be like, oh, it's a Nomura property. He thinks this is cool, so they're doing it.
I mean, so yeah, so Nomura both gets credit and discredit where he doesn't deserve it, because Nomura's name gets tossed around a lot anymore, just because he's involved in everything that Square Enix does for the most part at this point. But the reality is that there's a lot of other creative voices at Square that have meaningful decision making. It's not just Nomura. Square as a company is just kind of like this to an extent, where they'll do these kinds of twists and turns and naming conventions and whatnot. But in this particular case, I believe this lead scenario writer is Kitase. Like all the writing, like he wrote Original 7, he wrote Advent Children, I believe. I don't know how much he was involved in. He wrote Crisis Core, I'm pretty sure. A Dirge, I'm unsure of, honestly. Any of the side story stuff, I'm a little unsure of. But he's also the one writing Remake and Rebirth and whatever Part 3 is. Like, it's all Kitase. This is Kitase's, when it comes to the written everything in the story, this is his. It has nothing to do with Nomura at all.
Isn't Nojima involved a lot? Kazushige Nojima? Because he's also got, like... I think it's like Kitase and Nojima working together mostly, because I know that...
that could be. I know Kitase was like the original.
Hold on. I've got the book right here. One of the books. Yeah, Kazushige Nojima wrote, like, On the Way to the Smile. He wrote the Aerith and Tifa book for the game.
Oh, that book. Yeah.
The Tomes of Knowledge.
I have not heard great things about On the Way to a Smile. I picked it up because I still want to read it at some point, but I have not heard amazing things about it. I know that the Tifa and Aerith one is supposed to be significantly better, at least, which is cool. But yeah, so that's like another name that's involved. Like it's definitely like kind of, it's not just one person, and definitely Nomura gets a lot more credit and discredit for his games than he should probably. Yeah. Probably because Kingdom Hearts is so freaking weird that you just like kind of go.
I mean, he's the lead writer of Kingdom Hearts, and Kingdom Hearts has a lot. He really embodied like Square Enix isms with Kingdom Hearts, and it's now equated to Nomura isms. It's not just Nomura; it's also the other writers in Final Fantasy and everything else too. Yeah. It's just Nomura's gone a bit more extreme in some regards. It's also like, I'm just gonna put this out here. Final Fantasies are as weird as Kingdom Hearts is, but
absolutely.
They're one game, and so you don't get to think on it too much. Whereas Nomura took what the FF teams do for FF and just turned it into one continuous story that happens forever and ever and over again, expanding. Whereas the Final Fantasy developers and writers, they just make one game and they're peace out. That's it. It's over.
Yeah.
So like, it's just the turning that story writing style into a continuous thing and making that Kingdom Hearts. That's what embodies why it's so weird, quote unquote. And like, yeah, things are confusing in Kingdom Hearts. They want you to read into things. They want you to have questions. They want to then give you more questions and more answers as you play more games. I think one of the biggest issues that Kingdom Hearts has was platform back in the day. It was on too many platforms. No one could play all of them. And so you missed story beats and then got confused because you were missing parts of the story. And like, you're meant to play all of it. Just flat out. You're meant to play all of it in order or else you don't understand what's happening.
To be fair, I have played all of them, and I still don't know what the heck's going on.
I would say I also think like, it doesn't help. Like, I think some of the beats in Kingdom Hearts, like specifically, are not amazing, which doesn't help things as much.
Sure, no, it's not perfect. Like sometimes Nomura is like, that thing from 10 games ago that I never used, let's do this with it. And then like, if you're like really inundated, it's like, oh, that's finally it's here. Oh my God, they're using it. And for everyone else, it's like, I'm like, what?
I also always joke that like Kingdom Hearts 2 started the trend of like Square Enix introducing like a ton of really cool bosses that have like a council at the beginning, and then you just like kind of like none of them do anything, and you boss gauntlet them at the end, and you're like, oh, that was a thing. Happens there. It happens in 14, like Final Fantasy 14, hilariously, where it's like it's just like a weird thing. Like, but yeah, it's like, and I think a lot of that is it's interesting to think about that too, because I think that's part of the reason I like. How do I put this? One of the things I wasn't as excited about with Remake when it was announced, I don't really think they write a lot of the characters well outside of the original game. I think that, like, especially Aerith gets really badly flanderized every time she shows up in anything that's not exactly Final Fantasy VII. So,
this is actually an interesting point. This has been a topic that Kitase has mentioned in interviews, that FF7 was so popular that the characters kind of took on a life of their own beyond their own work because of how just widespread it became. And so everyone had these impressions of the characters, and the impressions became the narratives of what those characters were like. And so when they wrote Crisis Core and they wrote Advent Children especially, like they flat out said when they wrote Advent Children, they ignored their own character writing. They went with what was now the presumed character writing, right? And that's why it feels so different, because they actively went against their own intentions, because they thought that was the right thing to do, quote unquote. But this is part of like an early interview back when Remake was still in development. And it's like, no, for this one, we're going back to our roots. We're going back to what the characters actually are, what they are meant to be, and people can be upset, essentially, is what they, like, more or less how it was worded, right? It's so, like, that's why characters feel so much better, because they were intentionally stifling themselves for half of FF7's compilation when it comes to writing, because they thought that's what was expected, because it had become, like, beyond what they intended for the game originally. The sheer scale and audience size in regards to that kind of thing. So, I disagree that they should have ever done that. They should have just stuck to their roots regardless, always. But I'm glad that at least for this, they're going back to it, because it's amazing.
I mean, to be fair, you also aren't expected to ever, like, who would have known writing these, when you write FF7, they probably knew they were working on something special. I don't think they expected it to take on a life of its own the way it did. I don't think you could ever predict that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and to be fair, I think Crisis Core gets the closest of the compilation stuff. Aerith is a little bit less than she is. I mean, people kind of forget just because, again, all the flanderizations happened over time. Like she kind of comes out again in Remake. She's like kind of like pig-headed and flirty. Like she's a really different character.
She's always been snarky and flirty. But then they toned it down for Crisis Core a little bit because she was younger, admittedly.
And it works. It works there. Like of the writing in Crisis Core, I think the one thing that actually like hard carries that game by far is Zack and Aerith's relationship in that game.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I think a lot of it helps that Brianna White is such a good Aerith. Like, oh my goodness. Great. I played Reunion. I didn't play the original version, but like she is so good in that role.
Yeah,
which helps a lot. It's funny because you can even tell they didn't change the dialogue at all in the game, and it's like kind of stilted and awkward at times. And you're like, oh, they would have changed this probably now if they could, but they don't want to. But
yeah,
I'm being a big Zack fan. Like the original Crisis Core in general was extremely cool. I think I really did like seeing behind the curtain with Zack's story a little bit more, and the like expanded lore. I like the way they kind of implemented it, but like it definitely does kind of show that the original game, the current like modern Aerith from like Remake, and the one that'll be in Rebirth, then the one in there where it's like the characters kind of reworked in a more realistic manner, like kind of in the original because of the way the scripting went. Like OG kind of has more stereotypical characters, quite literally, to some extent, and just the modern script is so good because like Barrett used to be hard stereotype, and like I fell in love with him in Remake, and the old Barrett I could not have cared less about. I was like, boo-hoo, your tragic past, I don't care, let me move on. And now I'm like, I'm so excited to see that in this next portion.
It's gonna be so good.
That's actually another great point, is that like FF7's original translation was, to put it lightly, a time crunch. The original translator did it so fast. Like the whole game script, I think in like 8 weeks, I think it was. They did not give him much time to do so. So he took some liberty with it. And part of that liberty at times was, how do I get past like how these characters act and feel in some regards in terms of like the vocabulary, and you just kind of put dialects on people more or less. Like I mean, there was no spoken anything FF1 obviously, or FF7 on PS1. But like he kind of like imposed dialogue on the writing style a little bit, and like Barrett had like this rough and tough attitude and like a bit of a hard ass. And other characters also were the same way. That's not the original script in Japanese was, for the most part. Like, and so I find it especially fascinating that the translation team behind Remake, Rebirth, etc., is honoring that. They are translating the script not one-to-one, but they're taking the intentions of the OG translation script styling in mind and kind of giving that little bit of that flair. And because you listen to Barrett, just listening to Barrett in English and Japanese is so starkly different. And if you compare the actual like lines and the meanings behind them, they do differ in ways, but they always differ in ways that embody like how he was presented from the original FF7 way back when for us in the American audience and the English audience in general. And so I just find it fascinating that they're not just translating the game, they're translating it and then also making sure they maintain the original like stylization in some regards, which is so much extra effort that they don't need to do, and they're doing it perfectly. Like how?
I say, and to be fair, if anybody like goes, oh well, like that's a translation issue, like the original game, was translated poorly and all that. It's like translation is a really inexact science.
Like, it's not a science; it's an art.
Yeah, like it is not. Yeah, exactly. So, complaining like, oh, we just got a bad version of the game or whatever at first. Like, no, we didn't. We got one that was, has its differences and things, but like a lot of those changes end up kind of being adopted and beloved by the fan base. I think the classic example of this, is the classic Woolseyisms, and the fact that Kefka is generally actually a lot more well liked in English than he is in Japanese. And the reason why is in Japanese he's a much more stereotypical like bad guy, and in English Kefka is this like deranged clown that does everything that Kefka does. It's such a like, and those differences.
Personality. And it's like the same thing with like Barrett and stuff. I think it's kind of like pseudo localization, right? It's not like actually localizing it, but it's like following a new archetype that the character was given that gives them just a completely different axiom of personality, where it's like, I'm just going to destroy the world, and it's like, no, I am chaotic evil, you know, and it's just like everything must be wild. It's just completely out of like, oh well, he's not just a stereotypical bad guy. It's like, I must, chaos is important, I don't care.
Yeah, it you know, almost like, you know, he's like the Final Fantasy Joker for us, and he's a lot less of that. It's just, it's such a, you know, it's a different thing, but like, those are not necessarily problems when they happen, you know, as long, especially if they're handled well. And man, they've done a good job with the remake.
Yeah.
So I guess probably the next thing to move towards is when Remake first came out. This would be 2020. Obviously, not a lot else going on in early 2020. For lack of a better term.
Yeah.
Womp womp.
So, like a lot of other people, I picked up my copy of Remake and started playing it through. And I guess let's talk about that first playthrough of Remake a little bit for each of us and what each of us thought. And we'll start with you, Gamer. Like, what did you think your first time playing through it?
So I was in the camp that was excited to play through this game mostly for the combat. And so right when I got my hands on it, and I was even going through like the very first section, I was like, I just spent a while in the menus and just like doing random encounters and to getting a feel for things. And it's like, oh Lord, this game's going to be amazing. And yeah, as I'm going through it, I hadn't replayed the original. I hadn't really refreshed myself. I had watched some things trying to I had watched a little bit of like pretty much like the like Cliff Notes versions of like, oh yeah, this is the beats of FF7, because I kind of wanted to compare a little bit. But then they started doing things a little bit differently as things go on, and like being the Kingdom Hearts person that I am, I analyze things way too much. So I immediately, I'm like, by chapter 4, I'm like, oh, things are happening here. What we got going on now? Because you pretty much like when the whole Whispers thing with Jesse happens before Reactor 5, like that's when already my brain's like, oh no, things are happening. Oh, I gotta watch. Like, what are these Whispers? What in tarnation are these things? Because it's your second time seeing them. Really, the first time was just them spooking Aerith. It was like, what are these things? What in earth? So like I was already like tuned in to like what is happening by like Sector 5. And so like right after that, you go like through that like that one map that's kind of sucks. That's leading in Sector 5, and I didn't care because my brain was wired. I'm like, oh, what's happening? And then as you go along, there's more tidbits, more little things here and there, and also just like that's also when the combat ramps up. Like that one. It's not Scorpion Guardian. It's like the turret like thing. In the train tunnels, that boss, yeah, Crab Warden. That one's the first boss where like you start really feeling like, oh, this is getting a little more challenging. I got to put more thought into this, and that's when the combat starts really shining. And that also like just lit my brain up. Like, oh, this is fun. I'm not just mashing the attack button and winning for the most part anymore, right?
Nope,
and so yeah, and so. At that point, I was just absorbed. I played the game without pause for days. I forsake sleep even. Like I was in it. And yeah, like when you get towards the end, especially, it's like you start seeing like flashbacks to what the original game was. You have like Cloud seeing what becomes of Aerith in the original game. He starts crying and he has no idea why. It's like, oh my God, why are we seeing that? Hello? And then all that leading into just the finale being the finale and what it is. And it's just like, oh my word. Okay. Got it. The ghosts were the planet correcting everything, and you just killed them. Good. All right.
Let's go.
I wonder how much of the conversation around plot ghosts would be different if just from the beginning you have an understanding that these are not a permanent fixture in the game.
It makes replaying the game so fascinating. Like, it actually makes replaying this game super worthwhile, because you go through the first time just confused entirely.
Not even confused, annoyed. They're like annoying. They're not.
Yeah, also that you're confused and annoyed. Like, well, get out of here. What are you doing? Like, also they're annoying because combat-wise, they're like heavily resistant to attacks and only like weak to magic, and so they're also just a pain to fight. I hated fighting them.
They're not explained well at all.
No, they're not. They're horribly explained. So it's like fighting them is just agonizing. You hate seeing them, but it's like in hindsight, it's like, oh, now I understand. Now they're just these are the planet. It's just like the weapons are part of the planet's defense system. So are these, but these are on a different scale. The weapons defend the planet like physically in the moment, whereas these ghosts, whispers, whatever you want to call them, they are defending the timeline of the planet itself and the intent of the planet's future. It's like, oh, okay.
It goes even deeper, right? Because it's well, I guess that's jumping the horse, but it's like they're protecting time, not even just one single strand of it, right?
Right. No, they're like it's like looking at like, okay, what if the world was a multiverse and there's like Marvel MCU, DCU kind of stuff. Like, what if there's like actual like multiverses? Well, the plot goes to making sure that every single one happens the exact same way, all based upon the original game that was the actual true original timeline. And so what happens when you get rid of them? And that's why we're here, to be frank. That's why that game spawned so much controversy and so much conversation, so much captivation. And it's why me and Ghoul especially have been absorbed for 4 years in a row now.
And I will straight up tell you, I almost bounced off the game towards the end. I'm like the rare person. I thought the combat was like fine. I'm not great at absorbing depth in a lot of action RPGs. I think like, especially ones like that, if the game doesn't force me to get better at them, I tend to just not do a good job at that. It happened with like Kingdom Hearts 2, like, which is I think it's a pretty common sentiment actually, where it's like a lot of games, if they don't help you get better at them, you just don't, which if the game lets you beat them anyway, then you don't really improve and it becomes a lot less enjoyable because it becomes a chore. Kingdom Hearts 2, I think, is really infamous for this. I think the really famous example of this is FF13, where like you talk to anybody that's done a challenge run or a speed run or anything of like Final Fantasy 13, they'll tell you it is one of the most brilliant designed combat systems of all time. And anybody who never got deep in the weeds on FF13 will tell you it is atrocious. I can put myself with one commando and two healers, never die, and fights take 18 years to actually get through. And I think FF7 Remake has a little bit of that syndrome, unfortunately. And I think I saved it a little bit because like I found out like, okay, playing as Barret, not particularly enjoyable. Cloud is mostly fine, but I didn't like how clunky a lot of his kit felt. I thought Punisher mode especially like seemed to be the big draw to his kit, but like it feels horrible to play in. So I didn't realize, oh, you could switch characters pretty freely, and you should. So I spent a lot of the game playing as just Tifa because she felt very simple to play as and very clean and like very quick movement.
Yeah. The game, Tifa does feel very good too.
Super heavily like is trying to force you to swap characters, and most people don't do that. I've seen several different playthroughs. A lot of people just end up playing with one without realizing that the other characters get a massive damage debuff. Their ATB building is trash. So you end up like handicapping yourself and not really realizing it because they like don't. Some of the information's not even there, and then on top of that, like the way that they promote it isn't really like obvious.
The way they promote it is like, hey, there's a ranged enemy over there, and Barret has a gun. You should switch to Barret so you can shoot the thing.
Bang,
like,
bang!
Yeah,
you win!
So like I swapped. I played Cloud primarily. I did swap to Tifa plenty as well. I definitely was like, I know some people just like kind of like let the AI do the AI thing. I commanded what their ATB was using pretty thoroughly whenever I played the game. But I never controlled Barret unless there was an aerial enemy. There was an aerial enemy, I just didn't control Barret outright.
Yep.
I would swap between Tifa and Cloud somewhat, but otherwise, no. And Aerith, Lord, I don't think I really hardly ever control Aerith because She also does not feel great to control personally, to be honest, with her way her auto attacks work.
She's super glassy too, so like being in control of her, the AI tends to target the character in control of.
Yeah.
So it puts her at high risk. And then once you get hit a few times with her, you're like, this just feels awful.
Yeah, no, you don't want to control her because then the AI will murder you, and it sucks. So,
and I remember at the time it was also, and this is like a weird problem that would not have happened had it been the original original FF7 obviously was, you know, the ATB style thing. So like the idea of, well, when you have an action game, probably you want your character to be like glass cannony or bulky. And the guy that made the most sense to be the big bulky guy is the guy that has a ranged weapon for some reason. Which probably, I bet you if they made FF7 to be an action game originally, Barrett would probably not have had a gun. Because I think it makes it a lot harder to make his character archetype work.
Right,
I think, like, the gun was more of a thematic thing. And the problem is that the way that it needs to be implemented in this game is not good. Like, just the way that the numbers and stuff work, it ends up being Tifa punches things really hard. If you know how to set it up, Cloud's a really good flex character that can go one way or the other.
And to be fair, most people are probably going to play as Cloud. You have to make Cloud pretty decent at everything.
Yeah. And I've seen a lot of people just sit on Cloud and not really think about changing. And one of the things I see is a lot of people bounce off the intro menus and stuff, and it's like, Punisher mode? What? No, I'm just going to slap things with Operator, which I was guilty of as well. Meat Grug, Unga Bunga, hit thing hard, hit die, yay!
I use Punisher a lot more finally once you get counterstance at the end of the game. Because you could counterstance through a command ability, counter, and do that into Punish. Like that felt amazing.
Counterstance is like one of the most busted abilities in that game. It's so good.
It's so good. And I'm like, oh, now I can actually use Punisher mode without feeling like I took like 3 seconds to transition into animation to Punisher mode. And it's good. Like
here's this really, really slow animation where Cloud shifts his sword to a different thing. And then like I get a massive DPS increase, but the moment I do a dodge roll for anything, I drop it and waste all my animation time.
The big issue is like you're supposed to counter attacks, and when you switch stances, you can counter. But what the game like doesn't really like emphasize is that if you hold guard, you can also counter, but it's only physical attacks and it's only melee attacks, can't be ranged. And then also people get punished too, because if you switch stances and then guard, there's a slight window in between where you can get hit anyway and not counter. So a lot of people like bounce off of it because they get punished for it. And they're like, it didn't work. Stupid game. I'm not doing that again.
Yeah. And like they definitely like, to me, the classic example of like an RPG where like you have multiple playable party members, all of them do different things, are like the Tales games. And if you look at every Tales game, the main character in every Tales game is just generically a decent playable character that does everything, because 99% of people that play Tales games do not switch off the protagonist. Like, it just doesn't happen a lot of the time. So they definitely like took a little bit of that to heart with Cloud and made sure like, okay, you can play the whole game as just Cloud if you want to, and it'll be fine. It won't be amazing. It's a little bit unfortunate, but like, I even got like, oh, I shouldn't play as Cloud because he feels a little bit clunky to me, but I didn't realize how much switching and playing multiple characters and doing that really makes the game a lot better. So, yeah, it's definitely an interesting set of situations. But yeah, I really didn't get too much into it, and it's funny because I was on Twitter, everybody's on Twitter, and you start hearing these whispers coming in, you know, of like, man, I don't get the ending of Remake. This ending is so bad. It sucks. Like, what's going on here? Why are they doing this? And I'm like, oh no, here we go.
I mean, the ending for me was, I had a completely different experience with the game. Because I have a friend and he tends to like complain about stuff. I was getting my game from Amazon, so it was like a week late. I'm like, well, whatever. He calls me, he starts complaining about it over a couple of different calls. Oh, they have time ghosts, so they have this. Then at one point, he just ends up being like, oh, Zack doesn't die at the end, and we kill time ghosts. And I'm like, okay, I'm a big fan of Zack. I hate this. Because I'm like, that's a hero's death. That's like one of the most meaningful things that Zack does in the story, that he like dies to protect his friends, trying to get back to Aerith. And I'm like, going through a lot of emotions, and I have not booted the game yet. I have not played a single second, didn't even touch the demo. And I'm just like hollow and numb, and I'm like,
did you say hollow intentionally there?
I mean, maybe. So I boot up the game, and it's like, I already know the ending. The ghosts show up, and I'm just like, yep, these things are here. It is what it is.
You got playthrough 2 on playthrough 1.
Yeah, I skipped playthrough 1. I speedran that.
You had someone else go through the emotions for you. And to be fair, it actually helped me quite a bit because I didn't really go into that ending expecting all that much of it. And to be fair, I don't think I really even processed what was going on. I did not use KH player brain when playing through the game. I was just like, oh, these weren't in the original, but like, sure, we're expanding stuff. You know, obviously all the stuff with Jesse doesn't happen in the original. I think Jesse has like 8 lines total in the original game.
Yeah.
You know, like, we're just expanding this, and this is apparently what they're saying actually happened in 7. Well, sure, well, fine. You know, I don't agree with it, but like, you know, whatever. And it's like, it wasn't until a lot later that I started like getting deeper into it and going, oh.
Yeah, the one thing is that was fresh to me was like we hadn't discussed the final boss fight, and like that last chapter hit something different because like the ending didn't like take the wind out of the sails there. It was so interesting, and I just remember doing it on hard mode and rage quitting because that second to last final boss is so long. If you die, it's just like, well, enjoy another 10 minutes minimum. It's like, no, I think I'll do this another day. But the thing is, like, because the story was kind of thrown under the bus, I ended up in a state where I was more like focused on the combat, and I was just I was loving the character reworks, Tifa having more depth, Barrett like feeling like a completely different character while being the same. And I know a lot of speedrunners like play on Japanese voice. I fell in love with the English voice cast, and I've played Japanese.
I find that fascinating because the amount of Japanese players that play with English voices for the exact opposite reason is like a lot.
That's impressive to hear.
Because like the English, the way that English versions have been characterized has more personality. That I mean, the same thing happens with Kingdom Hearts. Every single copy of Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, which were Japanese-only releases for the first 10+ years that series existed until the collections happened about 10 years ago now, they were all English voices. Like, when you play Kingdom Hearts Final Mix, Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, Kingdom Hearts Rebirth Final Mix, in Japanese-only releases, you had an English voice cast with Japanese subtitles.
I never even, like, put 2 and 2 together with that.
Yes. Like, it is a thing that Japanese players like English voice cast, or at least the option. I don't know the full semantics of that, but I do know that for FF7 particularly, like, the way that the characters were characterized differently for us, because of, I mean, you can call it whatever you want, stereotype-wise, but, like, it's FF7's about being terrorists. It's about being the bad guys, essentially, in some capacity, to do good for the world. And the American Western isms applied to the characters in their writing styles, Japanese players just seem to like that characterization better than the originals that they got. And so, like, a lot of F7 players, I know this like third hand. I don't have like numbers or anything, but like I know like a good chunk of Japanese players do like English cast for 7.
So I remember like giving Bob the like Spark notes, and I'm like, yeah, we do this, and he's like, wait, you turn off their lights to get to the next boss? I thought we were the good guys. And it like set on me, and I'm like, oh yeah, we're in a real moral gray area. We're kind of like doing bad things.
This is genuinely why 7 is part of what makes it like the original game. It's like, oh yeah, no, what are we? We're terrorists. Like, just flat out, you are terrorists. But you are terrorists trying to dismantle a corporation that is actively killing not just the economy and the people, but the planet itself. And it's like a really metaphorical statement on like the state of the world back when the game
could not be more
could not be more relevant as the years go on.
Yeah, the boardroom meeting like later in the game really just highlights how like you're doing bad, but they're really doing worse. And Reeves is the only person in that room that cares about literally anybody but everybody else is like me. I don't care.
This is one of the things the remake does really well compared to the original, though, and it's something that just you can't get that scope across very well in the original. They just didn't have the ability to. They probably could only show X number of character models on screen. Animating those cutscenes was expensive as heck. Probably pre-rendering those backgrounds wasn't cheap, I imagine. So, like, you don't I don't, like, as a kid, when I played through it, it didn't process on me what the plate falling in Sector 7 actually meant. It's like, oh, yeah, you know, Avalanche dies, you know, no big deal. It's like, no, we just wiped out like an entire slum in a city and probably killed a bunch of people on top of that plate too.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, the plate fell. Everyone on top's gone. Everyone below it is gone. Like the 1/8 of the whole city's dead.
I think part of the reason that it doesn't hit that hard is like compared to 8 and 9, where they like 8 they have realistic human models, 9 they have more of like anime models, and in this one we get Lego people. So like the click that these are human lives. And we have square arms.
Yeah.
and the funny part is that even though people have added 3D models to it after the fact to kind of like make it more like 8 or 9, it just doesn't feel right. So we're stuck in this spot where it's like you kind of need the chibi model, but it also makes those story moments hit a little bit softer,
right?
Until you like sit there and think about it and be like, they just killed thousands, tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of people.
It's kind of like how cartoons can do the most heinous crap sometimes, and you just kind of write it off as, oh yeah, no, you know, no big deal, just because it is a cartoon. So yeah, it's man. So like, there's so many things that, you know, and like things like that are what people always, even if you didn't understand the ending, even if you didn't like it, people did get that part of it, and they tended to like that, which is cool. I know that, like,
right.
You know, the classic example, you know, I brought up before. Jessie in Remake went from being a character with 7 lines to being maybe my favorite character of the entire freaking franchise. Like she's
not done. There's no shot. Yeah. There's no shot she's done, and we'll get into that when we get to like Rebirth proper, because I have thoughts. I have opinions.
An actual personality instead of just a boilerplate. This person's gonna die. Hope you care.
Like Jessie in particular, they put so much effort into her. There's no way she's just dead. There's no shot. But like Biggs and Wedge too. Like, I mean,
all 3 of them were fantastic.
We've seen Wedge, so we know.
Yeah.
Or
we've seen Biggs.
Biggs, yeah, Biggs.
Biggs, and there's a heavy indication that Jessie is still there because her, I think, headband and gloves are on the table next to Biggs.
And we'll get to that. But let's stick to.
We'll try to go in order a little bit here. But yeah, like
they don't have order in the game. What are you talking about? There's ghosts.
Yeah, like that trio of characters, and I think like Biggs and Wedge, especially like had a little bit more stay in the fandom, just partly because they followed the FF tradition of like having the Star Wars names in it, and you know, so on and so forth, and all this other stuff happening. Jessie was kind of just like the other Avalanche member for the most part, and then oh my god, everything with her in Remake, like that stuff was the thing. I'm like, okay, regardless of what happens with Remake, you know, whether or not I get deeper into the combat or enjoy the game more, I'm glad I started playing this, just because this really changes how I feel about these characters. Which
I mean,
really,
well, yeah, like, I mean, also what is it, chapter 4, where you go to Jessie's home?
Yeah,
it's like. That's the kind of thing too, where it's like, and I remember discussing this with individuals back when this game first came out. There's parts of the game that people don't like or are uncertain about, at least, including like going to his house and going through that whole extra scene. It's like that the original didn't do this. It's like, well, okay, think about this though, right? If you see something in Remake, and there are plot ghosts, whispers, whatever you want to call them. If they show up, this is obviously the game telling you something has changed and they are here to fix it, right? That is the point of their existence. But what if something is different from the original and they don't show up? Well, you could interpret that as this is insignificant, but I'm of the opinion that means that this happened in the original in like intention, like this was intended to be part of the original, but they just didn't show it or whatever, right? So like the Jesse chapter, like you can theorize that happened in the original game. We just didn't see all of it because of time limitations or this size or what have you, right? But then here they had the opportunity to, so they did it. That's how I kind of look at it. That the differences are indicated by original intent or not based upon the ghost presence.
I mean, the character rework was so important with them that when you go into the DLC with Yuffie, you meet the like proper Avalanche, and there's 3 other characters, 1 female, 2 male.
That's such a good thing that shows up. The
speedrunning community has affectionately named them not Biggs, not Jesse, not Wedge.
Okay. So, fun fact. I play a lot of like Final Fantasy TCG. I knew those characters' names and faces before I actually had played the DLC for that at all. I had no idea who they were. All I knew was that they had the Avalanche operative job in the game, so they were busted.
That's awesome.
Oh my gosh, let me pull these out. It got to the point.
Oh no!
Tangent that's like for fun. But one of the cards is a common, meaning you pull a lot of it. And Final Fantasy TCG, it's a lot like Magic the Gathering. It's draftable. I'm going to see if I can show this on stream well. So Billy Bob is a common card. And he's really decent, like, for what he is. And my sleeves that I use at big tournaments now, a friend made these for me. I'm going to hold these up. It's...
To the moon. Stonks, let's go.
I use these at card game tourneys now. These are my like custom sleeves, and it's because of just the memes of like I literally windmill slammed like 4 Billy Bobs in a row at a pre-release, and just like every time I'm like, Billy Bob is the best, let's go. Nobody at that room had played the DLC. We had no idea why there was this guy named Billy Bob that like was operative. Billy Bob, Shishay, Polk, and Neo are their names. So if anybody doesn't remember that,
now is it Neo? I think it's like it's written in game is like Naomi, Naomi. So like it's it's like a Kate Chi Kite Sith situation where it's like
it's spelled Nayo. I might get the names and pronunciations wrong just because again I read them a lot more than I actually hear them being spoken.
Yeah, I played I speedran that DLC, which not getting into that too much, but I've heard the names a few times.
Hey, that being said, that DLC has the best track out of the entire 7 compilation to date.
The unfortunate part is that you hear it for like a quarter of a second.
Don't hear it in your speed run, but
you just hear explosion, fight over.
Like, it's like, oh god, I'm gonna change it for a little bit because when the DLC came out, it's like, okay, it's Yuffie, you know, like what can we expect from this? That can like really amaze us, and obviously there were things, but that one scene where Yuffie where it's Yuffie, Sonon, and Neo, and they're trying to go just get the ID, and they get jumped by Corneo's fools. And you just hear like the soundtrack in the background, just like starting to really kick in. And you're like, what is going on? Like, all right, I'm in this. And then like it just keeps ramping up while they're still doing this really elongated dialogue scene. You're like, where's this going, please? And then, right, like the timing was, God, it was gorgeous. Like right as it goes into like fade out, combat starts, just heavy metal, boom, from that song, and it's like, oh God. I paused. I just paused and sat there in fascination and listened to this song for like 3 minutes because I was like, what just happened?
I speed ran so much at that point that I just lit that fight up. And I remember going into another speedrunners chat, one of the French community, and he's like, "Oh, what? You haven't heard this song?" I'm like, "What song?" And then he's just like, "I'm going to take a bathroom break," and pauses it on that fight. And just gets up and goes, and I'm just like, this is godlike.
Oh, gosh.
That song actually also makes me very sad because if you get the official 7 compilation soundtrack thing for Remake, that song's not included for some godforsaken reason.
Oh.
And in the original game, whenever it happens, you have all that. They have that whole cutscene dialogue happening over it, and then once the song kicks in, you have all like the combat dialogue happening. It's super muted. I spent a long time back when that game came out, that DLC came out. I found someone on Nico Nico who managed to dig into the game files and found the like original track and uploaded it without the cutscene or dialogue or anything happening over it. So it's the actual pure, just the song. And I have it. I ripped it. So like I have like the actual song, which is even on the freaking soundtrack for some freaking reason. Because that is an obsession. I will just play that thing sometimes because it's so good.
I mean, it's the same thing as the Genova remix. And I've watched the video a couple times. There's like some just casually playing through, and it's just the sound in the background, but with the gameplay. And this game it has so many bangers. Like,
in general, absolutely.
It just doesn't miss. It just doesn't miss.
And can we please? Okay, so like I don't know if either of you own it. I own the Remake, like the Ultra edition of Remake soundtrack thing that was like 7 discs or whatever the heck it was. It's like under 200 tracks, which that's still a lot, right? Like it's like, oh my lord, this is a lot. If you listen to the latest Rebirth, not the latest one, or part of the latest presentation,
the state of play.
They officially stated how many new tracks there are, and it's over 400. That soundtrack, like the game, the Remake had like, I think it was like 100-ish, roughly. This one's 400. There's 4 times more new songs. Like, I'm sorry, what?
Oh man!
Like the music in this game, in Remake on its own was so good that like when I speedrun, I need to turn it down so I can hear some audio cues. And when I brought that up to Gamer for the run for the event, he's like, "No, you have to turn the music up." And I'm like, "Okay, I guess this is what we're doing. Boss tells me to do it, so that's where we're going."
I guess real quick before we keep going too much more, we've been at it for an hour. I do want to like kind of go over the disclaimer at least once an hour. So again, if you're just joining us, this is our first bonus episode. This is kind of different. Normally we talk, this is a speedrunning channel first and foremost. This is not going to be a speedrunning related podcast pretty much at all. This is just kind of a for fun thing. That's why it's labeled as a bonus episode. We're talking just 7 Rebirth in basically every form. We are not using any external spoilers. I don't know if there are leaks. I don't care if there are leaks. I don't want to know. But we're not using them. We will not be discussing if they do exist. And we will be doing our best to avoid talking about the final trailer because I know it's a point of contention in the Square Enix community in general, whether or not you watch the last trailer of a Square Enix game, because they have a very bad habit of doing very stupid things with the last trailer of those games. So yeah, we can kind of keep going from there. Apologies for the interruption. Just want to make sure we get that kind of in every now and then, because we have people are going to come in and leave and join and leave, and want to make sure that like if you're here, you probably have heard that at least once. So plus, good excuse to everybody get a drink of water or something else too.
Yeah. Well, on the note of the break, so kind of just to recenter where we're at, then we've kind of been talking about like the hype leading into the game, and now our first impression. Cool. Have you had a proper turn at your first impressions of the game?
I talked about it a little bit, where it's like I liked it again, especially like the characterization. I thought this was the first thing since the original game that like I played the characters and they felt like they did in the original. Again, a lot of times, we talked about it, especially with Aerith, how she tends to get just horrifically flanderized and just does not feel like the same character anywhere. And you go back and play the original, and it's funny because you like you sort of start to cement that in your mind. Well, like if that's how she is everywhere else, that must have been how she is. And then you go back and play the original. It's like, no, that's not the character.
Yep.
She is not.
I remember people being so mad that she said shit when the ladder broke. I mean,
yeah,
I'd be saying that too if I was about to fall about a good 6 feet.
Yeah.
But
so like I really liked those aspects of the game. I did feel it might have felt a little overlong for what it was. I did like a lot of the characterization changes and stuff, and like the you know we talked about like the Jesse chapter, but like I have a friend that like does not like Remake at all. He says like to him it felt really padded and like there was a lot waste, like a lot like.
I hear that a lot, yeah.
Where it's like it felt like oh, here's the origin of this, and like we talk about like we joke about with prequels all the time. It's like when especially like stuff like Solo is like, here's how the Millennium Falcon got its name, and here's the trench run,
right?
And like a lot of that stuff. I definitely like can understand a lot of those complaints, but I do generally think that like I enjoyed my time with it for the most part. I wish that like the game did a better job of like really showcasing how the mechanics were used in a way. Because again, it's one of those things where it's like you hear it from a lot of people. It's like, oh, the combat didn't really grip me, and it's like, and I think, and I actually would have said that for myself, especially in my first playthrough. And I hear people say, and generally, this is one thing that like I don't know if it's just because I've been around the speedrunning community so long, but when other people that I like know action games say no, you don't understand, this game has incredible action combat, I just almost trust their opinion almost more than myself, because I just expect at this point that like I will miss enough stuff in my first playthrough of a game that like usually they're right on. If you dive into a game's systems, it'll be more enjoyable, and that's absolutely good. The case with Remake more so than other games. Remake, Kingdom Hearts 2 is really bad about this. I mentioned Final Fantasy 13. These are games that, like, your first casual playthrough, if you don't know how to dive into an RPG systems, and I will straight up admit, that is not my forte with games. I'm not very good at digging into action RPGs and understanding what's good, what's bad, how should I naturally intuit what I should be doing in a way that's both fun and good.
Yeah.
That's actually an interesting point, because, like when I agree with KH2's assessment there, right? Like, when I played KH2 back when I was a kid, I just bullied my way through it. I didn't really do many things with it. A lot of triangle button reaction command stuff, a lot of form usage and just spamming the attack button and getting through things. But this is actually one thing that I've gotten a lot better about, and it's because of the speedrunning community, actually. Like, watching a bunch of action games be speedrun and like really diving in, like especially Kingdom Hearts. I love Kingdom Hearts to death. Like, knowing a lot about how Kingdom Hearts 1 speedruns, 2 speedruns, even 3 speedruns work and operate, and like how they deduced how things worked, and then like just other like somewhat in that vein of like RPG speedrun stuff, like, oh, how did you analyze how things were broken, etc. It's made me able to analyze a lot better about that stuff when I'm doing my first playthroughs anymore. So like when I did my first playthrough of like Stranger of Paradise, even, like, I was constantly trying to level up stuff and figure out what felt good, what didn't feel good, what feels broken. And it's like I forget what I just found out, but like at some point I'm like, oh, this class seems really good, let me level up this one more. And it just was stupid. It was just so good, and I just ran the game over with it because it was really good. Because I just experimented and went, oh no, this one feels about right finally. And then like Remake 2, it's like I was constantly shuffling materia around, shuffling characters, figuring out like, oh, there's more to just move usage, right? Because like Tifa, if you like do dive kick and whatnot, you're also like jumping and whatnot, which can reach different hitboxes, or like avoid attacks even while you're doing it. And like, I realized at some point during the game, I forget when, like, oh yeah, whoever you're controlling gets targeted. So you can use it to your advantage. It's a tool you can utilize. So like, oh, hey, I want Cloud to not be targeted for this because he's bad to be targeted. So I'm going to switch off Cloud
casting a spell. I'm going to go to somebody else.
Like, it just things like that. It's like I've become a lot better about that just by like osmosis of being in this community for the time that I have been now. Finally, and so
learning, I couldn't.
Yeah, and for better or worse, that's just not my strength as a video gamer or a player.
Yeah, no, like it's definitely a thing that I've learned recently too. So like, it's just not gonna be there for everybody. But
And like, it
Everybody
sounds
varies.
really bad to say it that way. It's like, I do look to one of the reasons, I really wanted to make sure I had Biz on the podcast last week. Biz is one of the people that I really respect their opinions and what they say about action games, because I trust that they will dig into an action game's systems and understand them better than I will ever on my first playthrough.
Biz intuits very well.
Biz, BB, Sonic, all of these like really good, action RPG speedrunners. I know that if I hear them talk about games, about how their systems work, oh no, this game is really deep and really, really good, I'm probably going to miss something with that. But I know I can look for that later on, which is really cool. I hope people look at me that way sometimes for like turn-based games, since I've spent so much time breaking SMT that I'm pretty okay at intuiting what's good in turn-based games. I will straight up say I am horrible at intuiting it for most strategy RPGs. Like, I swear Kirby Master and Aeon Frodo are playing a different game when they're playing Fire Emblem, or like Claris. They're playing a completely different video game when they're playing Fire Emblem versus what I'm playing, right? But I think that's really cool, and I do think that like that's something that speedrunning really has helped introduce me to, is learning all of this stuff that I would have missed otherwise. And I'll straight up admit, like, I didn't see a lot of this my first time playing through Remake, so a lot of it was just kind of, okay, the story's cool, I'm glad I'm getting to re-experience this. The amount of nostalgia I'm feeling for a game that, like, I had a very weird experience with Final Fantasy VII my first time playing through, because I had the Nintendo consoles as a kid. And my older sister had the PlayStation console. She had the PS2 and the PS1 in her room. I could not play those as frequently or as easily. I had to, like, borrow the consoles, which was this big hassle of, like, hey, Aaron, can I borrow the PS1 and the games for it? So the way I would experience a lot of those games is I would sit behind my sister's shoulder and watch her play these. I distinctly remember the first time I saw the landing in Final Fantasy VIII, the Waltz for the Moon scene in Final Fantasy VIII, because it was this like mysterious thing of like, oh my god, this other console has these like beautiful things that look like movies, right?
Yep.
But like even with that, like I hit this like really this awesome nostalgia for 7, and like 9 was the one that I really like got to dive in and play a lot more of when I was a kid. It's one of the reasons I'm a lot more nostalgic for 9 than I am for the others, but also just 9's an incredible video game. I'm so hopeful for some of the stuff that kind of keeps coming out of the weed work for 9. There's the officially announced animated series. I'm not going to call it anime, I guess, because it's technically a French studio that like did the announcement.
But what is an anime?
Yeah, people get really finicky about that. Like there's like a 9 and like of all the games to go back to the well work for. By the way, 9 is one of the strangest choices Square could have possibly made.
I think, like,
I mean, if the rumors are be true, we're getting a 9 remake that's still turn based, which
I'm excited to see.
That's been rumored for so long at this point, but the rumor at Milford that's been going stronger, which
it keeps resurfacing. Like, it's
because that's like the weird thing, right? Like, they've decided Final Fantasy is just going to be their action RPG, and like Dragon Quest is the turn-based.
Yeah,
with some side exceptions. But,
so there's a lot of like very interesting things surrounding, around those or whatever, and like getting to re-experience some of that in Remake. Obviously, like we talk. Oh no, it's not a remake, like a direct remake. It's technically, it's a sequel. Blah 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 blah. But you don't know that your first playthrough. I mean, yeah, Square accidentally tried to blast it in your face in the final trailer, but I don't know if I saw the final trailer or paid enough attention to realize what was going on. I'm just like, oh yeah, of course, you go to the Shinra building. You do Midgar.
That's admittedly true. The final trailer of Remake, even as much as it shows, which is too much, you still don't fully crack the code of what the ghosts are from that alone. But like, dude, let's be clear. Most of everything else in that entire game by that point, you now know aside from just what the ghosts are. Like, they showed so much.
It's just to me, it's like, well, yeah, sure, it's a remake of 7. What do you expect? They want to show the Shinra building because they're going to put a lot. It's a big action set piece. They want to showcase.
I mean, yeah.
Why would they not show?
It was on the cover, so it was like 100% going to be something that we did, right? But like the cool thing about it is, I look at it story-wise. It's like 7 exists, and this doesn't delete its existence. It's supplementary, and there's like no reason that it needs to compete with it in that sense, right? I'm more than excited for new story. I want to experience something new. The combat is great. Like, the thing is, I played 16. I like the combat. A lot of people like it's not that deep, but it does have some cool stuff to it. The story is something new, but the combat was what kept me coming back. With this game, the combat and the story are just married together. When I go through the game, I'm getting close to double digits replays on Remake for like making new files, testing out the PC version, PS4, PS5, intergrade, not intergrade, testing out differences. I just, it's such an experience that, like, being able to experience some of the same things, but not being able to, like, it's going to exactly happen like this, so I already know what's going on. I feel like, well, how does Vincent work out? How does Sid work out? How is the interaction between them? You know, what's their... It's like, I think it's kind of more well-known, but it's like, well, they're not going to be controllable. So it's like, well, what's your excuse? You got to give us something. I think, like, at the end of the day, in my head, the argument is they just want to have new characters for the final game to, like, keep bolstering your party.
Yeah. I mean, there's some of that, but also I think part of it's just like balancing, as in like,
I think it may be too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's if you have like more than half the front of the game with just your party of 6 that you have, and we don't know when we'll actually wait. We're at 6, right?
Tifa,
yes,
Cloud, Eric, and Red, and then we'll have Leafy by the time we get to
so we're at 7. Yeah, so we're going to be at 7 with this one. Your party of 7 is what you're going to have for more than half the game before you meet Vincent.
Actually, mentioning that, maybe that's it thematically, because they really like that number 7.
Who knows?
But a lot of people don't notice in the original game and in this one, you start at level 6 and you level up to 7 on the first fight. Like, there's a lot of, like, 7 thematic that's, like, hidden in the game that a lot of people don't even notice. Like, Cloud stats are, like, whatever 7 at the ending across the board in this game. It's super weird.
My point that I'm getting at is just that, like much like how Red 13 in Remake wasn't playable, it's because you played through 90% of the game by that point. How do you retrofit 6 weapons for him, but he also had 6 weapons like everyone else does? How do you retrofit his leveling? How do you retrofit all these things? How do you retrofit, like, oh, hey, if I were to go, like, and you can't do this in Remake because whenever you go backwards and chapter select, you have whatever party you had available, but, like, how do you balance, like, his experience with and whatnot if he's never available aside from, like, the final chapter? And so, like, it makes sense why they didn't. But then I think you can play the same thing here as well, where it's like, well, if you go through more than half the game,
they're very late,
and you get them towards the latter half of the game, how do you retrofit all that experience that you get with the rest of your party up to then? How do you retrofit in all the weapons and ability learning that you've had happen before that point? How do you retrofit the fact that, oh, hey, this is actually an open world. You can actually go backwards this time. What if you take those 2 new characters and go way back and you can bust things that would be hard or challenging? Like, it's just, it makes so much sense why they wouldn't. It's disappointing in some regards, because it's like, we're going to have Vincent probably about half the game and he can't play him. It kind of sucks. I'm just being blunt. It is kind of suck. But it makes sense.
I also think that, like, of the characters that they could do something really interesting and fun with, Vincent's probably the one they would want to take the most time with for, like, hey, we're going to make Vincent play as a different type of game. I could see them just straight up saying,
I think they want to avoid just Barrett 2 is my main...
Well, here's the thing, right, is think about this. They now get to design how Vincent and Sid play in a game where the big thing is kaiju fights. So how do you exactly program these 2 in their combat flow?
Ranged is extremely important.
Do you intentionally make them, like, hyper ranged focused so that they can do things to kaiju battles with the weapons, essentially?
Yeah, like, we're missing a physical ranged fighter. Barrett exists, but he literally does double-digit damage.
And also,
sorry state of affairs.
And also, one of our best range characters, or one of our best range utilities, is Magic. And our Magic character might be having a thing happen to her in this game. So
we'll get to that.
There's, like, a lot of stuff where you kind of have to dance around it, because it's like, we know it might happen, and they've said, like, it probably ends here, so maybe that makes sense. Like, the one thing for Red is they did mod the game at some point, and when they tried to make Red playable, they found out, like, he was just not finished. So I don't know how much of Red was, like, they just couldn't finish it. And I think since they retooled combat for a lot of characters, because, like, aerial combat was just bad. And they had to rework, like, I do like Punisher, but some of, like, the original Slashes missed versus, like, the new one where we go doot, 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 back and forth.
Oh, yeah, it's so much nicer.
It feels more fluid, but not to get too in the weeds with speedrunning. Like, there's some complaints I have with it, but I have to have more experience with it to, like, really go be like, nah,
I would
bad.
also say to probably, like, you have more experience with how it works in 7, and any change they make will feel off to you.
It's... The more issue is, like, I feel it has an issue with ranged vertically, especially because of all the elevated terrain. I find it has a lot of issues hitting flying enemies, but now we have the beam blade slash after a roll, so it's kind of like, well... So there's balancing issues. After I get the Junon demo, I can get a little bit more time with it, but...
now we're getting really ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, so it's... I like everything in general, and I like the retooling, because, like, flying combat was just awful. Jump in the air, hit stuff, and then fall very slowly, and then have to jump again.
On my casual playthrough, I think it's, like, the last chapter before you go into the Shinra building. Like, you're, like,
16.
Walking up the plate. Or like, walking up the thing, like,
the falling
and there's so many goddamn flying enemies in that section.
Oh, yeah.
I literally, I just said, like, I can do this on normal. I will stop playing the game if I keep playing it on normal.
So
I just dropped it to easy, so I had to stop.
It was it was awful in the PS4 version. To peel back the layers, Intergrade changed a lot of things to make it much better. Flying enemies, weak to wind. Humanoids, fire. Monsters, ice. Machines, lightning. Problem was, when you cast wind to hit flying enemies, it would spawn in one spot and enemies just fly out of it. In the original release on PS4. PS5 and Intergrade, PC, all those versions, the wind spawns on the enemy and sticks to them. So it stops missing. So, like, that was a major change that made flying combat way less awful. Still doesn't fix the, like, trying to do physical attacks. It, like, fighting with Cloud and Tifa in the air is just abysmal. So, luckily, since I play New Game Plus Hard, I can just go... First strike, lol, die, and I don't really have to engage with it. But I've seen some of the strats for, like, any percent, and it's just, please be nice.
Yeah, it's so, you know, lots of little things like that. Like, my first experience with the game was, like I said, I started here. I kind of, like, it took me a long time to actually finish it. By that point, I sort of knew a little bit about the ending, and even there, I was like, yeah. You know, the Sephiroth key art, you'll probably, like, say, oh yeah, you fight Sephiroth. You know, I think I, like, heard, like, through the weed, like, oh yeah, you fight Sephiroth as, like, the final boss. Nobody really at that point was, like, super in the weeds on what actually happened in the game. But I was like, that makes sense. It's like, the weird thing with ending at Midgar is the last thing that happens at Midgar is a freaking minigame. So it's like, do you want to, like, have your final boss be this minigame that you do one time previously? In the game?
Enjoyed the rework with Motorball, yeah. It was, and the fact that, like, you only have to engage with that once. You New Game Plus, you don't have to do the motorcycle at all. You can skip it in both segments. It's super nice. Because, like, on hard, it's pretty awful.
That's a really bad final boss segment. Like, it's like...
That would have been, like, just...
So, yeah, so, like, I know that I was saying earlier about, like, how I was trying to, like, really predict where things were going and trying to, like, analyze. And, like, even figuring out, like, what the plot ghosts kind of were trying to do, nothing could have prepared me for the ending. Because it's like, all right, I just finished Motorball, whatever the heck, on the getting out of Midgar. Like, what's going to happen? Like, I had no clue.
I mean, when we got to the office in 17, I was just like, okay, things are very different.
Yeah, it's like you get off the highway and then suddenly, like, more ghost shenanigans happens, and it's like you have that, like, interlude where like on, like, the highway, and it just goes into, like, a portal to like all of time, and it's like, all right, final battle, like straight out of Aerith's mouth, and you're like, oh, okay. Like, nothing, none of my predictions, none of my analyzing could have prepared me for this. This is like, oh. Like, at that point in time, I was expecting them to keep fighting against the ghosts and fate through the next several games, and it to just be a revolving theme, not, oh, we're just going to kill them now.
Yeah, there's a part of me that just doesn't believe that they're dead. I can't accept it. I'm like, this is at this point, it's integral to the story, and it's just like, yeah, we killed Fate in the first part of 3.
Yeah, we killed Fate itself and the intention to keep time consistent itself. Like, okay.
But it's like even funny. It's like, mentally when I've heard like when I'm playing casually and I hear that and people complain, like, you shouldn't fight Sephiroth at the end of part 1. That doesn't make any sense. That's not FF7. I'm like, my mental thing, because I don't know what's going on. I'm like, what did you want them to do? Like, were we supposed to fight like, we'll just like say Reno and Rude show up and you've got a boss against them? Like, that sort of works.
I think
fight like Rufus, but are those satisfying final bosses for a JRPG? Like, Rufus is a cool fight, but like, would you want like a second Rufus fight where like
people got wrecked by Rufus so hard he could have been a final boss?
He could have, but like you want like the final thing to be like like, okay, now Rufus shows like jumps from a helicopter at the end of the highway. You fight
Rufus,
him.
Reno, Rude, and Reeves too.
And then also, okay, well, you knock Rufus down, he gets up, he snaps his fingers, there's a giant mech that jumps in, he jumps in the mech to give you like a multi-stage. like is that what you wanted from the game? Like, I don't really know. I'm like, sure, you can fight like Sephiroth shows up randomly in the game. They could you could kind of squint and see like an excuse to have Sephiroth show up, even within the lore of 7 and have it make sense. Like that's fine, whatever.
Now this does lead into a great question for later, which is, how do you end Rebirth now?
Yeah, we'll get to that. Again, going to be a longer show today.
Obviously, part 3 you end with that, and part 1 now already has ended with that. So how do you end part 2?
So
there's things.
I think we're gonna just fight him 3 different times, and the amount
we'll get there.
So
hold your horses. We'll talk Rebirth
because I disagree.
I'm not going into Rebirth. What I was gonna say is looking back, at the end of the game in OG, right? You fight 3 different forms of him, and then Cloud gets, the third form is a solo encounter in this mysterious space that just exists outside of reality, right? So, and then we have the same thing in Advent Children as well, where like he just materializes again because reasons. So we've already established that like Sephiroth just breaks the rules of reality in a way. So as much as it feels weird, it's like you could make a good argument for it if you look at the previous games where it's like he kind of exists in this outside of reality and like outside of the bounds of the story, to the point where he's like, this guy is an overpowered isekai hero, except he's a villain. So wait, no, he's the overpowered isekai villain, but we're better. So like, I think it's also like thematically good too, because especially with the cutscene after, it's like you have such a hard time handling the fight casually, and even in a speed run it can be a little bit hard, but like he shows off in the cutscene, he's just like I was playing around. And it sets the stage for like, you're not strong enough yet, I feel, right?
Well, even that cutscene has implications. I'll get into that probably in a little bit. I think that makes more sense to talk about when we talk about like when we actually found like, I think it's like almost worth having a mini segment on like, when did you find out, like, Gamer, was it your first playthrough that you realized what was going on?
In regards to what?
In regards to Remake not being literal.
Oh, as in the Remake is remaking the timeline? I mean, I realized Remake definitely had a deeper meaning. I didn't really piece together like Remake is remaking the timeline or remaking like like the story, so to speak, per se, but I knew it was not just remaking the game. I figured that out probably like 2/3 of the way through the game. Like, honestly, where we already had like plot ghost things happening, we already had like some little things happening. Where my brain really lit up was when the moment Cloud's walking out with Aerith and heading towards heading back to Tifa and Barrett after the 5 stuff, and you're going through Wall Street
after the train graveyard.
Yeah, when you're heading to Wall Street and he has that cutscene where Aerith shows up on him, is like, nope, I'm coming with you still, and he's like, okay, whatever, and he's like takes like one step forward and just sees a flash of what happens to her final moments in 7, and just cuts back and he starts crying. And that moment, I'm like, is he seeing the future or are we in it? Like, immediately. Like, I wasn't sure which by that point, but at that point, I already was like, remake means more than remaking the game. He is either seeing the future or we are in the future. What is it?
I love how they implemented those like migraines of him seeing things, because like in the original game it was just like dialogue usually. I think like unilaterally every time he was like in the Mako reactor there'd be like this internal dialogue and that was it. And now that we have like these we get to see the visions, it's so much more impactful than it's just like, sure, you're where you think you are.
Yeah. And now, also, like, I don't know who else got so like you have the after the plate fall and after you experience the of all freaking things the reference to deep ground, which we'll get to that in a bit here, but after all of that you go back to Aerith's house and you have like that one moment where you have a unique scene with each member. I don't know who else got Aerith on their first playthrough, but I did. I think
most people do, because doing all the side quests will always get you Aerith.
Well, no. If you do all the side quests, you get Tifa and Aerith points in equal amounts. It then is down to who you go to first before Abu. And I happened to go check on Aerith first, and therefore got the tiebreaker of Aerith. So I got the Aerith cutscene my very first playthrough. And it's like, Aerith is captured by Shinra. She's not here. And I walk outside, and there she is. And she's talking to you, and it's like, how in the world does our Aerith... How in the world does our Aerith have the ability to transfer her like metaphysical presence through the live stream to us right now? The answer is she doesn't. But you know what Aerith does? The one that's dead from the original timeline. Holy shit.
I mean, it definitely, I was about to say, actually, it's like a Force Ghost moment, and you're just like...
It is. But, and it's like that, like that happens to me, and I'm like, oh no, that's how she's here. This is not, because the way she even talks, it's a different tone. It's like she has more experience or knowledge in the voice that she uses in that one scene than she does anywhere else, as if it's a future version of herself. And it's like, oh yeah, no, this is our OG Aerith. I'm talking to OG Aerith right now.
Like every other segment, it's like her tongue is tied. She's not allowed to talk. The like fate intervenes every time she tries to talk. And like Red is the only one that can make those. And that's the real cool thing with like Aerith has these interactions where like she touches Red. He completely changes and stops being like vicious and calms down immediately. She touches Marlene in the bar, and like Marlene has like this moment of clarity, and you're like, what did she see? Why can't I want to see what she saw. And she's just like...
That was the one that gets me the most. And so, like, we're pretty much at that point anyway. I'm gonna tangent into this, and Bob just brought it up too in the chat. But it's... Red 13 makes sense, right? Because he went through the original game. So if she can somehow transfer, like, intent or something to him, it makes sense. Why the heck does it work on Marlene? That is fascinating, because it's just Barrett's daughter, Barrett, like, who was not present for any of this. I mean, technically speaking, she would learn of all of it because she is Barrett's adopted daughter. And so I'm sure when OG7 happened and he went back home and he explained to her what all happened when she got older, especially, and also all of Advent Children happens when she's like more of like a teenager and she's much more aware of what's happening. So like, obviously Marlene is involved, but she never really truly met Aerith aside from Aerith saving her in the OG game, and then that was it. You just knows her
off screen, so we don't really see that.
Right, which is also off screen, right? Exactly. So like the interaction between Marlene and Aerith in the original game is never even on screen at any point. So like it's hard to even know for sure if they've met. You can presume they have. But
yeah,
that makes it interesting.
She says like a throwaway line in the helicopter.
Yeah, correct.
Moves on.
But like at that point, it's like, how does Aerith touching Marlene then work? Like, what is the
communication?
What is the criteria for when Aerith can communicate the future or the intent of the future or whatever the heck she's transferring? Like,
yeah,
what is the like? Because she can do it to everybody.
Because
she touches Cloud and doesn't do anything.
No,
like, what is
but
the
she
criteria?
does though, because she touches him early on. She's seeing the whispers. She touches Cloud, and he can suddenly see him. So there's all like these different factors that are like, what conditions? What does it do? I don't understand.
But my point is that when she touches Cloud in that way, he doesn't have a brain blast of knowing who Aerith is all of a sudden.
Yeah, he doesn't like suddenly have clarity where he's like no longer struggling with these memories.
Right, exactly. Like that's my point. So it's like why does Marlene count into that? Why, like, what is the point? And then there's a theory out there which, oh boy, you have a brand new character in Remake of Marl, who is the owner of the apartment complex where Tifa and you stay temporarily, which is brand new to Remake and wasn't in the OG game.
Yep.
And so you could chalk it up to just being, oh, it's fleshing out the world. It's a new character to make that happen. You can theorize this was like a part of the original intent anyway. But then Marl has statements that are like, why do you know that? Yeah. Like, what? How do you know some of this stuff with like us and who we are and like what we've done? That like, okay, yeah, you know who we are, but like, how do you know that level of detail? It's kind of weird. And then you're like, you have that scene with Marlene, which is the same name plus 2 characters, and it's like, what are you doing, Square? I have concerns.
Like the on the nose part too is like. Tifa's just staying at the apartment, and Marl like explicitly says, no, she's like a daughter to me. So it's like, are you guys really that close? She's just staying here, which it would make sense.
Daughter I never had. I'm
daughter I never had.
Right now.
It's in reverse because like she's like kind of like a mother to Marlene, and in this situation now she's like if she is the same person, they would have a deep relationship, but Tifa really wouldn't be too aware of it. So of course she'd feel like a daughter in the reverse because they're so tight without her knowing.
Also, can we please mention when it comes to Marl that when the plate is dropping and they don't know it yet, Aerith is booking it to the bar to get Marlene.
Never met before.
She stops to talk to Marl and 2 other town heads people. And Marl looks at her rushing, and they're like, "Why? Like, what's
going on?"
And Aerith is hesitant to say, and Marl just goes, "They're dropping the plate, aren't they?"
Yeah,
he knows. How does Marl know? Like, of all things to assume, why do you assume the plate is dropping? How she just knows? Like,
because like it's chaos at that point, and we don't have any reason to believe the town knows this. They just. Avalanche is trying to drop the plate or something, and it's just chaos. They're trying to blame it on them, but as far as we know, they haven't even said anything about it at that time. They just twist the story after the fact to say, Avalanche did this, to try and pin it on them.
But like, it's just like and then like, and Marl's ready. Because, like, she's like, dripping the plate, right? Okay, you do this, I'm gonna go do this. Like, she's just ready and on it. And it's like, okay, well, how are you so like everyone else is freaking out, and she's just like, nope, go. How do you have that kind of composure unless you already know it's going to? It's just.
Oh, wow, that's actually like a really deep reference, Bob. I didn't even notice that. So in the side quests, you do a bunch of stuff that kind of like a lot of it is like references, but you steal Conroy's like secret stashes, and it's like diamond, rupee, and emerald tiaras that you like give to Marl to help support the victims. And it's like I totally didn't even realize it, but it's like those are the weapons.
Oh yeah,
like, they have all these like really cool nods that you don't even notice, but it's like maybe there is something more with this character, and I'm hoping that like we explore just all these extra relationships in the next game.
Yeah, and it could also be too like, and this is a kind of thing where maybe they would go this far. I don't know, but it could also be that like. Maybe something happens to Marlene in the original game, even past Advent Children, that ties her into this even more than we're aware of. That would be like, I don't want to call it a retcon, but it'd be like a weird thing to do. That it's something that's like really just never presented to us. Like, oh no, after Advent Children, Marlene goes up to do this thing. It ties her into the story even more. Now that's how it's working. Like, But like,
to be totally fair, it could still just be that like she's somehow just like very plugged in with what's going on in the slums or whatever else. None of that this is a guarantee. It's just a lot of speculation on that part.
It's wild conjecture, but it is interesting if true.
It's interesting to think about. I do want to just like clarify. None of this is confirmed on that front, especially.
Oh yeah, no. This part, we're now getting the fuzziness of like what's actually happened and what's speculation and like what could be.
Marlene is definitely like disregarding the theories with Marl. Marlene as a character is just interesting in general, not just because of that. Mizuki points out in chat, she has a pretty big connection with Aerith, even in AC. There's also like the, talking about one of the trailers, the theme song reveal trailer, that ends with a Marlene quote. Like, she clearly has a lot going on in the games now, which is definitely it's an interesting decision, but like I don't hate the idea of it. It's pretty cool for sure.
I love the idea of like the secondary characters being more active in the story and it not just being about Cloud and friends, but it's also like Biggs, Jesse, Wedge, Arlene.
Which, if we may, so in Remake, we follow we somewhat follow and somewhat don't follow the events of our collapse when it comes to our friends, Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge. So in the original game, all three of them die in the Platefall. And that's pretty definitive. They're, at least if they survive in the original game, it's definitely never brought up ever again. And
it's pretty unlikely with how they go about it.
Considering Advent Children exists, there's like no shot. So they're dead. And then in Remake, interestingly, Wedge, when he falls, he's hurt, but he's not like in critical condition.
My man's a hero. He just gets right back up and starts going, get out!
Yeah,
We're gonna die!
Gets up. He actually gets up and gets away. And so then it's like, okay, well, we have two of the three who are dead. That's intriguing. And then you think he dies again anyway because he was involved in the plate collapse. And then you go unearth him, and he is still alive. And you find deep ground references, which is like, oh my god, what? Okay, so like,
I love the reference, but having to fight with Barrett, no, miss me with that.
So like, it makes sense, right? that like, if they're gonna try and like really do right by all of Seven's stuff, trying to integrate the parts that people find interesting and making it more seamless and fluid makes sense. So okay, so now under Sector 7, all this time apparently was like an underground base, and that's like what part of where Deep Ground's originating.
It's supposedly an underground reactor, and they reference it fairly early on, and you just kind of like, it's a throwaway line. You think.
As someone who walks around town and listens to all the NPC chatter all the freaking time, very early on, when you're walking around Sector 7 and just generally, there is one NPC who does mention about like some underground thing and then like it pays very well if you elect to go do this thing, like, and it's a hidden underground area, and it's like a one line by one character, and the sea of NPCs, and like that, like I heard that when I was doing my usual exploration, and I was like,
I remember hearing it too, and it just was like,
what?
Huh? I don't remember that.
And
that's just
like,
got to be a throwaway line.
And like my first thought was underground is deep ground, but I'm like, there's no shot, right? Like how? They wouldn't do that, right? No, they did. They do. We go there because we don't see deep ground per se. We see facility. We see the result of experimentation. We see the enemies from Dirge of Cerberus, and we fight them. And it's like, oh, okay. Yeah. And then that gets expanded upon even more in Yuffie's DLC, which we'll get there shortly. But then going back to like Jesse Big's Wedge, we have Wedge now alive, which is like, oh, okay, wow, one of them lived. This is different. And then climbing the Shinra Tower and making our escape, he shows up, and it's like, what are you doing here? And he comes to warn us. And then we get this lovely off-screen pan where we hear him yelling at the Plascoats to leave him alone, and we hear a window crash, and that's it. You can presume from that it's trying to tell you that he's dead, that they corrected the timeline and killed Wedge because he's supposed to be dead, and that it makes this very this very weird dichotomy of like which is true. Is the plot ghosts win? Or we fall in the tried and true trope of if it's not on screen, they're not dead trope. Yeah. So like, which is it? It's the true like Schrodinger's cat moment of like, we have no actual idea. But I think we actually do because of some of the recent trailers, not the final trailer even, but like some of the more recent ones. I think we do. But I'm going to get to that later when we're at that
again,
point.
We will not be discussing some of the stuff that shows up in the final trailer.
Yeah.
Right. But I think that's when Remake ends, you don't know. It's a true Schrodinger's cat moment. But it's like at the same time, it's like they put so much more effort into these characters. It's like obvious that they are going to be used more, but then how? Because they're dead. And then just to jump forward for one moment, and at the end of the game, we even see Biggs alive. And it's like, oh, okay, there's two alive now. Yeah. So, like, okay, like, what's happening? Yeah, that part's interesting. But to jump back and realign for a moment, I think, and trying to be a bit more in order about this, maybe at this point we go into Yuffie? Maybe?
I actually think, no, because I think that this is the time to talk about, because we were kind of talking about when did you realize, like, when did you find out about what Remake actually meant? Sure. I don't know about you, Sid. I can tell y'all when I actually found out about this. So there's a small YouTuber out there / Twitch streamer that some of you may have heard of named Maximilian.
Oh, very, very tiny individual. Yeah, tiny. I've never heard of him.
Win like a streamer awards or anything like that. But he ended up going on a podcast. Just that he linked it somewhere. I forget how I stumbled upon it. I knew Max from fighting game stuff. You know, I play fighting games every weekend with friends and go do other stuff. Like
sometimes the YouTube algorithm do be pretty decent.
Yeah, you can't be around fighting games and not know of Maximilian, dude. And to be fair, from what I can tell, absolute stand-up human being, fantastic person, right? But he goes on this Easy Allies podcast, and he goes through all of the stuff in every single thing and how Remake is not what anybody thought it was. And going over things with, the dialogue, some of the stuff that happens during the final boss fight, the way the plot ghosts / whispers work, what's going on with why are characters living randomly here? Why is this game not the same story that, they could have just done a beat-by-beat thing and tried to expand it. They very clearly did not do that. So what exactly is going on? And he talks about, all of these interesting things. And that was kind of the brain blast moment for me, listening to that I go, oh, I just missed everything on my first playthrough.
Yeah, so if I may for one moment, where I fall on this scale, I would probably say somewhere around his. If you're gonna go, so I'm not gonna get into all of it, but he has levels. He defines as like, what level are you at in your understanding? I was somewhere like around like pretty deep in level 2 when I finished my own playthrough. But level 3 and level 4 even is some like really community collaboration, big brain thinking kind of stuff, pulling together like little tidbits and facts to pull it all together. That it's pulling that together. You're not gonna do that on your playthrough by yourself. You can't do it. But like,
and granted, a lot of this is still technically fan theories.
Absolutely, it's at all. Yeah, absolutely.
But, like, a lot of it we think is relatively confirmed, but there's no guarantee on anything. So a lot of it is pseudo speculation, but it makes so much sense. And so much of the dialogue since this chat happened has seemingly come true that I think the greater FF7 community is just like, no, this is just kind of how it is. Until we're told otherwise, it's a decent assumption and guess that all of this stuff, remake is not a remake of 7. It is a direct sequel. And what is going on in it is, like Sephiroth basically trying to remake 7 in a way that he lives and things go proper in the way that he wants, right? And, so on and so forth. And there's so much more to it. If you're an FF7 fan, honestly, it's one of the best 2-hour listens of someone that's passionate about FF7 talking about FF7.
I mean, if we're talking about the first one and not the second one, which is another 2 hours, there's half a day.
Yeah, if you're bored at work one day and you want something to listen to, I can't recommend it enough. Max is super entertaining, and I mean, just clarity. This is a general thing, by the way. Listening to people talk about things they're passionate about is just one of the best feelings in general, regardless of what they're passionate about. And hearing someone this excited and this passionate about it, it's fantastic.
If anyone wants to actually know in detail, it is the Easy Allies podcast, and the episodes featuring Max as a guest are 3 of their episodes that they made public and not private. And so there's 3 of them. There's one about the original remake. There's one about Yuffie DLC, and there's one that was just kind of like around when Rebirth trailers were first starting to drop.
Yeah.
So there's 3 of them, and they're all like 2+ hours.
There's a lot, but they're very fun. They're easy listens for the most part. Like they'll make you think some, and they're fun, but like they're not like, it's definitely like highly recommended. To go back and listen because they're awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, like going through that, that's like, and it's funny because I got that same experience talking with my friend last night at Fighting Game Locals. Like like I'm excited to talk about lore for Final Fantasy VII and all that stuff with the podcast because of that. And I had to explain all the things like, oh, I didn't catch any of that. Like that's all brand new to me, and like that was so fun like to go through.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. Yeah, so like that, and so like if we're gonna like go off of levels, it's like level 0 is you missed all of it. Level 1 is you realize that there's like things are being remade, but you don't really quite understand. You are aware that things are different when it comes to like the ending cutscene in Zack and like things are being remade and the plot goes and whatnot, but you're not quite sure what. And level 2 is like really understanding what all of that truly meant. And level 3 is going even further beyond, which is like, oh, things like how the whispers that you fight in the world beyond at the end, the 3 that have a sword, a gun, and the other one I forget.
I was just thinking about that.
Like some kind of weird fist weapon.
Yeah, the fist. And you're like, oh, it's a metaphor for Cloud Bear and Tifa. No, it's Laj Kadaj and the third
Yazoo.
one.
Yazoo, Laz, and Kadaj, yeah.
It's the Advent Children kids being somehow
pseudo Sephiroth clones,
the 3 kids that help reform Sephiroth in Advent Children are somehow here before they're actually born in some different like physical state of being. In the movie, they summon Bahamut, and what do they do in the game in the Whisper fight? They merge and become Neo Bahamut.
Yeah, like Whisper Bahamut, and in the movie, I think it's called Sin Bahamut, but it's the same thing. Yeah. Also, that Bahamut's deadly.
Another big thing that people talk about is how like everyone in that like sequence seems to have like if you watch the cutscenes, people are doing stuff they shouldn't be doing.
A lot of flashbacks to things that don't or do exist. And the one thing is like I remember it was a theory for a while with the Advent Children, and then I'm pretty sure they soft and then hard confirmed that that's supposed to be them. Because if you look at the assess profiles, it kind of wink, wink, nod, nod, and I think either the Ultimania or an interview, they kind of said, that was the intention.
I think it's the Ultimania 4 intermission, I think, confirms it. Or an interview for that book confirmed it. That, that's who they are.
And then, like, the one that I always remember is, like, the attack that Cloud uses on Sephiroth that he blocks in the final cutscene. Yeah. That's Omnislash.
Yep. It's on. Yeah. after everything, right before Sephiroth's like, you have 7 seconds, what do you do? Cloud does Omnislash. Sephiroth just like blocks all of it, doesn't even give a crap. Because it killed him before. It killed him before. He now knows it, so he can just block the whole thing. Like,
by the way, that is one of the coolest. Like the way he blocks one of these attacks, just like holds the sword, just like the thing goes right past.
Ding, 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 ding. So no sword for you.
Yeah.
For me, like when I saw that moment at the end of the game, we fought so hard. We beat him, and you get to this other plane, and he's just like, "Yeah, I was playing around. I just wanted to see if you guys were strong enough to leave here." Because I need you to do something.
Well, is that true though? Because the part of this is very fan theory. But is there a chance that you have 3 Sephiroths? You have Sephiroth that's up in the crater right now in our current game. You have Sephiroth from the future coming back and remaking the timeline and messing with Cloud and the party and trying to like change events that the pockets are trying to fix. And you have a third version, which is the version of Sephiroth that is beyond all of time and space as a part of the life stream, and that's who's in that cutscene.
The already defeated one?
Right, exactly. So you have like a version of him, like you think about it in terms of like God, I'm gonna pull from my knowledge of like fake Grand Order kind of stuff right now. What if you have like singularities, right? Where like you have a version of Sephiroth that has caused a singularity to form. So he exists in his own dimension, more or less, and he's sending a copy of himself out through essentially like race shifting, if you're going to take the terms from that game. Mm-hmm. And so he has a version of himself he's sending out to our current remake game, and that is what he's utilized, like how he's messing with the party. So like it's like right now we're fighting essentially like a localized copy of Sephiroth from the future, not even the actual version of him.
In that version, yeah, I could believe that, like at the edge of tomorrow or whatever precipice of time. But the other argument you could make is the one that you're fighting in the singularity before it's just Cloud and Sephiroth is using a Genova failure clone or whatever, like he tends to use, which is why its power is limited. Which is why there's
also another solution, which I just thought of like right now, which is what if, much like Aerith. So, all right, so you have Aerith and Sephiroth who are part of the life stream and exist beyond essentially time and space at this point. That version of Aerith is who we encounter in that one cutscene post the Deep Ground sequence, presumably. Mm-hmm. And you also have our current Aerith, who's obviously being fed knowledge from the planet and probably heard that's that version of herself. But it's not a one-to-one. They are not just assuming all the experience and knowledge of these selves that are in this like isolated like singularity type of thing. What if Sephiroth in that final scene is the singularity Sephiroth that's like beyond all time and space, but the one that's been messing with us the entire game and control the whispers is Sephiroth in the crater being fed knowledge from his singularity self, existing beyond his usual means. Yeah, there's 2 versions.
I remember there was a lot of like specifically people pointing at the subtitles in Japanese being different in the way that he speaks. So there's a lot of like, and on further past that, then there's also the Zack timeline, which we referred to earlier, where he's just like, he didn't die. So now we have additional versions, and you're just like, I'm thinking too much. I just want to play a game.
We'll get to that, because there's a lot to talk about when it comes to Zack. There's a lot to discuss with Zack.
I will say that probably is another reason people did not like the ending of 7, though, is if you don't understand what's going on with stuff, to a lot of people, they just undid the coolest thing their favorite character did.
Yeah, 100%. Because when I heard about that, I was fuming. I was like, what? I love Zack, and like, I hate that he had to die, but it's like, it is... I felt like it was like one of the most impactful moments in that series, other than the OG, like... Go ahead.
I was going to say, I don't want to cut you off, but if I may, how do you... So, Square can be dumb, but they're not entirely dumb users. So, what is the point of ruining that? What's have a better payoff, an even bigger and better payoff? How do you accomplish that?
I mean,
for example, by putting out Reunion, Hardcore Reunion before Rebirth,
while also saying, by the way, that this is important. If you haven't played this, you might want to before Rebirth comes out.
Right? Like why on earth would you release Hardcore Reunion before Rebirth and ruin that? There's only one reason to do it. Because you have a reason for everyone to know that you can play off of it and ruin things for everyone even harder.
I honestly, like, to digress into Crisis Core, I love the rework of that end scene. I literally cannot play that song from that final fight without tearing up. Quite literally. Like, I was playing, like, Feature Rhythm, and I'm like, I want to play this song, and I'm like, it's so hard to play!
So I beat Crisis Core for the first time on Friday, on stream. I literally, at one point, just pulled my mic up, like, I'm sorry, guys, I gotta mute for a little bit.
the DMW breaking down is just
for your reference, Ghoul, like, most things in Reunion are like very one-to-one. The one thing that was really different was how the wheel works. In the original game, when the wheel hit a thing, it just used it. It would interrupt you, whatever you're doing. It wouldn't store.
No skip.
Horrible.
No skip, no choice, no nothing.
Yeah, no skip, nothing. So it would just happen, whether you wanted it to or not. And so, one thing about that that's brilliant in Reunion's final scene is in the original game, the wheel was spinning, and you had these like insert flashes, but they were not as in-depth or elaborate. And when everything kind of breaks down, the wheel is not breaking down at the same time. But then in Reunion, it has so much more elaborately done, where, like, as the wheel is spinning, you see, like Zack as a character is losing parts of himself. Like, as the wheel spins and the characters happen and appear and you get their scenes, it's almost as if he's
losing life, losing his memories, losing
down,
parts of himself.
Yeah, like, he's losing that segment of himself because he's hanging on for dear life, and eventually get to a point where, like, Aerith changes costumes in the wheel.
The one thing,
yeah, like the one thing that like no matter what, like Aerith, he had that scene with Aerith's normal profile in the wheel, and that's gone. But then there's a new profile of Aerith in the wheel instead. And it won't go away. It's stuck there. And like, it happens before he's gone. And like, that, all of that is extremely unique to Reunion.
Oh, yeah.
Like, as much as a one-to-one remake as Reunion is, and all dialogue and all presentation, etc., that is truly the new thing. Is how that ending sequence plays with the wheel and presentation is entirely Reunion's own creation. It's so much better.
Yeah, I've experienced Crisis Core a few times. I had the PSP and I played through it a few different times. That final battle hits so different. It was pretty impactful on the PSP, but like, they took a 10 and turned it up to a 20. Yeah. Just like that wheel sticking, and like, it's the only thing that he can hold on to. He has to survive because he needs to see her again.
Like,
and it's
like even playing Crisis Core back in the day on PSP, which I did. That scene didn't hit me too hard. I was just kind of like, why is he dying like this? Like, It was kind of like almost frustrating.
I felt the same too, because it's like these are a bunch of nobodies.
Right.
They're literal nobodies.
It was just frustrating in the original game, and like even having experienced
the pacing was way worse too. Is the problem?
Even having experienced that already, even knowing how the game ends and everything else, playing Reunion, that scene and that sequence brutalize you. Even when you know everything you can about that scene, you're not prepared for how they updated and changed it. It brutalizes you.
Yeah.
And that's incredible.
It's just like they made the pacing work better because it was a lot slower. And the thing was you just had to take damage. And by that point, you were way overpowered. So it was really hard to die properly unless you just stopped playing. In this one, it forces it at a certain pace. It's a good thing they reworked it.
Yeah. And like, yeah, no, to be fair to them, I know that people are like, oh, well, like they shouldn't re-release Crisis Core. Honestly, Crisis Core should have been re-released years ago on other platforms. Being locked to being disc only on PSP is just atrocious.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, like, I know a lot of people are like, well, the timing, like, if they had just said we're re-releasing Crisis Core because it's a game we want people to have access to and play.
I mean, when were they supposed to release it? Before Remake?
Yeah.
You know,
like that's the thing. Is like there was no good time to release this. So if they just said, yeah, we're releasing it for the anniversary of the game just because like we think that it's a game you should have access to.
Honestly, it's
please note that like it spoils FF7 pretty heavily if you haven't played it already. You know, like we'd recommend not doing it. The fact they went out and said that it's important to Rebirth specifically is what makes you that's
and they gave it the retitle Reunion. We all thought Reunion would be part 2 or part 3. Probably part 3 even. We all thought it. And it's like, nope, here it is on Crisis Core Remake. It's like, I'm sorry.
Well, then that also led to the speculation that ended up not being true of this is going to be the remake version of Crisis Core, which is not what happens.
Well, no. Because we're gonna get that sequence in Remake. We don't need it here as well. Right? Yeah. Exactly. That's the point. This game is to show you what led to the start of Remake, which then leads to its ending scene, where it shows a different timeline.
No, it
doesn't
actually.
Being
no. I'm the end of Reunion. Unless I'm missing something, that's not the start of Remake. That's the start of FF7.
But it's continued in a different journey. It's supposed to. It literally, I think they've said that that's OG, not that.
Yeah.
But you could also infer that it's the start of either. Right, because up to that point, plot ghosts haven't done anything. There's no difference.
Yeah,
because like one of the things is with the end of the original, like some people didn't miss, and a lot of people ended up picking on. When you finish Remake, and Zack doesn't die, there's just a random chip bag, just kind of flying around, and it's got this picture of Stamp on it, and it's unique from the Stamp pictures that we've seen in our universe to imply like it's a different timeline, different universe, something like that, and. It just like there's so much deeper to it. It's almost
to that point goal. I think I actually will take that back. I think I'll actually argue that Reunion is the start of Remake for one reason only, and that's that you have the original game, which is the prequel to the original 7. This is the prequel to how Remake starts, but there's no differences, and that's the point.
I mean, given with the knowledge that we know, like, Crisis Core has to continue as normal for 7 to happen.
Right.
Of course, we'll have to see a little bit more on the.
I would genuinely argue that original PSP Crisis Core is the prequel to original PS1 7, and Reunion is the prequel to Remake. But there's no differences between Reunion and PSP Crisis Core, and that is the point of it.
Yeah, because I think it's Crisis Core 7, Crisis Core Remake.
These are two different prequels, they're two different games, but they are the exact same thing, and that is the point of it. That up until
I'd always heard that it was actually like Reunion was just a straight remake of Crisis Core, and it's just like they slapped the title on. Yeah,
it's just a matter of
I get what you're saying. Like, it is a remake.
The way that the story functions, we need to have the events of Crisis Core to unfold the way they do for our understanding. For like Cloud to be cognizant and not comatose, for him to run into Tifa without Zack. things like that.
I genuinely think it's a remake, a certified remake, in how you would quantify a remake, but there's no differences, and that is the point of it.
I do think, though, if that was the case, they would have said to be continued in 7 Remake, not to be continued in FF7.
That's true. They do say that, and that's the one fault of what I just said.
Well, it depends, right? Like, we'll obviously get a deeper understanding when Rebirth and the final game come out, because they'll probably imply some different things. And if it unfolds the way that the original did, there's flashbacks to pre-game actions that would let us understand that it's not that Crisis Core not. I think Crisis Core has to unfold in a similar manner, because as far as we can tell, Zack doesn't exist in the timeline. So something had to remove him from the table, at least in Remake, in the active storyline that we're playing in, right?
Yeah. And like, the other thing that I know is that the cutscene at the end isn't the cutscene from FF7 Remake. They re-rendered it again to be closer to original FF7. If it was meant to lead into 7 Remake, I feel like they would have just slapped the opening from 7 Remake and made that very, very clear.
It's
also true.
They have said it, but I think, like, you know, the good argument is, which like leads to what you're trying to say, is that we can re-experience that in the next parts, Rebirth maybe, or the final part as well, depending on like the events that we know that unfold, because there's some like go back. So maybe that's like a whole chapter where we experience those events that led up to it that are prior to everything.
I guess one way you could also look at it too is you could argue that Crisis Core Reunion leads into OG FF7, which leads into Advent Children, which leads into Remake, which still maintains that Crisis Core events happen without differences.
Yeah, it's like this timeline that like bounces back and then starts again.
Yeah, that's kind of that's my understanding of what it is and what I think it is.
I think
especially
it's implied.
And the only other reason that I feel pretty decent in that is also like playing Crisis Core Reunion. There were cutscenes that like they just kind of like very lightly up-res from the PSP version, and they look noticeably worse than other cutscenes.
A little bit of polish, not too much. Just a little.
But like you could tell, like, oh, that's a PSP cutscene. Like I played through it.
I'll say this: I think they couldn't so even if what I'm saying is true, and the intent is like to show, hey, you know, before Remake, this is what Cloud experienced, and it's not different than the original, and that's the point. They still can't end it by saying you continued in Remake, because that's not true. Yeah. Because and by that I mean it's not continued in Remake. You have to play the original to continue Remake. That's the point. Yeah, right.
So Crisis Core, the original Advent Children have to take place for this timeline to make sense.
Yeah, it's a double meaning. Like they're saying to be continued in original 7 because that is also required to understand Remake. So they can't just shoehorn past it. And give you that misconception that you can skip the OG because you can't. But like I do think it's a double meaning, that it's like the ending of Reunion leads equally to this is what happens before Remake, what happens within the OG, which also leads into Remake.
No, the events of Crisis Core are clearly canon to Remake as well. I think that's very clearly true.
And I think that's what the Reunion subtitle was implying. I think the actual game itself, nothing implies it, but I think the Reunion subtitle by itself that's what it's trying to.
That could be. That could be. Like I said, the other thing is that like it's funny to me that like it's very interesting and like the reason I read it is deliberate is that like they did not re-render every cutscene in that game. I'm pretty sure there were some that like looked like up-res PSP videos.
I don't even know if they just maybe they lost the original file, but yeah, they're bit crushed all heckin' back.
But they did re-render the final cutscene, and that very clearly was not Remake's intro. That was very clearly FF7's intro.
I don't know if I heard it especially or not, but they use AI upscaling.
I want to say that final cutscene was like from the PS3 demo, and then they crushed it down for the PSP, and then they just re-upscaled it after the fact, if I remember correctly. Because that's the thing too, because that was the beginning of everything, where they showed the tech demo and everyone's like, yeah, we're getting it again. And unfortunately, we just got miscommunicated to, because it was like the think it was Final Fantasy VIII that they used for the PS2 tech demo. And they were just like...
the moral of the story is, if you're a gaming company and you're making a tech demo for something, don't make something you wouldn't want to make later.
Put your money where your mouth is, dagnabbit.
Because this is also kind of what ended up happening and why Twilight Princess exists in Zelda.
I mean, that's also why Detroit Become Human exists. Because that tech demo for their prototype back when for PS4 like took off, and then it's like, oh, I guess we're gonna get a game now, and then that's how Detroit Become Human became a game as well.
Yeah, like that. Don't release a trailer or a tech demo for something you would not be willing to make in the future. Another example that I think is kind of infamously pretty funny is that Final Fantasy XIII did not have any physical form for the first 5 years of its existence, despite having multiple story and gameplay trailers.
13 is a universe.
So they actually had to retrofit a combat system to fit what was visible in the trailer, which is just such a wild way to go about it.
That explains a lot of things with 13.
Hey, to be fair, 13's combat is amazing.
Oh, no. This is not to... Like, this to me is one of the wildest things, knowing how 13's combat actually turns out, like, as a gameplay mechanic.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Finding out later on that, like, it really was not, like, designed to be the combat system first. It was like, they had the trailer, and they had to make a combat system that looked somewhat like the trailer, so people wouldn't go back and say the trailer lied.
I mean...
13 was... That game's development cycle is a mess, which is not... Well, Remake's development cycle also has been a little bit of a mess. We talked about it a little bit, like, giving it to CyberConnect, pulling it back. And,
I still wonder to this day what the CyberConnect 2 version of this game looks like and plays like. What I would do... I would do some things to see and play that.
I'd love to see it. I
want to see it. I don't know if it's like I would love to have that released. They probably can't. There's probably some NDA contracts between.
I mean, yeah. Unless it gets leaked. To be fair, it's like I'm not gonna sit there and speedrun it, but I would like to experience it and see like what Square's complaints were with it outside of just to figure it out, because it's like we can compare it to the final game, and we'd have a pretty decent idea. It's like, oh, was this just a button masher? Was this like, oh, it's just Naruto Shippuden where we have very basic abilities? Who knows?
And so I like CyberConnect as a developer. Like I love the .hack series in general. I don't think they're like particularly deep or interesting combat systems most of the time in them. And, but to be fair to .hack is not meant to be a super deep, interesting combat system. It was meant to be an offline MMO simulator.
Which
I feel like
does fairly well, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's too accurate at that, for better or for worse.
Yeah, like 16 feels kind of the same to me too, where it's like FF16 is a good game, and like unless you look into it a little bit deeper, but it definitely that's the one thing I love about this series is like they're all kind of individual and different. 7, I think, does the best part with action. But.
It is the best and worst thing about Final Fantasy as a series.
Yeah,
is that if you don't like one, you can try another one. But it also means that, like, when you like Pokemon and someone says, hey, I want to play Pokemon, should I play this? I like this other Pokemon game. Should I play this other one? You could pretty unequivocally say, yeah, if you like one Pokemon, you're going to like them all.
Pretty much,
if you play a Dragon Quest, you're going to like every Dragon Quest.
Drag and drop, swip and swap, yeah. And then Final Fantasy is like, well, you like 7, Final Fantasy? Like, don't play 2.
It's like, I like 7. Would I like 12? It's like...
Maybe?
Maybe. You apparently like RPGs and you like Square Enix's style, so you might.
Oh man,
but you also might hate it.
I hate the AI in these games. I would kill to have 12's Gambit system, to have more granular control of the AI. I can deal with the AI having debuff damage and debuff ATB building, but please just let me tell them what to do. I don't want the AI wandering around and being like, oh, look, the enemy has 1 hit point. I am going to stand here for about 13 minutes and see if I can stare him to death first.
All right. So real quick, it's been about an hour. So, stretch your legs a little bit.
It's been like an hour and a half.
I'm going to drop through the disclaimer one more time. So once again, this is the Limit Break podcast. We are here talking everything about FF7. This is a bit of a unique podcast for the channel. Generally, everything on Limit Break, we're a speedrunning channel first and foremost. That is our main goal. That's what we are still focused on. But this is kind of just a fun thing that we wanted to do, and thought it would be fun just to kind of talk things over. we're going to be going over spoilers for pretty much everything FF7 related. So if you haven't played FF7, you haven't played Crisis Core, if you haven't watched Advent Children, if you haven't played Remake or the DLC, feel free to kind of head out, come back later. We're not going to talk about the final DLC or the final trailer for at all for what's going on, just because it's not super relevant.
Yeah, because
like if people tend to like not doing that, we don't know any leaks. We don't know any like if there are leaks that exist. I don't know about them. I don't care. We're not going to talk about them. We're only talking about publicly released trailers, excluding the final trailer that they showed recently.
I definitely like. I haven't watched it, and I was talking with a HSG about it, and he's like, it's not too bad, but I kind of regret not watching it. Or kind of regret watching it, and the only spoiler I know is when I was practicing demo runs for submission, somebody came in my chat, was like, some dude was streaming the full game and he got banned. I'm like, well, I don't know what they expected.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you play the demo and didn't skip the ending thing, you saw the trailer, by the way.
Oh, no, I skipped it. I popped it up. And then I saw like what was going on. I was like, no, skip. Get out of here. Get out of here. No, absolutely not.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's I laughed so hard when I got to the end of the demo and I realized, oh, that story trailer, they're making you watch that now.
Very cute. Skip. Yeah.
It's like, oh, you wanted to skip this.
It is burnt into my brain because to kind of compare the two, 16, to skip, you have to hit the menu button and hold triangle every time you want to skip a cutscene, which there's like 100 in that game, I swear. In this version, with Remake, luckily, you can just open the menu, hold down, and it'll buffer the input and hit X. I'm so used to doing that from the speedrun that I'm just like, at the moment that I even suspected that they were playing the trailer, I just skipped it immediately.
Yeah. I will say, as somebody that did watch the trailer, I am pretty sure that at worst it is the 7 Remake trailer where if you have played through the game, you will go, oh my god, how could they have shown that? They're showing everything in the game. This is the worst thing they could have possibly done. And if, as you watch the 7 Remake trailer, I'm pretty sure if you don't have any context for what's happening, you wouldn't have gotten what it was actually saying.
I mean, my one counterpoint to that is 7 Remake showing Barrett being stabbed. Like, that moment being ruined in the trailer versus playing through the game, that was where I crossed the line personally.
Yeah, because that's like a moment that doesn't happen in the original, and it like preludes to Genova showing up in the office, and you're like, Genova birth? Which, that's also, it's a very, very like super tangenty thing. I remember watching a Japanese runner for like a split second, and they were at Genova. And it's actually in English, and Genova's Japanese name is Heartbeat versus Birth. And it kind of like alludes to like, this is the beginning, which is, I really love those like very, very like granular kind of, but obvious moments in the game. That's one of the things that I love about it the most.
Yeah. I mean, I'll put it this way. I think if you saw the trailer, you don't need to feel bad about it or anything. We know that people might tune out and just generally like to avoid it. So I will, we'll be careful about that as best we can. I don't think it'll come up at all. So you don't need to be worried about that if you're trying to avoid it for that reason only.
Yeah. Over many years of waiting, I think I can wait a couple more weeks.
Yeah. I will say, if you do think it's spoiled too much, I personally am kind of the opinion, and I know that not everybody believes this, but like, I knew the ending of Crisis Core before I went into it. I still cried at the end. Like, it's still really good. Like, when the story beats hit well, it doesn't matter if you know they're going to come anyway. Like, they should still do well anyway. But I also do respect that like people do care about that, and I don't want to ruin anybody's experience with the game if they think it'll make their experience worse.
With my unique experience of like literally having the ending spoiled before it completely shifted the dynamic of the game. So I could very much understand of wanting to be as blind as possible, because it's your first playthrough is something you can never really replicate, and having as many of it just kind of experiencing it rather than knowing it's coming is a feeling you can never replace. And I remember like when I was in film, one of my teachers is like, "Oh yeah, spoiling a movie doesn't matter," and like proceeds to spoil like 3 movies, and I'm like, "Where's my gun? I'm gonna shoot this guy. That's a criminal offense. You can't do that."
Yeah. Again, it's just one of those things. So we'll be careful, and we can move on. I guess the next step in our little chronological deep dive is Yuffie.
Yuffie, which, I mean, there's only really one thing to mention there, which is Deep Ground. Honestly.
Yeah.
Which is, I was not ready for that. Like,
well, that actually like is in part of Crisis Core too, because once you finish the final boss, 2 Deep Ground members that you don't really know until this game show up and pick him up, and the only time you see him is in the Vincent game, which, like, who remembers that? Who? They don't even want to remake it.
No, they don't.
But like Vice and Hero show up.
Sitting over here somewhere on my shelf. It's on my to-do list.
I have played it. The game is interesting.
Dirge.
Don't.
It's I mean, the story's not good.
So legitimately. So I was talking about this before we went live. FF7 was not my favorite Final Fantasy game for forever. Remake and all this stuff has given me a much stronger appreciation for the original game, to the point where I think that 7 is my new favorite Final Fantasy game, and below Remake. I guess it's like Remake and then probably Rebirth, then Remake, then Original. It's like my now new timeline of like, or my new like tier list favorite Final Fantasy games. I used to like 9 and 6 more than Original 7. This game's made me appreciate Original 7 a whole lot more. If you played Dirge of Cerberus, your appreciation for Original 7 will tank. I'm telling you. It is so bad that your opinion of Original 7 plummets. It is
I've literally
so bad.
heard that playing through Dirge of Cerberus makes you forget why you like FF7.
It doesn't make you forget. I mean, it makes you forget, and also replaces it with like, oh, I now just don't like 7 anymore.
Dirge is straight
like,
Kusa.
All right, so like,
that's all I can say. I'm
not gonna say a whole heck of a lot, but just it's super convoluted, and also there's so much Hojo nonsense. It's so bad,
dude. All I remember is playing through the game with a family member remake, and they're like, "When do we get to kill Hojo?" And I'm like, "I would love to know that."
Legitimately, I'm hoping that Ever Crisis, redelivering the Dirge story at some point, delivers it in a way that's very highlighted and not awful, and so you can actually consume Dirge as a story event without wanting to do unmentionable things.
Yeah, I do like the idea of Deep Ground. Vice and Nero are cool. Vice is a really cool super boss that you only get access to after completing Yuffie. And that is, if you saw it in the marathon run, that was probably like the only good part of my run. But that fight is really fun, and it's very challenging. But like the Deep Ground characters themselves are a little bit, but like without having to experience Dirge and then existing in like Crisis Core, where they show up at the end and they're like, "Yeah, we're just going to take this guy now," and you're like, "Is he going to be in the main game?" Because he's, and I think it's more of like, "Oh, this has to happen for Dirge," but. So, I'm hoping it'll show up in Remake. Rebirth,
so this is really interesting, because Square Enix has gone on record via interviews being like, "No, we're not going to remake Dirge. No, we're not going to really get into that with their new remake trilogy. Like, no, we're not going to."
That ain't true.
And they were like, "Oh no, we're not going to get too much into compilation of FF7 stuff and all of Remake trilogy." And it's so not true, because we already have Dirge references, Deep Ground things twice over in the same game. There's no shot that it ends there. We just suddenly stop seeing Deep Ground stuff in all of Rebirth and whatever Part 3 is. There's no way. But then also, other compilation things include things like Before Crisis. And Before Crisis has a few key components, one of which is like the meaning of Avalanche and what it actually is. And I'm not going to say it here for those who don't know, if you don't want to know that, because it's probably going to be a huge thing in Rebirth at some point. But like, that has major implications, and they already teased it in the Yuffie DLC.
I mean,
and so it's like before Crisis stuff's already being teased in a very light regard, and they're probably going to play into that even more especially with like more characterization of Rufus going forward as well. There's no way that's going to be just skipped over.
I mean,
and then you also have the First Soldier stuff, which we haven't even gotten into yet, that plays in some of the more recent trailers, where like the First Soldier, the frickin' battle arena game that failed utterly, has a unique story in the new Ever Crisis mobile game, and you have 3 new characters in there who are called the prototype soldiers. They're not like Mako enhanced. They're just like through rigorous training. They're like the first batch of soldiers. They're like super soldiers, but they're like without Mako as part of their equation. And we see one of those characters straight up in one of the new trailers. So like it's super implied. It's not guaranteed.
There's like a lot of stuff that's kind of coming in from all over the place that like. This lines up with that because it's like, why is there a close-up on this character in a robe? And normally, like, the only robe characters that we've seen in the games in general are, like, the failed Genova experiments that have the black robe and the numbers somewhere on them to indicate that they're an experiment type thing. And that's, like, the one character where it's, like, this facial structure, this, like, hair, doesn't show up at all in any of the normal compilation outside of like going into Before Crisis, and it's like Vice and Nero only show up in Dirge and Deep Ground stuff. And
it's not even just that. It's that in Ever Crisis, when you first boot up the First Soldier, there's a cutscene that plays, and the cutscene shows someone wearing a robe jump out and attack adult Sephiroth.
Glenn.
Yeah. And the way that he jumps, the way that he attacks his weapon, is all Glenn. It's blatantly Glenn. And that robe is the exact same robe with the person in that one trailer looking at Rufus. So it's like not directly confirmed, but like there's no shot it isn't Glenn.
There's no way it isn't.
So we have Dirge. We have the First Soldier new stuff. We have Before Crisis. We also have even more heavy elements from Crisis Core because we have allusion to a certain Turk being back, and people are hoping a certain Turk comes back.
I will say that's shown in the most recent trailer, but there are official PR images of her. You can say it.
Yeah.
I think that's. I think that's okay, just because, like I said, there are official PR images of her. So
it's news to me. I've heard scuttlebutt, but I haven't seen anything.
But yeah, so it's like we have like heavy elements from the entire compilation being shown. So like. Obviously, like that interview from before being like, no, we won't go too into hard into the compilation was a straight either a lie or just an outright misdirect because it's just so not true.
Yeah, or like maybe they say they're not keeping it in mind. Like they'll change things where they think it makes sense, but they're trying to make sure they're not decanonizing.
That's probably what it mostly is they're just like adding in stuff where they think it makes sense because they don't want things to feel like it doesn't make sense because like her being such a presence in Crisis Core, and then it's like, all right, well. She's looking for Zack. Zack dies. There's the end. And then like a week passes, and Cloud's sequence with Avalanche is starting to happen.
Yeah,
and it's like it's been a week. Where'd she go? I mean, and she's just not in the entirety of Original 7.
That just boils down to the fact that Cisne really just was not a character prior to. Like in 7, like she just ended up showing up in everything else. Is kind of what that boils down to.
So, I mean, the actual answer was, and this is getting into it, but Disney in official RIP materials, finding out that they did in fact kill Zack, she defects and she joins this like secret anti-Turk organization or anti-Shinra organization that is comprised only of former Turks or some nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that that's the lower reason, but like she still was not an original FF7, probably because the character hadn't been written until they needed.
Yeah, no, that's obviously the reason why. But then, like going through it thematically and like story-wise, it makes no sense.
Yeah.
I wanted to pivot back a little bit to the DLC.
Yep.
With
Yuffie,
like the first portion is just kind of her running into proper Avalanche. Not Biggs, not Jesse, not Wedge. It's kind of the joke, but they're the actual main branch that ends up showing up at the end of the game and ends up helping us out. And, you know, it's like, they should have told us they were going to help us kind of thing. And the president's actually main Avalanche supporter. That's why we have all the information. But, like, the first chapter is kind of just, like, getting information and breaking into Shinra. And then with the second part, we actually get more deep ground stuff. And this ends up, I feel, will end up being very important with Yuffie's storyline. She interacts with Scarlet, and Scarlet ended up kind of being, like, a throwaway, just, like, easily hateable character. It's just, oh, slap fight, and she brings Proud Claude out. Cool. And now we've, like, had a lot more characterization and, like, her being more of a massively controlling, like, I have to be in charge of everything, and you're going to be my literal footstool. And then you get into that deep ground segment at the end and run into Nero. Nero losing, sort of, to you, and you end up trying to make an escape, and he surprises you and actually kills Sonon, and just absorbs him into the darkness. It feels like it's heavily implied that, like, this is a super important story beat that just doesn't exist for Yuffie, because she's just a bonus character.
So here's the thing, is that Yuffie in original 7 is a throwaway. You don't have to even find her. She's a secret. And even then, she's just this really weird ninja that tries to steal your crap and has a really, really, like,
snarky teenager pain
very, like, but like most of her, so like, because they had to write the game with her being optional and not present, all of her lines are like really like throwaway, uncommittal lines that mean nothing. The whole game until you get to Wutai and her side quest happens, and then she has actual dialogue, because it only happens if you have her in your party.
But that's it.
And so, like, you don't get a whole lot of her, and she's just this weird character. And, like, Vincent's kind of the same way, where it's like Vincent has a bunch of throwaway lines that mean nothing throughout all the dialogue that you can encounter, except unless you go and do his thing with Lucretia.
His optional side quest,
which is optional,
weapon and limits.
Yeah, and so, like, now it's like, okay, how do we give more characterization to these people? Because these people are, like, kind of like had their one thing, and we had a side quest for that one thing, and that's all their one thing was. And so trying to give her more characterization and give her more of a person for the game going forward, it's really interesting to take a lot more roots from what you see in Crisis Core about her being this, like, very proud young ninja wanting to fight for her country, but now the war's over. So what's she going to do? And wanting to be that strength for her country and rebuild it, but not knowing how to do so. And just kind of being immature in, like, how to go about accomplishing that, and just kind of, like, free-spiriting around to figure it out.
Yeah.
And now, suddenly, she interacts with Shinra in a somewhat of a way, Scarlet, as you mentioned, which Scarlet does appear one more time in the original, in, like, the Regents of Midgar, I think it was. And that's it. But now we'll probably see Scarlet more often to deal with this, or maybe, like, interact with this in some way. But more importantly,
that antagonistic relationship so that Yuffie's deeper.
Right, because the party won't know who Scarlet. The party will be like, oh, it's Scarlet, and then Yuffie be like, it's Scarlet.
Oh, not you again.
Yeah, exactly. But more importantly, there is no shot Sonon's gone. Because he was not just killed, he was, like, killed and captured. And we know from experience with Deep Ground and nerd crap from how Genesis happens eventually, that they, like, repossess people and, like, re-image them somehow in some weird way.
Vices. That's the,
like, crap.
That's the explanation for the Vice Super Boss fight, too, that they upload him into the computer in some weird form. So who knows if they'll throw it out that way. But I just love the fact that, like, her character is just existing. Like, because I saw the trailer where they're, like, in the Junon tanker and she's like, get me out of here. And I'm like, She has a personality. I forgot.
Oh man.
But yeah, so it's I think the Yuffie DLC was more about trying to give her characterization and give her more importance to the story, because like she has no real reason to give a crap about joining our party until she gets more of a drive against Shinra from Sonon's death. Whereas Vincent, even though he's just in the same bucket of being optional and having like a really core character thing, he already hates Shinra. So that's like his one backstory is like he just already hates Shinra, right?
You're gonna kill Sephiroth and Shinra? Cool, I'm in. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, oh, you're trying to deal with Sephiroth and Hojo? I'm in. Say no more.
That's like the cool part, because I think that's how they're going to justify him not being playable at first. That he's like reticent, despite that he hates them. They're going to like flesh out his backstory, so he's like, well, I've long since passed caring about this or something. I just want to sleep. You want to go kill Chaos?
Oh, okay. The mental image of Vincent as Jack Garland is.
I'm here to kill Chaos.
Well, please let that be the Stranger of Paradise sequel. Now it's just.
They'll decide to rework Dirge of Cerberus.
Final Fantasy VII Origin, Dirge of something. And it's just Vincent. I'm here to kill Sephiroth and Hojo.
Yes, that's one of the other things I think some people may not notice is like their weird naming nomenclature. Ever Crisis EC, Crisis Core CC, Before Crisis BC, Dirge of Cerberus DC.
Yeah.
They have this weird fascination with that.
We are down to F. A through F we have now. I don't know if we'll go beyond that, but I mean F is First Soldier, but that's not.
Well, just the final game will be Grand Crisis Re-Death.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, so.
I guess the other thing to talk about with Yuffie DLC at that point then is the ending of the Yuffie DLC.
Okay.
Secret cutscenes and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, the post-credits scenes. I
remember just the years of speculation with that. What is going on? They expand the like exiting Midgar scene to where like they're thumbing a ride from Chocobo Billy, and I remember like seeing that and I'm like, oh, well, I guess we're just gonna start in Calm. I guess it makes sense. We'll go do the Nibelheim flashback, GG.
Yeah, the Nibelheim flashback as the tutorial makes so much sense. Yeah. But like the problem is that you have to like skip like a tiny bit of the story that we didn't see to get there. So having that as like the bridging moment that gets you to Calm makes a lot of sense.
In the original game, it was just like, because you walk to Calm, it's like 10 steps. You maybe have like 3 random encounters, but like adding characterization in there is also super important too. But the secret cutscene with like Zack at the end, where like the first game, he's just like, he barely survives. He's staggering around on his sword. He gets Cloud. You know, you see the chip bag and you're like, huh? Alternate timeline? Okay, sure, whatever. And then in this one, he's like out in front of the church, just like talking to himself, no Cloud in sight, and you're just like, huh? What? He goes in there and it's just like a bunch of crying people, and he's shocked, and you don't get to see what he's shocked at. You're just like, I want more information. And I love the like being lost, because they give you something to like grab onto, but just enough information so that until you like rewatch it a few times, you're just like, what?
And even there, I still don't think there's any like real consensus on a lot of things in that. Like I'm assuming we're going to find out more in 2 weeks, basically.
Yeah, unless you're Max and you spend like hours thinking about some grand conspiracy, that you're just like, oh, that makes sense. But how the hell did you get there?
I guess we can do like a brief aside. We talked a little bit about, I mean, we went into Crisis Core a little early if we're going through the full timeline of stuff.
Sure.
I don't think there's much more to say on Crisis Core than what we already talked about in Reunion specifically. First Soldier, I haven't finished the story there.
First Soldier, so it's a mobile game, right? So the story isn't all out and all done. We're up to chapter 6 or 7 at the moment. So basically the rundown of First Soldier at this point is we have this trio. They are buff soldiers, non-Mako buff soldiers. They're called the P variant or prototype. And their job is to go to a set of islands off somewhere that is currently somewhat unknown in the grand scheme of the F7 map. And there's a race of individuals here is called the Redorans. And this happens to be a huge hub for Mako energy. And so Shinra wants you to survey. Your trio is meant to survey and find out if there is a Mako well here or not, and if there is, you're darn sure there is. So just locate it, find the best spot to build a reactor, and so you have some equipment with you to detect Mako energy essentially, and your goal is infiltrate, find the spot, defend yourself, and build camp and make a position against the Redorans. So that whenever you find the spot, we can all just kind of invade and build a reactor against their will, is essentially the story. You already accomplished all of that by chapter 3. Chapter 3, you've already found the spot. You call relay for Shinra. They show up with reinforcements, which includes Sephiroth as a young child.
Yeah, baby Sephiroth.
It is Sephiroth's first mission, and so it's really interesting at this point. The stories of Sephiroth already exist, and what a war-torn hero he is and whatnot. And it's revealed that it's all fabrication, that none of it is true. This is Sephiroth's first mission in the field ever in his life, with your team of 3. And your team of 3 already know him, unfortunately, though, as this absolute war hero, the savior of Shinra. And so he's like, no, that's just lies that they tell everybody. This is my first mission ever, guys. And it's like, what? What the heck? But it doesn't change the fact that he is still extremely powerful, and he is able to do things that no one else can even remotely hope to accomplish. They are the soldier prototypes, quote unquote, because they're super soldiers in some sense. But he's the first Mako infused person, period. And so he's kind of the true prototype in a lot of ways.
One of the other things too is we kind of glossed over it with Crisis Core. They talk about what Sephiroth, Genesis, and Angeal actually are, and they're these Mako infused individuals, but not just Mako infused, but they're also fused with a space alien Genova, which is what it actually is. And the difference between them is how they are infused with Genova, and that is what makes them so much more powerful than others, not just the Mako infusion process, but this space alien that seemingly gives near limitless power and story-breaking properties.
Which, by the way, is the most Jurassic Park thing ever.
Yeah.
They would get along, I feel.
I forget exactly, but I think it's Genesis had Genova cells injected into his fetus in the last 3 months of development, whereas Angeal was exposed to them instantly upon birth or something like that. I forget exactly.
Yeah, Genova and Genesis are both in vitro or as a child, and Sephiroth is through conception before he was even conceived. And obviously, since we don't see Angeal or Genesis, they were failures. Angeal can copy himself.
They fail in different ways. But Genesis just straight degrades. He just has skin flicking off of himself, and he's decomposing live. And
they both end up breaking down. Yeah,
Angeal doesn't quite do that. but he's much more on like the monster side of how Mako powers monsters. So he can like transform into monsters and like combine monsters and combine with monsters, and it's this whole thing.
Yeah.
He keeps going between this like being himself and then psychotic monster breaking and then going back, and then it's just this thing back and forth until he like finally decides, you know what, I'm becoming subhuman, just kill me, Zach.
Yeah.
He just gives in.
So like they both have like these interactions with like imprinting themselves or taking other sort of genetic strains, but Sephiroth is just lol, I'm overpowered, I am now isekai hero, let's go.
Until he discovers the truth about his birth, and then he breaks harder than anyone else ever has and becomes like the villain of all time.
Yeah, they show it off in the Rebirth demo, but anybody that's played OG already kind of knows, because that cutscene is extremely infamous where he snaps and just goes, well, I'm gonna burn your town down.
Yeah. But yeah, so First Soldier, at this point, you have, and this is why we've never seen the Redorans before, you kill all of them. Already at the point in the First Soldier where we're at, every single Redoran has been killed. There's one that hasn't, and the current story segment is the three of you traveling off to save him before the Mako dig happens and a Mako explosion occurs, which will probably kill him as well. So who knows if they succeed or not. So there might, depending on how the next chapter of First Soldier happens, we might have one still alive Redoran, which, if that's true, I'm willing to bet he appears somehow in the trilogy at this point. But anyway,
yeah, probably. But yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that like I know that like seems like is like I said, I'm through. I think I'm in chapter 3 of First Soldier, but also like the intro cutscene is like very blatantly like, you know, hey, at least one of these characters is relevant in Rebirth. It's kind of my main takeaway from it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, my expectations are that when the First Soldier story finishes in Ever Crisis, Glenn will be alive, Matt and Lucia will somehow have died, and because they do go out of their way to try and like protect their leader, which is Glenn. So I expect them to sacrifice themselves trying to save Glenn and keep the mission alive or some sense at the end, and then he decides to just go on a revenge path with Shinra. And considering that he's trying to actively hunt Sephiroth, I imagine at some point Sephiroth is the reason those two are dead.
Yeah. Obviously, we don't know that one yet.
No, no clue. We won't know that for years, potentially. It's a mobile game.
Or knowing Square Enix's mobile games, it could be over in a year and just...
Who knows?
I mean, they'll probably drag it out until the final part to like stay away from that. Or
they did the smart thing at least with this one and put it on PC. Thank goodness for that.
Yeah. I mean, it also could be that we might get the conclusion to it sooner than we think, just because, like, Crisis Core. So right now they have Crisis Core, OG, and First Soldier. They've outright told us they want to do eventually Before Crisis, and they want to do Dirge, but they haven't even started those yet. And Advent Children as well. They haven't started those 3 yet at all. And despite that, we're on like chapter 5 of OG and chapter 7 of First Soldier, and then chapter like 2 of Crisis Core. So they're putting a lot more emphasis on OG and First Soldier right now. We might see those two finish first before they even start the other ones. So who knows? Yeah. But
I'm just glad that they put it on PC, because I think that gives it a much better chance of life. I still think the biggest mistake with the original First Soldier was like locking that to being a mobile only title. I think it would have done a lot better had they
just the platform accessibility. That actually came up in chat like a long time ago, a little bit ago, where we were talking about Rebirth. Right now, the understanding is it's like a 3-month wait period, so hopefully they'll make that accessible on PC very soon, so a lot of people won't have to miss out on it.
Well, they've already
said
the exclusivity is up in 3 months, but to not expect it on PC at that point. They have not even begun PC development whatsoever yet.
I mean,
16 had a 6-month exclusivity deal for PS5, and it's been almost a full year, and there hasn't even been a tease of it being on PC yet, because they are actively developing PS5 only, going gold, launching the game, and then considering it afterwards. which is a huge thing to retro.
Yeah, the PC version runs pretty decently for Remake, but the issue is there's some issues with like bumping up the frame rate. For the most part, as far as I can tell, it runs pretty good. But yeah, hopefully it gets out there sooner rather than later. But obviously, it's a different SKU. It requires a bunch of different testing because you have to deal with different parts instead of one specific system. I hope people get a hold of it as soon as possible because it's such a anticipated title. There's no guarantee.
Yeah, just more so. Like, I think the First Soldier, like if that had come out on Switch as like a battle royale, you could play on console.
Yeah, it probably could have gotten away
it might have had a chance at life. I just don't think.
Oh no, I genuinely think that if trying to ask people to have controller support for a phone is a nightmare. Just don't do that. Just don't do it. And that was their entire model. And it's like Switch, PC, whatever. Just allow more intuitive controller support, and the game will do a lot better. And they just killed it before they even got that far.
I mean, who's carrying around a controller anyway to play on the phone?
Yes, exactly.
It had 1 million downloads on mobile, which is great. Like that's a good start. I don't mind there being a mobile version. It just would have been so much better if you, even if it wasn't designed for it, you could even say, hey, this is intended for mobile, but we want more people to be able to experience it. We know that controller support for phones can be difficult. It's still mobile first, but we're still going to put it on, PS5 and Switch and PS4, so you can play it and experience it, and hopefully we can have fun with it, moving forward. Even like Switch runs on Android. Like the Switch is a glorified mobile phone already.
Yeah,
like it's a very heavily modified Android shell, but it is just Android. You can tell because if you ever go to a hotel and connect to the Wi-Fi on Switch, the web browser is just the stock Android, like 4.0, whatever the year was that they came out, web browser.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's not like super relevant. Would you say that Ever Crisis is worth like playing or fun if you enjoy like mobile games? Like it's a gotcha at the end of the day. So like,
So Ever Crisis is a gotcha at the end of the day. It's also it's monetized heavily. It's just be conscious. Don't be me.
To be fair, like I was playing the game. And I'm playing through it the first time, and this guy up here is like, yeah, I still haven't finished my rolls yet. Like, oh no. Meanwhile, I bounced off it the first day. Like, you can live without it, and I'm sure you could look up some just like videos.
Yeah, I'm sure there's cutscenes on YouTube if you want to just get the story. I made sure to play enough to get both the Garnet Aerith and the Amaranth Tifa outfits.
I will say the outfits, I really hope that there's something like that in Rebirth. That would be I would do DLC for that. I would pay for it.
Well, you say that, but the outfits in Ever Crisis are not just outfits; they are stat driven, and so like they are fundamentally part of like combat structure, which means that if you don't roll on every single banner and get every single outfit, eventually you're going to want the outfit and not have it, and there's no way to go back and get it. And
I will say one thing though. The Apocalypse model is ugly, and if they use that in this game, I'm going to be livid. I saw some of the weapon designs, and I'm hoping that like they rework them, because the old Apocalypse, obviously, if you've played the OG, looks super weird because it's just polygons. It just quite literally is polygons. This version, it looks like a rusted stick with holes in it.
Yeah. So to conclude my thoughts, if you have interest in re-experiencing the OG game or Crisis Core in like a snapshot version, or even Event Children, or if you want to experience for the first time before Crisis and First Soldier, or re-experience Dirge, or whatever you want, like if that is of interest to you, Ever Crisis is extremely worth it. All of the like mobile game events that happen, where like once every 1 or 2 weeks they have like a new event sequence or whatnot, those are all worthless. Sometimes they have story sequences in them, and it's always so bog generic that I already am debating giving up on it. Like play the story and get out. The game is monetized too darn much. It is not worth your time. Install it, play the story, ignore it until there's more story. Only play the story. That is my official recommendation. I think it's very worth it for the story.
So, and you can get through the story free to play. Like that's
yes.
a lot of like the the pay-to-win monetization elements are only going to matter for like the raid PvP style stuff anyway.
Which has nothing to do with the story events whatsoever. Yeah, it's honestly, it's pretty separated, actually. Like,
which is good.
If you just want story, you can.
I mean, that's like the smart way, right? So that you can play the game, you get invested in the story, and you're like, oh, I want to play it a little bit more. And that's where like the monetization comes in, because then you can do these additional content. It from what I could tell, it was fairly well split, but yeah, just disconnect the credit card. Don't go in. Don't go in.
Yeah, don't.
And I guess that I'm trying to think of this.
I was gonna say before we dive into trailers and full-on speculation theory, is there anything else to recap that we feel like from everything up to this point?
We've done everything besides like Rebirth. And like combat stuff, we'll have something else later for sure.
Yeah, we'll talk about like any wants, desires, anything with the demo, all of that. We'll talk about here. I'm trying to think if there's anything pre-Rebirth that's worth discussing at all. And
I mean, there's some things we alluded to earlier that tie more into speculation that we've tried to save. So we'll probably be revisiting back to like, oh, that thing from Remake. Let's now theory craft it. But
okay.
I don't know if there's anything like we missed.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I caught most of the extra stuff, and you guys did a really good job.
Probably for the last time, let's go one more time through our little thing. You know, it's been another hour, which is wild.
Let's go.
So again, this is a bonus episode. This is not a replacement. This is, we're still doing normal episodes, every other week of the podcast. The break is and will always be speedrunning focused. We just thought this would be kind of a fun thing to do and talk about and kind of go over and just kind of talk about all of our excitement and hype for 7 Rebirth. Myself, Gamer, Sid, all of us are super excited for it. Just sounded like a fun thing to do. As far as spoilers go, if you're worried about those, we are considering everything that's FF7 related prior to this to be fair play. So FF7 Original, FF7 Remake, Crisis Core, Advent Children, Dirge of Cerberus, any of the mobile stuff that we have happened to pick up over the years as far as knowledge, that's all generally just kind of stuff we know ahead of time. Puppy! That's all fair game. We're not going to be we will discuss a little bit about trailers, but nothing from the most recent final trailer, given that tends to be a pretty controversial thing. If there are leaks about FF7 Rebirth, we have not seen them, we do not know them, we do not care that they exist. That is not something we will be discussing on the show. You do not need to be worried about that. If any of this is worrisome, feel free to disconnect and come back later and laugh at us when the game releases and you find out how wrong we all are with all of our speculation.
Yeah. Gamer almost was a leak himself. They threatened him with getting the copy this Friday, and then just no, you don't.
It's been really fun to see.
Yeah, so I got the like ultra edition from Square Enix's store, and yeah, I got a notification of like, hey, your label's been made. It'll be there 2 days ago, and I'm like, that's 2 weeks early. Like, hello, what? I'm sorry. And then, like, as the days went on, it's like, nope, we still don't have it. But your label's created. And I'm like, oh, I see.
I've been had.
As a matter of fact, at this very moment,
yeah, I remember when
it has not changed.
It will be arriving Friday. Item has not been delivered to Ship Depot. Yeah, okay.
Where are y'all getting your copies from? So, Gamer, you're getting the Super Ultra Omega Deluxe edition.
Yeah, I have the copy that has the full Silver Rust statue from Spring Store, which is worth like what, $400 or some nonsense.
Or $420 and sold out anyway.
Yeah, it sold out in under an hour. I despite being that expensive, ridiculous.
Sid, where are you getting yours?
I last time got Remake in Amazon, and like I said, I got it a week late. And I really regretted it after like playing it. This time I just bought it digitally. I'm like, no, I'm downloading that midnight. I'm going to have a stream playing it. and I'm going to play it until my face rolls on the keyboard and disconnects the stream.
Well, that'll give us the full gamut because I am getting the deluxe edition from Amazon.
So to be clear, so if I get it early, I'm going to be slightly sad because I expected that I would get it late because Square Enix store, sometimes you get it early, sometimes you get it late. So I also bought it deluxe digitally.
Yeah, see, I was considering that, and I think like maybe I'll get like the physical version as like a birthday present or something. But I'm like, I'm gonna speedrun this game, and like, Satan would have to climb up from the ground and stop me. So I need the digital version so it runs the fastest.
Well, to be fair, for digital and physical for PS5, it doesn't matter because
at this point, yeah, because it's just all installed on the hard drive anyway.
Yeah, the disc is just a license check when you first boot the game to say you didn't sell the game to GameStop 3 weeks ago and are still trying to play your game.
Yeah.
Insert PlayStation game sharing meme here.
Yeah.
Look, Austin, you can say all you want in the chat. You don't want to know how many times I own Kingdom Hearts. Let's just not even go there. I think I own Kingdom Hearts 1 like 17 times. Like I have
legitimately seen a stack of boxes that just all the collector's editions and stuff that this guy has. He is a guy. He has the things. When they were threatened to send it to him early. We were actually joking about me like going up there visiting him to play it early.
Like if you want to come up here, feel free.
Yeah, I'm getting the deluxe edition through Amazon, so that's the one with the steelbook and the soundtrack and a couple other things. Or I assume mini soundtrack. They're not giving us 400 tracks.
Yeah.
I am just hoping that some soundtrack somewhere ends up having the Tifa introduction stuff from the Nibelheim cutscene, because holy crap, the music is already so good.
If you haven't seen it, there's already been released a pre-order available for the entire Rebirth soundtrack, collector edition. I already pre-ordered it. Like,
oh no.
It's like $100 and it's all 400 plus soundtracks. And it's like big compilation thing. Yeah, it's already available for pre-order. I already have it.
Also, if you don't know, by the way, it's very funny to hear Gamer talk about the Square Enix store, because in the TCG community, they're infamous for charging crazy on shipping too.
They do.
I guess matters less when you're already dropping $400 on the
I mean, it could be worse. It could be Konami, where like a single card is worth your entire month's groceries.
I mean, I'm used to it at this point just because I got like the Ultra Edition of FF15, FF16, Kingdom Hearts 3, and now Rebirth, as well as Remake. And all of them were Square Enix store only. You couldn't get like Amazon, Best Buy, nothing. It was just their store only. So
yeah, but we all laugh. And what we end up doing, if you have friends nearby that play it, pool it together, buy it all in one package. So you save on shipping. So we will max out. They'll put up like
brain strat GG.
They'll put up like playmats on the website and stuff that like come with promos and stuff. And the promos go for way more than the mats do, but everybody wants a copy of the promo. So everybody will like pull, hey, I'm ordering the FF14 10th year anniversary mat. Who wants a copy? And you kind of pull your money, and I'll do that to save on shipping. So definitely, if you order any kind of merch whatsoever from the Square Enix store, do that so you save on shipping and get slightly more reasonable shipping costs.
Unless you're ordering the big games that I do, because you can't bundle those together. They're their own boxes regardless. So good luck.
Oh man.
Oof.
Oh my word!
$800 for 16 with the statue.
I have the statue right over there.
I like 16, but I don't like it that much.
All right. Shall we get into the big one?
Oh boy. Well, okay. Before we get too into it, let's go over the demo first. Actually.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
what'd y'all think of the demo?
Oh my lord. Everything combat's fixed. Like, I knew it would be better, but like I figured it would be, so genuinely my thought process was that aerial combat would be a struggle for some characters intentionally, and so you'd have like Yuffie, Vincent, Barrett, Aerith that are like the aerial enemy fighters
by design, yeah,
and not
either hybrid or
intentional,
ranged.
right? And then it's like, oh no, we're gonna give Cloud a bunch of crap too, and also Tifa can also do a whole bunch of her stuff in the air now as well. It's like, oh my lord. Well, I was not ready for that. Like the fact that they actually just made it so that all characters are good to go. Aerial wise, well, they said it won't be everyone, but like most people at least. It seems like
for the most part, like Cloud sticks to the ground unless you use like an aerial move. As far as I can tell, like if you use triple slash, which will make him go airborne, then he can do aerial combos. But it's an active struggle to make him get off the ground in some cases.
Yeah, but if you use abilities on aerial enemies, he will leap up to them seamlessly. So
did they give him the Roxas pants?
Did
they give him the Roxas pants where they're just weighted and you can't get off the ground?
Maybe. What it feels like I'm about 13 hours in because I've done a few speed runs with the demo. Rolling with Cloud will generate a combo that actually does beam blades, which is kind of what I imagine they would do with long range. Assuming it's still in the game, maybe it'll just do the same thing. Unfortunately, it's a single combo line, but for the most part, because triple slash will like autocorrect and fling him at flying enemies, it's pretty good. The Punisher combo rework is super nice. The main thing is I really got to get into the Junon portion of the demo where we have a hand on everybody. Sephiroth is a really interesting case where most of them, their triangle combo is kind of like in addition to their regular attacks, so it's like one or the other. Cloud is the stance change, which gives you Punisher and counter moves. Sephiroth is more of a combo extender, which I'm interested to see. I think Red is supposed to be a like guard berserker type move where he gains damage. Tifa's looks like it's going to be the same. The weird thing is it looks like they actually, for those that probably haven't used her like Unbridled Strength too much, it would go Whirlwind Uppercut, which would just be an uppercut move, Omni Strike, which is a punch, and then Rise and Fall, which is a set of kicks. And it looks like they flipped Omni Strike and Rise and Fall for whatever reason, because when I was looking through the menu, it listed them in a different order, and I'm like, did they change it? So there's a lot of stuff I'm very interested to see. But for the most part, the combat is pretty solid. There's some tweaks that I probably am not a big fan of, but I just need more time with the game. Because the main issue is the game really struggles with environmental objects and hitting things. Like there's actually Gill Toss in the demo, but the first time I went to test it, I missed because it hit the ground. So I actually had to get above the enemy to throw it. For the most part, like it's super solid though. I like most of the reworks, but obviously I only have access to Cloud.
Yeah, so
yeah. I will also say that probably of anybody in this call, the one that would be most A, in tune with change, and B, probably a little more resistant, just given that you have... What's your playtime on FF7 Remake?
So my intergrade, which is the PS5 only, is 2,350 hours, I think, last time I checked.
So... with all due respect, there's a non-zero chance that some of your frustration might just be this is not how it is in the original.
Yeah, no, I think for the average player, most of the changes are good. I just need to feel them out to like see how they end up interacting with the main game. And obviously, that it's more than that because there's still the PS4 version, which I ran quite a bit, and the PC version as well. So I have an exorbitant amount of time with that game.
Yeah. So basically, like, a lot of things that could feel awkward to you could feel better to other people, which is how it felt.
Yeah, because I look at it at an extremely, extremely granular level. But for the most part, it feels like it should function better for literally everybody.
Yeah. And the only thing that's going to be really funny is it's going to be going back and forth if people do, like, remake into Rebirth speedruns. So you're going to have to like, swap between those. Like,
there's some really weird changes, like... in Remake, you either push down on L3 or hold R1 to run. And they're like, yeah, but we're just going to put it on R2 for Rebirth. And I'm like, I think the excuse is that, like, if you try and run in combat in the original one or in Remake, sometimes you'd hold R1, which is guard. So I think they switched it because it would mess with people.
Well,
but
also because there's a new feature where if you hold R1 and guard,
for the synergy.
There's also now a synergy type attack as well.
Which I think is why they... And the other cool thing is, like, it used to be that to, like, get the shortcuts, you'd have to hit L1 and then L2 or R2 to switch to the other characters. But now they've made it so you can just directly access them through these two, which will be interesting to see. The downside is, however, if you hit L2 or R2 directly, it would just open up their tactical menu. So there's a lot of reworks that, like, I wish it existed in the main game. But there's also some downsides to them too. For the most part, yeah, it's like the Punisher combo just kind of zipping back and forth and having a much faster lead-in. It's like before, like the speed tech, if you were in Punisher, would be to attack because you do this little hop. And then freaking like block, cancel it, then jump again, then jump again. You like end up hopping closer to the enemy. Meanwhile, with this one, you just hit the button. Actually, there's a really cool thing that I found the other day. It's not like it's something I found, but the speedrunners have been using it. With Punisher, you counter an attack, but while you're in Punisher in this game, you can counter the attack, and if you hit Punisher again while you're still doing it, you'll zip past the enemy and hit them again and get a bunch of ATB and switch back to your normal stance. It's super cool. There's a lot of, like, awesome reworks. And I think story-wise, too, in the demo, they, like, do the characterization a lot better.
Oh, it's so good. It really is.
I love how they weaved in the credits into that walking segment. Unfortunately, obviously, like for a speed run, that's awful because it just extends that for no particular reason. But
they're not thinking of that.
I mean, yeah.
To be fair, they
casually. When I went into it, I wasn't like, this is awful for a speed run. I was like, this is such a cool way to have the title credits and not really have it be too intrusive.
Yeah. No, I mean, the whole Nibelheim sequence in general, like even preserving like you went into my house? Yeah, I did. You went into my room?
Yeah,
you went through my closet? Yeah, wow, I did.
You asshole.
You asshole is so good. Like, at the same time.
The thing is, I thought you had to go up there because the game wants you to go into her house. And then you have to go up there, you have to take the sheet music, you have to interact with a piano. You don't have to do any of that. Just jump off the water tower and then go to your mom's store and skip that whole thing. It's super... they really did do some things that were definitely... Okay, for replay, you're not going to want to do all this nonsense. So they did think of some things that make it better. It's like where they allowed you to skip the motorcycle minigame in second playthrough. So I think they did look at some of that, and they definitely were considering New Game Plus. So one of the things you'll notice is you would double dip on the magic up materia, and this one, instead of being able to equip 2, it's hard limited to 1. So like they're obviously trying to rebalance the system, because like I see these things from the demo and not just the demo, but the trailers that we wanted to talk about as well.
But yeah, in general, there was a number of complaints people had about the original combat. Aerial was the biggest glaring one. The other one was that the dodge being like it should have just like there was a few materia that felt like
the parry.
Just have this, and that the dodge parry. Also Cloud's stance change taking an eternity and being so much faster with Disorder. It took all that and pretty much shoved it all into base stuff. So like Disorder is presumably gone, and now stance change like includes a much quicker animation change. We now have like parry like movement and dodge like movement and like dodge slash type stuff happening. You can now like dodge an attack, and then at least with Cloud, we don't know about the rest of the party yet. You can dodge, and if you attack after dodging, you start like throwing out air cutters. It's like, oh, okay, this is cool. Like, there's all kinds of things.
You stance change in air, and it like initiates a different combo. You can parry automatically happens. You don't need to equip it. When you go in combat, your dodge roll changes to parry animation. It's just there's so many like cool tweaks.
Yeah.
Like Disorder seems to be actually part of Punisher, which like changes the dynamic of the speedrun because we used to spam Synergy a lot because it's a bunch of free damage. And Disorder would recover ATB, so you could just trigger Synergy over and over again. But if Disorder is part of the natural combo line, you can't trigger Synergy with it. So it's good for a casual player, and it also like gets rid of one of the cheese mechanics that we were using in hard mode. So it's good for both of us because it changes how we interact with the game completely, and gives us, forces us to rethink the way that we do things. And for a casual player, just being able to zip up to the enemy in Punisher stance without having to like cinch closer is super nice.
I think probably like the only like big complaint people still have that I don't think is addressed. They probably just won't address this. It's just this is a fact of FF7 is you can't change material loadouts mid combat.
So switching out, so having materia loadouts was a big complaint, and being able to switch materia during combat was a complaint. I think that I forget if this is confirmed or not. I think there are materia loadouts now.
The loadouts I could get behind. I didn't see any indication of that in the demo, but
no,
I'd have to take a deeper look. Switching in combat. Like, the closest you're going to get is just restarting the fight, because the problem is...
But, like, that's really bad feeling casually if you get, like, deeper into a fight and go, like, man, I've invested, like, time into this. I can probably win this, but,
it's too complicated, and I'm not really sure how they would implement, like, the stat buffs, MP up, HP up, things like that.
It's a can of worm. Like, I get why it's a thing.
It would be cool.
I understand, the frustration,
but, like... I mean, you can say the same thing about, like... Finish goal.
Because one of the things that happened like casually in Remake is like you get to the Hell House fight and you start fighting it and you realize, this thing's weak to electricity. Cloud has fire and ice materia on.
It's a concern in the speedrun as well, because Hell House will give you random elements and you just need all four, or else you could lose the fight. So we have to go out of our way to give all four to Aerith because her damage is so much higher than Cloud's.
So my counter argument to this is, why are people upset about this and not upset about being able to not swap equivalent things? Like, how is this any different than not being able to change your armor or accessory or weapon?
That's actually what I was going to say.
It's still equipment, right? And at that point, why are you upset that you can't swap materia in this game when you can't swap equipment live in any other RPG ever? Like,
you can.
If it was going to be implemented, I'd say like you would have to swap your weapon, and that weapon would have a different materia loadout, which is kind of what we do with hard mode.
What I was going to say is that we now have 7 party members.
Yeah.
Just have loadouts on all 7 and enable some way to use ATB and character swapping during combat.
Actually, now that you mention the 7 characters, it makes me think, like, we were sitting around I was playing the demo, and Gamer was chilling out with me in Discord the other day, and we were, like, I was looking through the tutorial menu, and I noticed one of the, like, movies that was playing was, like, from the main game, where you're fighting with all party members, and, like, you're fighting just random enemies, doesn't matter. Cloud's up in the front, and then Tifa is on one enemy, Barrett's on the other. And then you start trying to flee, which is what the video is for. And you notice that Aerith is shooting magic orbs, but she's way, way, way far away from combat. And it's like, is it going to be like this the whole game? Are we going to be able to swap characters out on the fly? How's that going to work? Because that would be really interesting to have support characters in the back that are actively contributing to combat, but not like being super, super impactful to the point where it's like, yeah, Aerith's just doing 1,000 damage and we don't have to put her in the party at all. But,
yeah, I mean, that's like kind of like the classic, like, funny thing about the game. I mean, it happens casually. Like, the moment you leave Midgar, you're like, oh, hey, we've got 5 of us, and the game itself only lasts for 3.
Yeah.
So, Barrett and Red, peace out. I'll see you at Calm.
I do like the 4-person parties, right? Like towards the end game where you have Red in the party for some of the fights. Like Genova, I think, is the only one where it really happens because it's usually 2 characters plus Red going on. But then in Genova, you can have multiple characters plus Red.
Yeah.
Hello, Pupper. Yes, I see you. Okay, bye. But I really want to see how they work it out. But it's so exciting to have not only new story on the horizon, but reworked combat, more characters, different changes like that. One of the big things is Aerith's. Like, a lot of people had issues with it story-wise, but her triangle command is actually Tempest. And if you charge it a little bit, it just shoots a bunch of weak magic orbs. But if you fully charge it, it basically will launch a magic grenade on the enemy. And if it hits when it explodes, you get a bunch of ATB and it does a ton of damage. But I guess a lot of people didn't really like it. So now it's ward shift, which we have no idea what that even means because we haven't had any time with it. And it's going to be interesting to see what exactly that does. It looks like maybe it's a warping thing where she kind of sets down like warp panels, because her wards are actually very powerful. You have the ATB ward where characters can steal her ATB when they use a command inside that area. And then they also have Arcane ward, which adds a duplicate spell. So Tifa's Aerith's a very strong support character, not only in her magic damage, but her abilities that just augment combat in a very interesting axis versus the standard gameplay.
I think the only other complaint that I can remember from the demo is right towards the end when Cloud is limping. It's like a 3-frame loop and it takes forever to get through.
That
I hope
after you finish Materia Guardian, it's 5 minutes of just wandering around in circles.
Yeah, just walking. He does the limp, which is funny because I got stuck and I couldn't figure out where to go next. I'm I want to go that way.
Because
I'm walking left and right, trying to figure out I walk around to the left, and then it's because the entire time Cloud's doing this super slow limp, and then he's on the ground, and they had to do the Sony mandated hey, our triggers have haptic feedback.
I'm literally Solid Snake all of a sudden.
Yeah. I love the haptic feedback stuff, but I don't want it used that way. God.
I had the same issue with 16, right? They'd have the show of strength where you have to open the door and then you have to. The big issue is you can't buffer the inputs usually. It's if you could hit triangle and then just start holding R2 for opening the doors, it'd be fine. But there's the first time you do it is the only time you could buffer it. Every other time you have to wait for it to pop up. And it's the same thing with this. When you're turning the pipe or whatever, you have to hold and then let go of the shoulder buttons, and you can't hold until he grabs. And when he's crawling on the ground, it's the same thing. I understand what they were going for, but the crawling, it really messes up the pacing. They should have cut
especially when
those inputs.
With Sephiroth standing there surrounded by 4 guys with guns, and you're
cuts one down and none of them shoot. They're just
no, none of them shoot.
Get back!
Even if it was one of them shoots and then Sephiroth just goes ting and then just slices the guy, and the other guys back up a little bit.
It would have been so much better if at least one of them shot.
Yeah, and then Cloud crawling, there's more I never did it, but if you just stay there, do they just stand there surrounding him with?
I don't think it progresses unless you actively move forward. Each one's a trigger, I think, for the next set of animations.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that's the moment where I'm we're a little too video gamey here. We could have done this a little cleaner.
Yeah. And then we have open seamless worlds, and yet we had the famous wall shot from Remake happen in the Clinton of Nibelheim once, which if they're gonna be here and there because it makes sense that a secret path, that's different than it being used for hiding and loading all over the place. But it's why is it already here?
It may be used for loading, but I'm 100% certain it's used to enforce combat in certain places. because like at the very end of the demo, right before you do the last Hoover segment and go up to Materia Guardian, there's a few little like bugs on the ground, and because of the way that I thought, like with Remake, I have no choice. I've just got to kill these guys and climb the ladder. And when I was streaming practice, somebody's like, is it faster to just kill those enemies? Can't you skip them? And I was like, what are you talking about? Because I was like, oh, this fight's simple. I just kill them. And I look at the other runs of it, and you climb up the rocks, you go past them, you climb down the rocks, and because combat takes a while to start, you can just climb up the ladder and skip them. So it's like the mantling of terrain is super cool, and it allows you to like skip combats in that way. But I think in that situation, it's like a Final Fantasy VII where it's like, we want you to fight this thing, or maybe it could be a loading, you know, I don't know.
Honestly, it could be a little bit of both or whatever.
Yeah.
I think like there's a certain amount of combat that they absolutely want you to engage in at the bare minimum. Because a lot of people just end up doing the fights and don't really think about fleeing unless they're like, I want to just get to the next story thing. With 16, it was a reverse for me. It's like, I want to get to the next combat, get me out of this story. Story was all right, but it's like the combat was really what I was enjoying. And with this game, you know, story is like the draw for some people. Luckily, it's equal parts for me, so I don't really... I had to burn that into my brain as a speedrunner. It's like, I don't need to bother fighting this. It's in my way. It's... Because I'll kill everything. If it's in front of me, it's dead. But I just like being able to go like we mentioned I mentioned the intro segment where they're like kind of doing the title credits. Normally, you're supposed to follow Tifa that whole way, but if you actually go off the beaten path immediately, you can make her get up behind you, and you can just run for a long stretch of time and shorten it pretty excessively. It's really nice because it normally wants you to go winding in and out the mountains. You're just like, nope, I'm going up the rocks.
That's nice. You're our guide. I'm going this way.
Yeah. You know, I've been here before. That's where I want to go. Not there.
Claude has clearly been in this area before. He knows what he's doing. He can just go this way instead. You know, this is how this works.
Yeah. The other thing is I love the like dialogue in that segment because it was so disjointed before, right, Gamer? You were mentioning that when we were talking about last night, how that the Nibelheim segment felt so disjointed over the course.
Oh,
right?
Yeah. I mean, this is true. Even what we already re-explored in Remake originally too. But like, there's so many weird scene transitions in the original game, just due to like probably disk space or limitations on like graphics in general and like perspectives and angles and whatnot. But like when you're climbing up in Wall Market up to Shinra, like what incarnation is that sequence? Or like, and if you're in original Nibelheim in 7, like you're in mountain area, then suddenly you're underneath something at a Mako Spring, and then the next screen you're back on like the mountainside, and it's like what is that? What? Like, it doesn't make any actual sense. It's like disjointed. Like there's a number of spots in an original game that are like that, where it's just kind of like there's just a screen of something and then you're gone, or like it's a sequence of a bunch of individual screens. It's like, how do these go together? Like what? How? And like that's so much more fleshed out in obviously with an open world and you know graphics of the modern age now, but it's like it's like you actually like a sense of how these things work now, because like it was hard to fully picture and visualize how some of these things worked based on the original game, and now it's like, oh, we can actually like see terrain and what they kind of intended. They've re-envisioned it the way that it kind of, you know, like an actual like 3D model of things. So
yeah, it's like the bridge collapse, kind of like you're on this rocky pass, bridge collapse, now you're in this materia cave. And like now that you see you getting washed down the river, climbing up the rock site, entering the materia cave, it all feels like seamless. Yeah. Versus like the original where it's like 1 screen, 2 screen, 3 screen, 4, now you're at the reactor.
Mm-hmm.
That's also true too. It's like, oh, this is a huge mountain. You need a god. You need Tifa to show you the way, and all these different things. And then it was like, how many screens in the original? You climbed the whole thing in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, because it's the winding pass, bridge, and then like 4 scenes for the Mako Spring, and then Mako Reactor. Like it takes like 5 minutes.
And now it's like a multi. I mean, okay, you speedrun the whole thing in 20 minutes, but like.
Yeah.
For the casual player, it's like a multi-hour adventure up the mountain now.
Yeah, it was about 3 hours for me casually, and that's like I don't really listen to NPC dialogue, and I miss stuff. They put a lot of materia in there. Like they put the Empower materia, which gives you bravery and faith, which is buffing your moves. Luckily, Berserk still exists, whether you like it or hate it. They added in level up materia, which is a really cool one. It actually buffs the linked materia by 1 level. So your fire materia can now cast Fyra or Blizzara. They threw combat in there, which is really awesome. Unfortunately, it's right before a boss that's weak to fire. So it's kind of not good to use. They added in autocast, which I haven't tested personally, but it seems to let the AI cast spells, and I have to test and see if it actually requires A to be an MP. If that's the case, then heck no. But if it's free spells, like, okay, sure, I guess. And there was one that I missed that Gamer told me about the other day, Guild Toss, which that was a materia I was very nervous about, because in the original game, if you have enough money, Guild Toss will just one-shot and do max damage every time.
Yeah. That's the fact that anytime it shows up in a video game, it tends to be pretty good.
Luckily, they seem to have reworked it where like it does its calculations off your physical stat, I think. Berserk will buff it. Bravery buffs it. It does get a damage buff if the enemy's staggered, which is not really surprising. But the multiples of gil you throw are anywhere from 1 to 10. And what it does is actually the amount you throw determines how many chucks of gil you do. So you just go spray, spray, spray. Yeah. And instead it's like 10 or 12, like 6 or 8 hits, something like that. And then each 1,000 is another spray of that. But it was hitting for like 60 and 70 in the demo, even under the best conditions with Bravery, Berserk, staggered enemy. So it doesn't look like it's as like broke as I thought it was, thankfully. Because I was like, I don't want to have to like NGT, no Guild Toss, and then people come and be like, what's NGT mean? You're not like using game time? What does that mean?
Yeah, that's actually a better way of putting it. It's either busted or worthless.
No slots. What's a slot?
It seems like it might be somewhere in the middle of this game. So it's going to be interesting. But
Guild Toss is on Setzer, but you have to like equip a relic for that in 6.
Yeah, gosh, so many things. It's definitely exciting. It should be a lot of fun. I love seeing all the little tidbits of definitely Cloud.
Yes. Like Cloud jumping in and taking the body shot for Tifa at one point, or like the very ending sequence where the officer's on the ground reaching out towards Cloud's home and just saying Sephiroth followed by M.O. and then cuts off.
What I noticed,
or even better is like whenever you as playable Cloud go up to your house and you get pushed back, and as you're laying on the ground, as your vision's like flickering in and out, your gloves change, and so you at some point merge with the officer on the ground because. Yeah.
Like the entire time your brain is like fighting your fake reality and trying to make you remember, because if you pay attention, the officer actually has Cloud's voice. It's the same person voicing it.
Same voice.
And like you can miss it if you're not like listening to it very hard or like trying to, but it's such a cool little neat detail. And I was like, is that Cloud's voice? Did they not?
He's got blonde hair. If you look really closely, it's very clearly Cloud's facial model. I think you can see a peak of blonde hair. Like
you can. In the very opening cutscene with the truck, when he leans down to be like, "Hey, you okay, man?" And it like pans around the helmet. There's like a peak of blonde hair somewhere in there that you can see.
Yeah, there's. I think there's parts in the trailer too. With I think trailer 2 where it's indicated that maybe one of the Genova followers are Cloud. Maybe not. Who knows?
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
But also, one thing from the demo is when you talk to the officer that is presumed to be Cloud, he says something to you like, "So, what are you gonna do now that you're back in your hometown? You're gonna go see like a girlfriend or something?" And in Crisis Core, that's what Zack tells Cloud.
Yep.
So he's just like reversed the thing. It's the same line though.
It's that weird, like, messed up hybrid reality.
Yeah.
Like, Cloud is not telling the truth or doesn't really even know the truth himself type of thing. And, like,
There's
Yep.
it's so good.
There's a super like nitnoid thing, like in chapter 2, where Cloud of Remake is going through the like flashback. The mini map is still up there, and it's just regular Midgar, which I'm not sure if like they did it on purpose. But in this version, when you're going through town, there's no mini. Period. So it's just these little weird like tweaks that I'm not sure if they were intentional or if they're just like, this is distracting from the story. Let's remove that. But
there's also like one thing that's really interesting is it like when Cloud goes to his own home, his memory gets hyper fuzzy, and it seems to basically indicate that too much of what Cloud really experienced is seeping through and affecting what Zack's memories and what he now thinks he's experienced, and so it's like he's remembering in this particular moment of time, Zack's superimposed memories are kind of triumphing over his own actual memories. Kind of what it's implying.
Now that you mention his mom's house, that actually makes me think of something. When you're playing through the demo, you go to Tifa's house, you have a yes/no option, and the game defaults to yes. You go to your house, and the game defaults to no.
Correct.
And it feels like it's a storytelling like vehicle, but it's one of those things where it's like you don't really think about it, and then now that you mention it, I'm like, must have done that on purpose, because that
I don't know. So that one's up in the air, because saying yes to that puts you into the second state of Nibelheim Town for story progression. So it could be a way to say no so you can go experience the other things first. It could be. Or it could be thematic as well. It's hard to say.
The funny thing is, like, if you go to his house and then say no, you can end that portion immediately. No. And I don't know if that was just like a testing mechanic or not, but it's really interesting.
For most options in the game, you get a wheel. If you say the no option, you can reprompt the same dialogue and click the yes option. There's no difference. For Cloud's house, if you say no, there's a big dialogue that happens about your party that's like, don't worry, you don't have to go into it, it's fine, etc. And then you can reprompt the door. But if you do, you don't get the same dialogue prompt that can say yes or no again. Instead, you get a different dialogue prompt from Aerith being like, no, Cloud, it's okay. You don't have to go into it. And you can say either yes or no again. And that one repeats instead. It's really weird.
Yeah, because from what I recall, there's like everybody talks in two different segments. One where you get up from the piano and they're like, don't quit your day job. Wow, that was awful. Man, you suck at playing the piano. And then when you go over to the house, they're all like, oh, are you visited your mom? And they're all kind of like interested in it. And you're just like, no, I'm not going in there. I'm not telling you guys about this. So it's really interesting with like how they characterize everything. And it's not even like the rework on combat. And it's just like deeper in general. It's just really interesting to see, because it just shows that they're going to pay attention to some of these smaller details. And in the first game, you're kind of like tepid. You think maybe they, just kind of did this or that. And it's like, there may have actually been a purpose to everything. And it's really interesting to see how they are reworking things, but also like changing them without like changing the nature of the entire interaction.
We want to start diving into some of these trailers that don't include the final trailer.
Yeah, absolutely. So if we're going to start off kind of at the beginning, One of the first. Well, honestly, I actually forget. There's been so many trailers at this point. I forget what's first, honestly. But the first thing that stands out in my memory is seeing snippets of Zack and seeing a shot of Zack followed by him going back to Midgar, followed by seeing Barrett, Tifa, Red 13, Jesse, and Wedge dead, being carried off in like a Shinra helicopter from something.
Yeah,
like as like a news segment, right? Like
as a news
hey,
segment.
plane collapse and all these people are dead, and you see like
like the one that really sticks in head is Tifa's just like limp arm falling off of the gurney.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this starts getting into some. This is honestly pseudo confirmed too, because then later on, in a later trailer, we even see Biggs talking to Zack and being like, "Hey, like I don't know why I'm the only one that's still alive." And like Biggs looks at like a poster, and it's all of their faces, and they're all crossed out and dead except for his own. So somehow Biggs is the one left, and he's now in Zack's timeline. Now here's the question: is that Biggs from our events or Zack's timeline events?
Yeah, the end of Fate like has this explosion that is kind of like some people kind of think it's like some sort of time singularity that like flings out and affects everything.
So yeah, I'll get into that here in a moment as well, because I do want to go into that. 'Cause that's a very fringe theory, but like it's weird. But so we have in Zack's timeline confirmed from trailers, Biggs is alive. We have Aerith unconscious, and we have Cloud unconscious. Everyone else is confirmed to be dead. So how does that play into our main party and our main timeline? Because my theory is that every character is alive in some timeline. So that would mean that in our timeline we have Cloud and Aerith, who are not dead but unconscious in Zack's timeline. We have Red, Barrett, and Tifa, who are actually alive in our timeline. But then the two remaining are Jesse and Wedge. So my thought is Wedge is alive. The fake out with the whispers and the glass breaking in the Shinra building is all ruse. Wedge is still alive somehow. It's all good. But then how in blazes is Jesse alive? And this is why I raised the question of, is that version of Biggs from our timeline or Zack's timeline? And we don't know. But the reason I asked that question is because our Jesse is dead. There's no way. But the way that Biggs went unconscious on the tower collapse, it didn't seem particularly guaranteed that that he was a goner. Sure.
Well, like one of the things that we're thinking about is who, when, where, and how, right? Because how when Biggs and Aerith like get to the house, who brought them there? Was it Biggs? Was it Jesse?
I don't know if it really matters. So I mean, honestly, how does Biggs get to the house? Kind of plays a little bit into.
I mean, that's the thing, right?
that plays a little bit into what I'm trying to pitch here at the moment, which I will wait, because I do want Gordel to weigh in on this. So, but I guess in the meantime I will mention what you were alluding to before, which Ghoul's already aware of this. But it's weird that when. All right, so original timeline stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We have 7. Crisis Core ends. Zack gets inspired by, or Cloud gets inspired by Zack's death in that moment.
Yeah, something.
And that's kind of like what awakens Cloud. And Cloud stumbles through his Maka poisoning half-conscious self and gets to Midgar, presumably. I mean, they were pretty close to Midgar, all things considered, when Zack dies.
Yeah, on the ridge, the point where we could see it.
Yeah, and so you can presume that Zack, even walking slowly, you can presume that Cloud stumbled his way to Midgar in a day or so, right? And then he spent some time wandering around Midgar in general. So it's been like, let's just say like a few days, a week, maybe even, right? Since Zack is dead. So when you begin original FF7, it's been one full day since Tifa finds you and gets you in on the bombing run, which has been a week or so, probably, since Zack has died. So it's been a week, right? How on earth does it happen in Zack's timeline now that Zack lives and he carries Cloud to Midgar probably faster than Cloud stumbled there originally, and yet by the time he gets there, the plate has fallen? How is there that big of a time difference? You would think, if anything, Zack would get there quicker than Cloud even, so he'd be there a few days before the first bombing run even happens. But instead, no, it's been like several more days somehow, and he gets there when the plate's falling. At least it's presumably what's happened, right? Because why is everyone dead?
I guess the question there then is, what's the purpose of Zack's timeline in general? Why is this a thing that we're seeing? Because that probably explains what's going on there.
I have ideas for that. I don't know if I want to go into all of that yet, but we can if we want to. I was just
to me, like that's probably like the thing that probably answers that, because like we know why Remake's timeline is happening. We think where it's like,
sure,
you know, Sephiroth attempting to kind of orchestrate his survival and everything else, and messing with the timeline in a way that like fixes his own stuff and all that. If that's the case, why does Zack's timeline exist other than because Zack is a cool character?
I think Zack is part of what is going to enable Sephiroth to die again for good. I think we need Zack to accomplish that. So if we can for one moment, I'll jump way ahead. I think that in Rebirth we fight Sephiroth again, maybe, but it's not Cloud and Party. It's Zack. I think you fight Sephiroth as Zack.
Oh, I am so excited for the potential for a party.
What I'm hoping is that they do like some sort of pincer fight where it's kind of like Bizarro, where you do use the multiple parties, but you're fighting from different timelines.
See, so my theory, end game, end of game 3, Zack, somehow somehow timelines are being merged, because you even have the line from Sephiroth that mentions about how reunion in this one trailer. It's mentioned that reunion no longer means the reunion of the Sephiroth clones that are Mako poison soldiers. Reunion now refers to the reunion of timelines. Like, Sephiroth says that in the one trailer. And so if we start crossing timelines and they start merging together in some sense, we're going to have Zack and Cloud together. And so what I think will happen is in game 3, you will have a Zack and Cloud teaming up against Sephiroth, and that's how you finally truly kill Sephiroth once and for all, is the two of them combining. And then something happens to Zack. Zack probably still dies a hero's death, and he still just vanishes into the ether because he's meant to be dead. And so that's how he still has a hero's death. But like, he lives on for a while longer. He gets to say goodbye to Aerith officially, et cetera, in somehow, some means, some way, right? And I think that can even partially play into what Rebirth does, because just to hop there, Aerith cutscene, right? They've told us flat out we're ending in City of the Ancients. We're ending probably somewhere around Aerith's original death scene. How is that going to play out?
Yeah,
the same way? Probably not. Almost assuredly not, right? But how will it play out? There's so many options, so many. Does Cloud give in this time, and does Cloud kill Aerith? Does Zack cross over timeline crap and stops Sephiroth and saves Aerith just for Aerith to die some other way? Like, what if we see Zack hop through timeline crap, block Sephiroth's sword, just for then Cloud to succumb to the will, and then kill Aerith while from behind Zack or something. Like, there's so many things they can do. Or Aerith can spend the entire game going, hey, I need to die, just so y'all know. And the party's like, well, what do we do about this? And they just give up and concede. Or like, what if they say, no, we're not going to let you die? And the whole party's in on it, and then they somehow confront us some other way. Or what if they pull in deep ground nonsense, and freaking Genesis shows up, who's the actual boss from Zack's line, and that's how she dies this time, as Genesis comes into play again somehow, some way, because that's on the table, because Zack, ultimate enemy, is not Sephiroth. So what is the Zack maybe playable segment even going to be trying to accomplish? Because his main goal always has been stopping Genesis. And in Geo, Sephiroth was just kind of like a blip on the radar of like, dude, why are you going psycho? What happened? And then it's resolved. And that's it. It's gone. It's a bygone. So like, are we going to get more deep ground stuff and more Genesis stuff because Zack's back in play again? Like, the options are so endless. It's mind-boggling. And like, who knows? They could also just fake us out. And it's like, oh yeah, all these options exist, so we're going to do none of them. The same thing happens. Yeah. Hooray! Like, who knows?
Have any of y'all ever seen The Flash on CW?
Yeah. I've seen quite a bit of it. Yeah.
Have you seen the beginning, like early season 3?
I've probably seen it, but I don't know which season it is. We're talking about like reverse
Flashpoint stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
One of the most messed up things in Flashpoint, it's a minor spoiler, but the show's over at this point, so it's not too big a deal. So if you don't want to hear random CW Arrowverse spoilers, skip ahead a couple minutes. Probably one of the most brutal things. So Flashpoint is a storyline in The Flash where Flash goes back in time, prevents his mom from being killed, and it messes everything up.
Heard about this.
And in the CW adaptation of it, the way that it gets fixed is he has to go talk to the villain that kills his mom. And it's like, I can't stop you this time because if I do it screws everything up. And the villain just eats it up. He's like, oh, okay, well, I want you to tell me what you want me to do. So the Flash has to tell the Reverse Flash to kill his mom. And it's like the most brutal scene ever. If that ends up happening where like, like Cloud realizes Aerith has to die and like, literally like has to tell Sephiroth to kill her or kill her herself. Oh, it would be so brutal.
Honestly,
there's so many options.
There's so many ways that
okay. Also, I don't want to tangent too much, but like I want to say this too before I forget. There's also an option that for the original party, Aerith's death is like the big hurt moment of like how they like a moment of suffering that the party goes through. For Zack, he still has not had that real moment of suffering. In his own timeline, Aerith is unconscious, and we don't have any real.
I guess if we're talking Crisis Core stuff, you could argue the stuff with Angeal dying is kind of his Aerith moment.
Yeah, that's actually true.
Probably it's even more impactful because he has to kill him too.
Yeah, he literally.
It's not that he just dies; he has to kill he has to kill his mentor.
I guess the point that I'm getting at is that will Zack being alive and him not being part of a party, will he need to experience an Aerith-like moment? And we see in the one trailer a shot of Cloud being reunionified. So it's, even though in most of the trailers we see Zack having Cloud with him being still Mako poisoned and unconscious, we see a shot of a person in a reunion outfit wandering.
Yeah, black robes with a
and the black robe
on the side. Yep.
And we hear this person. We zoom in on one of them, and they say reunion slowly, like they usually do, and it is Cloud's voice actor. It's pretty obvious, and so that would seem to imply that at some point we lose track of Cloud. At some point in Zack's time, when Sephiroth gets control of the Mako poison Cloud and starts reunifying him. And so what if in Zack's timeline at some point Zack has to kill Cloud?
I was gonna say, what if I keep going further? The final boss being Sephiroth in Remake was a surprise. What if Zack somehow ends up being the final boss?
I've thought about that too, but I don't.
Oh, that would
like,
be so brutal.
I had that thought at one point of like Zack being a boss that you fight and like he somehow gets twisted. But I don't think it's in his character. I don't think it's but I don't know.
But
I think
it allows to be the bad guy.
I think you were right with like Zack being an integral point. Honestly, my take on it is like Sephiroth's trying to puppet Fate so that we kill Fate for him so he can do whatever he wants. And that causes Zack to survive unintentionally. And that's the pebble in the gears, if you will, that ends up being his downfall because he didn't plan on that interaction happening, because he's only looking at Cloud's party and not really considering Zack as a factor because he's never had to.
Correct. Yes. And that's why I think Zack is the solution to the actual death of Sephiroth. Because Sephiroth is fully aware of what Cloud and Co can do. He has no clue what Zack can actually do.
Yeah, he already beat Zack once in Crisis Core. He beats him back, and the only reason he gets killed in Crisis Core is freaking Cloud surprises him when he thinks everything is safe and gets shivved.
Yep. Which, hilariously, I learned this recently, it's just funny. In the original Crisis Core, Zack in the original FF7, that is, when you're playing through the flashback, the Buster Sword has one materia in it. Do you know what it is?
I think it's the Cure materia.
Is back attack?
Preemptive strike.
Oh, preemptive strike, yeah.
And so it kind of implies that whoever's wielding the Buster Sword has a preemptive strike. And so Zack, even with that, still gets fought off because Zack talks to him when he approaches him anyway and ruins it. Cloud picks up the sword, does nothing, and using preemptive strike, gets the down low at Sephiroth and kills him.
Yeah, I forgot preemptive exists because they reworked it into First Strike. On a small side tangent, it seems like First Strike may still exist, but because like combat is a little bit delayed, you can actually start it, and you get a First Strike when activating it. So you can actually activate First Strike going into combat yourself rather than needing the materia. So I love some of the changes and preemptive strike.
Yep. But yeah, so I think there's so much we can do with this. Like, what if Reunified Cloud becomes an enemy of Zack? What if Genesis comes back and we have some more deep ground stuff? Like, what if Zack's whole thing is following Genesis and doing deep ground stuff, trying to figure out what's happening to Aerith and Cloud and why they won't wake up? Or what if
it could justify
there's so much like
Vice and Neo too?
Yeah, or
we need some excuse for Zack, and I assume some kind of party with Zack to go probably to a similar-ish journey to what Cloud and company are experiencing.
Yeah, that's the question too. Is Zack going to be playable, or is it just going to be story segments? If Zack's going to be playable, is it going to be a Laguna-style situation, or is it going to be like really like just small segments? If you have like fully fleshed out things you can do with Zack, then he needs his own party. And who's it going to be? Probably Cissnei.
So, I thought it was going to be Cissnei and Jesse until the more recent stuff. I think Cissnei and Biggs would be a pretty decent party.
Yeah, so, yeah, exactly. Something like that, right? Like, it could be something like that.
Yeah, because Biggs could be like similar to Barrett, and Cissnei could be like kind of like Aerith or Yuffie. Yeah, actually, Yuffie makes sense because she uses the 4.
Yeah, she's yeah. It's
the only question for me isn't like a if on Zack is playable. It's is he going to be playable in the main game, or is that going to be the Yuffie DLC for Rebirth?
Yeah,
I think it needs its breathing room. That it would have to be the DLC. That's
I'm not sure it does. I don't know. I could see this going either way. I think it'd be a really cool moment in the middle of the game if all of a sudden you're controlling like a different character that you haven't controlled. We've clearly established.
I think it'll be both.
They only need to make one character super playable, and then you kind of have the others as essentially, Sonons, where they're just controlled by AI and use synergy attacks with them.
If you basically just mirror characters, you can probably make his party pretty playable. Zack, Cloud, Cisne Yuffie and then big Barrett type thing.
I think it'll be a combination of both. I think we'll have like these small Laguna style segments during the game of Zack, but it won't be a whole lot. It might not even involve combat, to be honest. But then the DLC will be a full party with Zack going through combat.
Yeah.
I feel like we're gonna get something regardless. I'm really hoping that ends up being like that sounds like a really cool party.
Yeah, I'm kind of like off the copium at this point, and I'm fairly certain Zack will just be cutscenes because we really haven't seen any combat with him.
But they're not going to show that, I don't think.
I mean, if we do combat with him, it'll be another flashback to Nibelheim, I think, assuming we cross that bridge.
I don't know about that.
I think there's
like I said, if
they're just like you can't have that many cutscenes with like just from the trailer alone. There's like the trailers that they.
The question is how do they come up? How are you intercut Zack just randomly with the main game?
Same way they did it in Remake. Nobody understood what was going on.
I mean, it was just like it was the one situation though. Like he was at the end of the game, and people were like, "Who's this black hair?" What?
I mean, literally all you need to do is you need to like go to an inn one night, and there's a cutscene. They all go to sleep, and instead of fading back into the Cloud and Co. waking up, you just fade back into Zack.
Yeah, it's got to be just kind of hidden stuff, I imagine.
Yeah,
it's like stuff they don't want to show or advertise, like just because it will be cool. I mean, I think like of all the stuff, if you want to poach something from FF8, poaching the Laguna stuff is like style like. Actually, here's a second party is the best thing you can poach from FF8, period.
It reminds me of like we were discussing some stuff in the Discord about completely unrelated things, but we were actually talking about the active like time events or whatever from like 9 where you can opt into seeing these additional yeah. And like that would make sense. I mean, obviously with this game, they're probably since it's integral, it probably wouldn't be, but it's like it would make sense where it's like and meanwhile, at the Justice League kind of moment. Meanwhile, in Zack's universe, but you don't know that yet.
Yeah, I mean that's another way they could consider it, but I don't know. I feel like that's just so much more clunky. Like that worked in the PS1 era.
That's what I was worried about. Yeah. It could feel really disjointed. Like with the active time events, at least like you're opting into it. But if it's integral to the story, you really can't let a person just be like. Yeah, I'm not going to interact with that part of the story.
And I think like, but there's easy ways to integrate them into the main plot for like where you're waking up as Zack and controlling Zack. Cloud is having weird flashback sequences. A migraine. He passes out at a hotel somewhere. Like, there's so many ways you can force the player to take a break from playing in Cloud's party and have an excuse to play as someone else.
Aerith has already asked about Zack, so it might just be that she remembers or mentions or Tifa asks like, oh, and then it's like, yeah, I remember Zack, and it goes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
but that's like the cool part is like, how are they going to do this? Because as far as it's like, they haven't really messed up. Some people don't like the story, but it's like I feel like a lot of it has been very cohesive.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean, yes, Aerith already mentioned Zack once, and it seems like the party is going to be mentioning even during the demo, we have a moment where we obviously Tifa, like when Cloud first begins the flashback talking about it, he goes, well, it's been 2 years since I've been there, and Tifa's like,
yeah, there's a couple of points where she's like, question mark?
Yeah, or like when Tifa mentions, yeah, the mayor was really upset that Sephiroth went back into the hotel room because he went to have this dinner party, and Cloud's like, huh? And she goes, huh? And it's like, what's that about? That one's a little confusing, actually. They actually don't know what that one's about.
I think it's a really good to like hint at the disjoint to where like they're remembering two separate things. So
yeah,
you realize that like something is wrong here, and that like the stories would 100% line up, and they're doing a really good job at like most of us already know that it's like there's a reason their stories don't line up and it exists in the OG.
Yeah.
But how are they going to tackle that in this one to where it's not too on the nose, where it's like the cool thing with the officer having Cloud's voice, where it's like, but if you don't know, you really probably won't catch it.
Yeah.
but yeah, like the all the characters being on. The thing I was really excited about with the trailers actually was the summons at the end of one of them, where they show Odin, Kujat. It's the one that uses like Quadra Flare or something like that. It actually uses like all 4 elements, like earth, wind, fire, lightning. There were some people in the community, like I mentioned it, and they're like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's a summon because it's the one that you get in the ancient forest that a lot of people miss." I think they showed Alexander and a few others, and those were super exciting to see.
Yeah.
Like, I'm hoping to see a lot more, and I hope they kind of rework it so that summons are more like an instant attack rather than this passive kind of. Anyway.
I'm just excited to see how many synergy arts we actually have. Like, are we going to have multiple per character? Like, is it going to be 3 for every duo? Because that's so many.
When I looked at the demo, I was trying to see if I could change the setting, and there was only 2 options. One, to make it offensive, defensive for 2 offensive, 2 defensive, or defensive, then offensive. So it looks like there'll be probably 2. And I'm not sure how they're going to make it work, but I have a feeling like certain characters are going to have defensive synergies and certain ones are going to have offensive. And they're just going to have 2.
It might not even be consistent. It might not even... It's because, like...
I think it's based on the party. It's context sensitive. So, like, Cloud has 4, and it's like 2 for one person, 2 for the other.
Well,
right?
what I meant by that is just, like, when you do it with Cloud, he has 2 he can do Sephiroth.
Yeah.
And Sephiroth himself can only do 1 with Cloud.
Yep.
So it might not be consistent.
It's going to depend on... There may not be 2 for every person, but, like, depending on who it is, it'll be... Like, Cloud and Tifa have 2 synergies, Cloud and Aerith have 2, Cloud and Barrett have 2, Cloud and Red have 2, Cloud and Kite Sith have 2. But when you're on Kite Sith, he'll have different interactions that won't be the same. So, like, you have Void, Shatter, and, like, a counter move or something like that. But for Sephiroth, you only have, like, Blade Dance or something. So I think it's just going to be depending on who you're in control of. And that's why they probably moved the run button over to R1 and stuff like that. So the weird thing is like the perfect guard, I'm interested to see how like that kind of interacts with it. But it's going to be very interesting because there's not only the synergized moves that seem to be like no requirement, you just can use them as like pseudo ATV moves, but there's also the like synergy ability one that they both use, the Blade Dance or whatever, where it like requires, because if you look at it, there's like, when you do it in the demo, that the cutscene one that they showed between Cloud and Sephiroth where they do that really cool animation, there's actually like 4 or 5 little bars on the bottom. And as soon as you use it, like it shows up, but like 3 of them are blanked out. So I think it like requires 3. So I think some of them are going to be free. You can use whenever. And some are going to require a resource, which I don't know how it's built yet. But that resource-based one is going to be cool because it offers buffs. In the demo, it gives Sephiroth free MP. So nothing requires MP. And for Cloud, it actually buffs his limit so that his level 1 limit can activate a level 2 limit, which is really cool because level 2 limits are actually harder to build, just like the base game. So if you could like power up your limit, get a pseudo limit break, and then use a level 2 limit at the cost of a level 1, you can get a lot of damage output with that.
Yeah. Ah, man, there's so much to see. I'm excited. Like, I'm trying to remember which ones show up in trailers that aren't the final trailer. There's like the one where like Aerith feeds Kate Sith magic, and then Kate Sith's Moogle just spits it out as like a giant beam.
We've seen so many
from
trailers. The synergies are just we've seen so many, and we have not seen all of them.
They all look cool, but Barrett's are all bad.
No, absolutely not true.
No, you look at the damage output, Barrett's hitting for double digits.
I'm not worried about damage. I thought you were talking about the
No, animation-wise, they all look cool. They all look cool.
I do not care about the damage or usability whatsoever.
DPS-wise, I'm like, why you do Barrett like this? I was like, they'll buff him. They'll definitely buff him. And then I look at the like one cutscene when they're in the Mithril Mines fighting that rock golem. 88776666666. I'm like, ah! It's it's going to be super cool to see.
Focusing less on the actual damage, the animations across the board are just so good.
Yeah.
Also, there's a good point there too, which is that like, if you like trailers and demos, I guess like specifically for this one, the demos might be more accurate, but like
it's going to depend on your build, obviously. But
not only that, but like demos oftentimes are not representative of what's in the actual game.
Yeah.
There are plenty of times where like, especially for like gameplay demos they use for trailers, they'll just have a hacked file.
Yeah, they'll have preset stats, special, because like another one that's really important is the weapons basically dictate what the character's build is. Kind of like with 13, you have like a kind of okay magic weapon, you have a balanced weapon, usually you have a really good magic weapon, you have a really good physical weapon, and then you usually have like 1 or 2 gimmick weapons is what they did in the previous one. So like Gatling gun, Buster Sword, leather gloves, all of those are your basic ones, so they're going to be extremely balanced. So the DPS isn't really that high. The problem is Barrett's weapons were all like mediocre at best, so getting good damage out of him was hard, and his abilities were all really bad.
I mean, that could be a separate issue related to Barrett, but not necessarily. There have been so many times, like an old example I could think of is way back with the press tour for Tokyo Mirage Sessions when that first showed up and was playable for the first time. They had gameplay demos where a party would fight a boss that party could not fight. You did not have all the party members that you had in that boss.
Yeah, they do stuff like that a lot.
And like the levels weren't right at all, nothing lined up, and that's just like.
I remember playing the OG7 demo way back in the day at like Toys R Us, Super Boomer. There you go. I'm dating myself with my carbon dating. But it's like you had Titan in that demo. I think you were like level 20 or 30 fighting Guard Scorpion. It was way different than the real game. So I mean, obviously, like it's pretty conjecture, but. It's in line with how Barrett worked in the previous game.
They might just not have fixed Barrett.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I'm really coping because Barrett's storyline's so good. I really want to have an excuse to use him.
Yeah.
Leviathan and 8. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, there's so many examples of it. Gosh.
But
no, I'd love to have a better excuse to use Barrett other than just occasionally he handles the flying enemies for you, even though we now have Yuffie to handle.
That's the other thing I'm interested in is I'm wondering if they dictate the party all the time, because that's like the easiest thing for balancing. I think
I'm expecting them to do like when you're in the Umpan Plains, you have all of the members, and whenever you're doing things throughout the city and whatnot, or any cities, your party of 3 is picked for you. So, like, I'm expecting it to be that such that, like...
Cosmo Canyon.
Yeah, like when you're going through, like, Junon Harbor and Cloud's off on his own leading the troops, like, in that minigame segment, like, what's the rest of your party going to do? They're probably all powering together, and you control them at some point without Cloud, and, like, that kind of stuff. So, because, like, yeah, like, if I'm not forced to use Barrett, I probably am not using Barrett because Yuffie exists. Let's be real. Like,
it sucks because Barrett's character, and especially his voice actor, who I need to I need to get his name memorized because I'm pretty good usually at it. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. He's incredible. He's so good.
Yeah, Barrett's excellent except for combat.
Yeah.
So to peel back the layers just a little bit behind, Barrett and Yuffie have the same stats. The major difference is all of Yuffie's abilities are good. Art of War, 40% damage buff for the next move. Banishment gets buffed the more moves you use, so it's this extremely hard-hitting magic attack. Whirlwind can either hit a group of enemies or suck them all in and hit really hard. It's just like... And then Barrett has, I'm going to waste both of my ATB on Max Fury, so I stand here shooting for, like, maybe 100 damage. Whee!
Eric Bentley sounds correct. Yeah, the only voice actors I remember are Cody Christian and Tyler Hoechlin are Cloud and Sephiroth, respectively, which is mostly because they're TV actors. They're like the ones they splurged on. And then Erica Lindbeck as Jessie and Brianna White as Aerith. Those are the ones I remember off the top of my head.
Brianna White's like the one that I think most people know because she's got like a thing where she played through the game. That's pretty popular. That video.
She's kind of done a lot like of like random YouTube like side work and stuff, almost in like a prosody kind of way. And like she went kind of viral because she like saw herself in the game, like, oh my god. Yeah. Which, to be fair, one of the most adorable things ever. I'm not, you know, I would be doing the exact same thing.
I do see. Here's one of my like. I'm pointing at this is 100% an issue. Barrett's Catastrophe likes to miss. And if you look at the second demo where they're fighting Bottom Swell, he fires off Catastrophe, the boss staggers it, and it starts missing immediately after. Like, you're actually killing me right now. You couldn't even... But just like there's so much in those trailers that like both story wise and gameplay wise, it brings out a hunger that I like. This game's release feels like Christmas. This Christmas just a few months ago was just like, eh. I'm like, where's Rebirth? That's my Christmas. It's next year.
All right. We're going to get into some hard-hitting questions here. Are y'all ready for this?
Oh, sure.
Who are you taking on the date in the Gold Saucer on your first playthrough?
Barrett.
All right, so I want it to be Tifa, but I'm going to pick Aerith because I want to see what more shenanigans happen with Aerith.
If I can help it, it's Barrett. 100%. Don't at me. You're not going to Palmer. I mean, I'd bring our Palmer on a date to the casino.
I mean, I would just skip playing Final Fantasy VII for a date at a casino with Palmer. Let's be real.
Yeah, it's that's like the segment in Remake where you like have the date in the flower garden. Like Tifa and Aerith is what most people see, but like the Barrett date is so cool because it really just expands his character. And it's going to be exciting to see all of them, actually, because there's going to be a lot more deep character interaction that you really don't get in other places because they can get a lot more personal with just the single back and forth. Who knows? Maybe you can date Kate Sith or Kate Shee.
You're supposed to, yeah. You're supposed to be able to. Basically, everybody in the playable party is supposed to be an option.
The Yuffie date will be interesting, too, which never existed or was like impossible, I think, to get normally in the OG version.
Yeah. I think I'm pretty sure Red is confirmed as an option. I think the only way that I'm not doing Aerith first is if you can somehow do Jessie. I don't know anything, but if Jessie is somehow an option, I will absolutely do that.
Yeah. That's actually one of the things I was going to like reference is like that the song is really interesting too. The song number where it's like Jessie's here and Aerith's in kind of this different outfit, and the play.
I like where they're writing that off.
And the play is not just Cloud and Aerith anymore; it's everybody, and it's like a whole party thing. And I'm like, oh, how are we going to justify this? Barrett in like the evil king outfit is just peak. That's why I was thinking like outfits would be cool if we could play the game as those without like having to directly like try and mod or use the PC version to like make that.
I mean, we have them in outfits later on in like other cutscenes. We have them when they're in Costa del Sol. Barrett's in like a sailor uniform and Cloud's in
dude, that's like, you cannot remake that portion of the game without the sailor outfit. It is illegal.
I would really, this is one thing. I know Spider-Man gets some flack as like the example of like some of what ails modern AAA gaming. But Spider-Man's outfit section, where you just get to like, I could play the whole game in whatever outfit I want, is perfect.
Yeah.
If we could just like take that wholesale and let me play use any outfit at any time over the course of the game without affecting gameplay, I would love that.
I literally just played through the Marvel Spider-Man 1 recently, and yeah, it gets a little bit weird because like, the characters are kind of reaching inside the outfits and stuff because they're a little bit bulkier, but like, that kind of thing is super nice because it like you can replay the game and you have something else outside of just like additional combat like, okay, well, now I get this extra thing too, where I can kind of pick the outfit. And some of them are so detailed, I'd really like to see them outside of just the cutscene.
Well, it's funny, like, I love that option, and I love being able to do it. I very rarely will actually use anything other than default costumes. Like, Tales games will have them, Spider-Man has them. I almost always use whatever is just story and more appropriate. Yeah, because I enjoy looking like what that means for cutscenes. But it absolutely is an option that I think is just a brilliant thing if they give you access to it. I'm not saying like it's like a must-have or anything like that, but it is extremely, extremely cool.
Yeah, but it's always those little factors that can be extremely expansive to kind of make the game just that extra notch above the others. That takes like a 9 out of 10 and pushes it up to a 10 out of 10 because it shows the additional dedication to the game.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm excited for. I mean, obviously the game itself, but I'm excited to see like what comes of all that and see what all the stuff that we don't already know.
Obviously, yeah.
Yeah,
because we have so many questions. If they follow in Kingdom Hearts style fashion, we will leave with more questions.
Yeah, I'm hoping we don't fully get the J.J. Abrams puzzle box that we just don't have an actual answer to. But I don't know. I think that, like, if nothing else, it's such a bold decision, like, to just like lie to your face about what, like, by using the name of the game to lie about what you're making.
Yeah.
And then say, yeah, we're going to expand on this property from 20 years ago that's like, arguably like in the top 10 most iconic video games of all time. Like,
well, the interesting thing about that is that apparently this was always like a back pocket idea. Like when they wrote Advent Children, they had this idea in mind already. They didn't have a vehicle to utilize it until now.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, I'm like trying to think like how many games you theoretically like have like could even be on this scale of like, oh my god, like if they like Ocarina of Time, like,
yeah, there's a lot of
it's like on that level though of like, you know, they comparing it to movies, it's not far off being one of the Citizen Kanes of video games in a way, as like just a genre defining work being expanded in a new way, but also in like a very strange and unique way. It's not like they didn't come out and say, oh hey, we're making the Star Wars prequels and now we're making the Star Wars sequels. It's like it's such a different take on a way to do that. But like, I don't know if they can stick the landing. I don't know what's going to make everybody happy.
It's a bit worrisome, that they can kind of jump the shark, or just kind of go in a different direction. But what I love about it is, like, go ahead.
There's only one way they mess this up, in my opinion. I think everything we've already seen gives me relative confidence that it's going well. There's one way they screw this up. And that's that they redeem Sephiroth. If we somehow, if we somehow end Game 3 and it's not Cloud and Zack teaming up and killing him once and for all, and instead it's like Naruto speech no jutsu on Sephiroth and redeeming him,
dude,
like
you talk no jutsu, I'm gonna talk like, okay, combat, skip cutscenes, I don't care anymore. I just want to see.
I know a lot of people are like super opposed to it. I don't know how I feel about it one way or another on if they do it. I will say I don't know that it's unlikely that it happens.
I'm just looking for like
0% chance.
The image of like Zack coming from this side, Cloud coming from this side, and just the Buster Sword sticking out of each side of Sephiroth as they pierce him from back and front. Like, that's what I want to see, that iconography.
I want to, like, you know how Omni Slash like dances all around them? I want to see them do double Omni Slash cadences, so it like ultra messes him up.
Oh yeah, like it kind of cuts in between, and then they slowly like both fade into existence, like.
Yeah, just doing a synced Omni Slash on both sides of something would be so freaking cool.
Exactly that. Yes, exactly.
But yeah, it's really exciting to see where the game goes, and I understand people dislike the story, but it's just like you got to look at it in the a position that's like, this doesn't eliminate or delete it, and that's coming from somebody that's a massive fan of Zack. That like, this doesn't make Crisis Core not matter. And if you play through that game, this existing doesn't make it any less sad what happens in Crisis.
I think it honestly almost like helps. I mean, like they clearly want Crisis Core to be something people experienced, right? Like,
yeah.
So there's so many little cool things about that. I don't know. I feel like they wouldn't. And like you said, it's one of the things that I told myself even when I started playing 7 Remake is like, even if this comes out and it's just not good, 7 is still one of the greatest video games of all time.
I went into it hoping it would be good, but expecting to hate it, and I came out of it with one of my favorite games ever.
No, it legitimately like we said at the beginning of the podcast, it's making FF7 retroactively into a property that I'm interfacing with more and more in a way that I didn't think would ever happen. Yeah. Right. Which it's such a cool and unique thing.
If we want to tie into more rumor mill crap, there's the rumor. So in Remake, we see a picture of what is, at least outfit wise, the same as Shinra from FF10-2. In a picture in Remake.
Oh god, that.
We also have the rumor that FF10-3 is being like prototyped out right now as a maybe being a thing. Do they really finish off Remake trilogy?
I would be shocked if they did that. I always read the Shinra name in 10-2 as being like
10 is cool, but I think that's an unnecessary coattail that like
I just always
down.
But I wouldn't raise the question if the rumor of 10-3 being a thing wasn't a thing, because like
I don't think it's impossible, but I also like that's a big thing, and I always read that, and I think most people did, as like, you know how in like every Zelda game there are like there are paintings on walls and castles and stuff of like what would end up becoming the next game in the series. I've always read that as like a way of like, oh yeah, you know, we can nod, you know, okay, yeah, Shinra, that's this thing. Also, like, here's a Biggs and a Wedge and a Sid, you know, like,
just series staples that are like
again, just like like we're gonna use Shinra as just like a name we can use to kind of call back and say, hey, I know y'all like 10. Here's a little nod.
I think it's just like the reference culture in there too, since like each one of the games is kind of uniquely distinct. It's not like Dragon Quest where some of the games like take place in the same timeline or, you know, eons apart in the same world.
I think like the only argument you could make against that is that like Dissidia's existence, if Dissidia is like meant to be canon for anything other than Final Fantasy 1.
Honestly, Dissidia is just like straight up fan service, it feels like, and that's not a problem.
But it's technically canon to FF1 now, thanks to like Stranger of Paradise and stuff.
Correct.
Yeah, I guess there's that additional storyline that
you could, in theory, like try to make that canon, which would then give all the Final Fantasies a shared universe. But that also would raise more questions if you try to tie FF7 and 10 together. They're also already tied together through this other franchise thing. So, and to be fair, they also could just completely ignore the Dissidia story. The only reason I even bring that up is that like Stranger of Paradise exists and very clearly ties 1 and 2 together through Dissidia. So, man, it's
it's an exciting time because like we're in the middle, so there's more to come. But we're also excited for it, so it's not like, well, everything's going to be over once this next one drops. So it's in a very unique circumstance, right?
Yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic, which is funny because I don't think I would not have said that about 7 Remake especially once it was taken away from CyberConnect, and like it just sounded to me like another like development hell Square Enix game that like is going to come out and like, you know, maybe eventually people will like it more, which seems to happen with all of them. You know, 12 was not a particularly well-received game with a certain subset of the fan base. 13 had the same issue. 15 has had that issue. Now 16 is kind of going through that. We're kind of going through cycles with this now where like these games start getting redeeming qualities and people start to like them more over time as like a lot of the like the hype wears off and people kind of revisit them in a more light of like, you know, it's not perfect and it's got issues, but like I just, you know, they seem to nail just enough things with characters and, you know, 12, I think it's mostly world. 13, usually it's the combat that's redemption. 15, it's mostly just how likable the characters are in it, Noctis and Gladio and Ignis and stuff. I think 16 is having less of that, but it still has a pretty big pushback against it. It's just people joke about the Sonic cycle, but Final Fantasy very clearly is going
Yeah,
the exact same set of stuff.
They very much push the bounds on like each and every release to the point where they're like very drastically different. And like initially it has a lot of like they're like kind of excited, they play it, and then they're like, yeah, it's trash. And then it gets around to the point where kind of it finds its fan and user base after the fact. Because like 13 is one of those like people bounced off it. Same with 15, same with 16. Like 16 isn't a perfect game. There's issues with it, like, but there's some things that it does better than Remake. Remake, if
absolutely.
You get hit, you lose your ATB, you lose your MP. Get wrecked, dingus. You should get good. In 16, if you get hit when you try to use a skill, it won't activate it and it won't start the recharge. So, you know.
I say, and even like the one Final Fantasy that I think pretty unequivocally at this point people like is 14, starting with A Realm Reborn. But like, even A Realm Reborn has a lot of very rough edges to it.
Yeah.
And that also came on the heels of 14, which basically almost bankrupted the company.
Which is, it's very funny seeing like that turnaround in the modern era where like 14 was almost the end and now it's a new beginning at this point.
Yeah, it's literally keeping the company alive, you know, in a way. It's just like it's their.
Well, so did Remake, because Remake came out the same year that they came out with that Marvel game, right? And that game almost
the Avengers,
and that game almost tanked them. And Remake sales saved them.
Yeah, now Remake and 14 are doing miracles for the company for sure.
Yeah,
and even like it's funny because I went back and I kind of like retroactively looked at a lot of like reviews of 14 and stuff, because I got into 14 around 2020 2021, and a lot of the narrative around 14 A Realm Reborn when it came out is that like this is a good start, but it's not amazing as it is, and it doesn't really get great until the first expansion, obviously. But like it was enough of a baseline where it worked. But they've now had 10 years to just refine it to where that game story is incredible by now. If you haven't played it, granted that'll be another couple hundred hours on that PS5 there, Sid, if you haven't.
Ew.
Yeah. So I guess we probably can start wrapping up pretty soonish. I think 4.5 hours of.
Yeah. Well. There's a few things that I did want to go back to.
Let's circle back to all those, kind of wrap up our loose ends, and let's try to call it by the top of the hour.
Yep.
Yeah. So one thing I wanted to hop back to that we tangent away from before I finished the thought was, do we think Aerith will die again?
I was going to say that for the last question of the podcast.
Oh, really?
I mean,
I was going to end there. I was going to say, okay, if we don't have much else to talk about, I'm going to bring this up and we can close it out. So let's hold that, because that's the big question.
Put a pin in that.
Because I was bringing it up just because I already mentioned like all the different ways Aerith could die, but there's like, do they play with it? Is the question. We can save that.
They absolutely are going to play with it and make you think about it a lot.
They've already like stated where it's ending, but that's it. So
one other thing too that I was discussing, and then you had to away, Ghoul, so I pivoted. I wanted you to be here for this. So we have Biggs, who at the end of Remake, we saw a shot of him being alive, and when the tower collapsed, it was not utterly convincing that he was dead or not. I mean, it seemed like it could just be exhaustion or just like, whatever. And then we have an alive Biggs. So it's like, okay, it's the same Biggs or not, we don't know. And then we now know Biggs is alive in Zack's timeline. Is that our Biggs or Zack's Biggs? And one of the biggest reason that I asked that is because it's pretty clear that Jesse and our tower collapse and our plate collapse died. Like the way that they play up Jesse's particular scene, it seems pretty obvious that like when she goes limp, that it's not because of exhaustion, that she is gone. And so that being said, and we have every single other character is alive in one of the two timelines, that means Jessie will be alive in Cloud's timeline if she's confirmed dead in Zack's timeline. But then,
that's if that theory holds true, that
right,
if you're alive in one, you're dead in the other.
Right, which is true aside from Jessie so far.
I mean,
yeah. And there also is like, there's the line from Marlene in this is in the story trailer, so it's fair game to talk about, but it's the, you know, when she wakes up, a scary man is going to kill her line by Marlene, who obviously we already went over everything going on with Marlene.
Yeah.
She is somehow more in tune with Aerith or the live stream or the planet or something than she should be.
There's also her gloves and bandana next to Biggs on the bed at the end of Remake as well, on the nightstand.
The point that I'm getting at is that what I'm thinking is happening is I think the Biggs from our timeline got pushed over to Zack's timeline somehow through all the Whisper shenanigans.
It's definitely like a possibility.
And conversely, I think Zack's Jessie got pushed to our timeline, and when we go to Gold Saucer, we're gonna find the actress Jessie. Our whole party will find the actress Jessie, and she will not
the one that never came back because her dad didn't get ill.
And yeah, we might even see her dad there. Maybe her dad got pushed through the thing as well. Maybe because like the whole thing was her dad was meant to come see her play and perform, and then he got in the accident, and she gave her career to go, and she never actually had her performance as the lead role.
Yeah.
She had it booked and then gave it up to go home. So like, what if we go to Gold Saucer and we find her dad and we find her and she's the lead actress? I mean, I already saw a shot of her somehow being a part of the play.
I think it's funny how they wrote that off. They're like, "Oh yeah, no, that's a computer simulation."
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's an AI.
That's one of those like press X to doubt moments.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Right.
Like,
and I don't know what you're talking about. I don't see the VR background here. This is clearly a play.
Right. You're gonna bold-faced lie to me like that.
Yeah, it's like
what are you doing here?
That's what I think's going on. I think we're gonna have Zack, Jessie in our timeline, and our Biggs went over to Zack's, and it's gonna start like feeding the breadcrumbs as well of like.
So I am not sure on that. I think there's a decent chance that that's just Biggs from Zack's timeline, and I think it would still work just fine there.
It could, absolutely.
My big question there, you know, because we have the one line from Biggs in the trailer, which is, it's, I don't get it. I get to live, but, you know, they don't, or whatever like that.
I think it's just a survivor's guilt kind of thing.
Yeah.
It is, but, like, so does he not know, what's the last thing that happens with him, and how does he know that, like, because he's looking at, like, the Wanted Avalanche poster, and it's like, everybody's crossed out except for him.
Yep.
They're all crossed out. I think Biggs is supposed to be
No, he's not.
He's not. Jessie, Barrett, Tifa, and...
Yeah, you're right.
Wedge are all crossed out, and he's not. So does he not know that the party would have survived the plate collapsing? Is that just something he looks at and just go, like, or is he just confused? Maybe that's him even expressing that confusion. He's like, I don't get how I'm alive, and they're not. I saw them. And the last thing I remember was, you know, this happened.
I mean, we don't even necessarily know that there was a plate collapse. All we know is that there was something that a bunch of people were crying over specifically.
We know something happened because we saw the news trailer, which was the plate collapse.
Which it may not even be that. It could be another singularity of like the hurricane.
I guess that could be a third timeline, I guess.
Because they're like, it's after some sort of natural disaster, I want to say. I remember hearing them say.
I mean, it's Shinra news. They're going to say what it is.
Who knows what the spin is, you know?
Yeah.
But
man.
It's like...
I will go on the record. I don't think that's our Biggs. I don't think they're going to cross those over. I could be wrong.
Regardless of if it is or not, I think we have an alive Jessie in our timeline, and the only way that makes sense is if it's Zack's Jessie. And if we're going to go that far, then I can't help but wonder if Zack doesn't have our Biggs.
I guess that makes sense. And also, I think it's probably... Because I'm trying to think what's the best way to mess with Cloud. And the best way to mess with Cloud is not to give us back our Jessie. It's going to be to give us a different timeline's Jessie that never met Cloud, probably.
I mean, it makes a lot more sense with how much they, like, recharacterized her and had her kind of flirty with Cloud, where it...
So... one of the things there too is that like our party at some point needs to become aware that timeline crap is happening because Zach is alive and we know that as a player, but the party does not.
Bugenhagen, help me!
Yes, exactly this. So what happens after Gold Saucer? Cosmic Cannon and Bugenhagen.
I mean, honestly, that's why I thought
one of the next things that happen. So you have Zach's Jesse and our Gold Saucer. They're confused. Why does she
don't really know each other either?
What is going on?
And the only people that are going to know are going to be probably Aerith, Bugenhagen, probably Hojo, because Hojo just is a thing, and then I guess Sephiroth.
What'll be interesting to see is if Aerith is more less tight-lipped now that Fate's gone, which seemed to be what was keeping her from talking about things, or at least that was the indication in the game. That's what it felt like.
I believe one of the early trailers, she even like kind of brings that up at one point. She's like, "Hey, we need to talk about this."
Yeah,
or
I thought that was like about. For me, I interpret that as like her and Tifa were talking about Cloud's story, and Tifa being like, "Yeah, he's full of shit," you know, and Aerith like ends up breaching the subject, but it depends because like the voice clips are completely out of context, where it's just you wandering.
Oh yeah, no, those could be pulled from anywhere.
It could be too. It could be that since Aerith has her foresight, she knows that Tifa is catching on, and maybe in Remake and Rebirth, our Tifa is thinking about approaching Cloud earlier, and Aerith talks to her to be like, "No, not yet."
It definitely seems like they're a lot closer in this version, and that there's going to be like conversations off to the side, which will be interesting to see how.
Yeah. I mean, they're definitely closer, and they're trying to set that up a lot as like Aerith and Tifa being really close friends between the novel and stuff, which and everything else. They're really trying to tie those. Which is funny because there's all the controversies around the Cloud Tifa and Cloud Aerith shippers fighting each other. We're not going to go.
Also the theories that the one who will die is Tifa instead of Aerith, even though that doesn't mean and do anything. Because Aerith, as the ancient, has to enter the life stream to do holy, to do the. That's the point.
Yeah.
You could make the argument that maybe somebody has to be sacrificed for her to get access to the holy materia, and she doesn't necessarily need to be dead to activate it because she hasn't mentioned it at all yet in the game, and we really have.
I mean, like
she's mentioned having a useless materia, if I remember correctly. That's about it.
And maybe like if in that situation, yeah, she could activate it using the fact she has a close relationship with Tifa if she's in the live stream. I don't think that's just. Yeah,
Yeah, there's just
there's
so
also
much up in the air that we're not.
It's one of those
know.
things like I could. And here's the other question for me about the Aerith question on that. From a practical sense, and this actually goes in multiple directions. They put a lot of work into making Aerith playable and like somewhat fun to play as. I don't know that you wanted to hit a delete button on a character. It's very easy when you're playing a turn-based game.
I think that's why they are going to end it where they are, and that's part of the reason why they're withholding party members.
Yeah.
So that maybe somebody can function as a possible replacement if that's the case.
But then I guess the other question with that is, let's say they go Mass Effect on us or something and let you have a choice. How do you carry that into a third game? Because they don't want to do the dot hack thing. They don't want you to carry progress over. You're not going in level, I don't know, what's it, level 50 you finish the game at with all your materia and stuff.
I don't, in a recent game, I don't really think Square has offered a meaningful choice like that in a Final Fantasy game. The 16 sure as heck doesn't have it.
But the problem isn't even offering that choice. It's offering that choice in part 2 of a trilogy, and that has to carry into part 3.
Which would cause like your third part to be like two very distinctly different storylines.
Not only that, but like, do you have like, okay, hold on, we got to go through here's the option.
Combat balancing, story rewriting.
Well, not only that, it's like, okay, did you do this cutscene? Okay, did you do it in this order? Okay, who is alive? Okay, and then like give you your story. Like that's so clunky. There's no way. So
we're getting what we get, and that's it. I'm 100% certain.
Part 3 does the same thing Part 3 is doing, which is if you have save data, great. Here's a pack of potions.
Yeah.
Like
here's a pack of potions and 5,000.
I'm super excited for those elixirs that I won't use in normal, and then realize I can't use in hard mode and get extremely frustrated.
Yeah, that's really just the question for me is, like, I can't imagine it becomes a choice just based on, I don't think the logistics of a part 3 makes sense if you have to like say, okay, Tifa's dead in my game, so we're gonna like do that, you know.
If there was ever a choice, I think we're gonna hear about it in like being cut and like having developers talk about it after the game is released. Be like, we did play around with the idea of this, but we realized that the scope would be massive and just unexplainable.
The only other way you could do it is if, like, maybe that's the DLC to part 3.
I could see a choice maybe impacting like character interactions in the next game.
Yeah, or like, here's the canon ending that happens. Here's the DLC that like changes it into what would have happened had the other ending been the canon one.
So like, we see in some of the recent trailers that there's dialogue stuff, like dialogue options. I don't think it's going to go beyond dialogue. I don't think we're going to have any options in any like major cinematic.
Loud, you dick.
And the dialogue stuff matters because we know that it also impacts the date of the gold saucer and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, but in the first game, even in Remake, you have like the different dresses, you have the different side quests, you have like the
they're very isolated
outside of Aerith's house, and like that. None of that changes the fact that you don't have carry receipt data here.
Aerith's dress or Tifa's dress, Aerith's dress, they're different. It doesn't change anything. Cloud's dresses doesn't change anything. He always gets picked by Corneo regardless of what dress you get. And the dialogue's all the same as far as I remember. So,
and then you have you do have one touching moment with one character at Aerith's house that one night, but that doesn't carry over. It doesn't mean anything. It's just
in the heart to heart with Barrett makes more sense for the rest of the game, but most people don't see that. So the softening of the walls between the two of them kind of comes off weird in the normal playthrough. So that's part of the problem, right? You have the Barrett heart-to-heart if you don't do any of the side quests, and then towards the end of the game they start being a lot less standoffish with each other, and it makes more sense with that, but it takes longer. It would happen sooner if the conversation actually happened. So it's this weird thing where it's there's choices, but at most, it ends up being a cutscene here or a dress there, I think, and that seems to be the way they want to go with it.
Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Which, I guess, last call. Is there anything y'all want to talk about before we get to the big final question?
Yeah. So this one's a bit more out there. Before we knew where Rebirth was ending, I really thought there was one of the big questions was: does it end at City or does it end at with Bacteria and Froth? Because you either end with the presumed same death spot at the big moment and then the game ends, or you end with Cloud succumbing to Sephiroth, giving Bacteria and vanishing, and then the game ends with Barrett and Tifa up execution and Meteor being summoned. How do you begin game 3 if you're going to finish in the City of the Ancients? Because your next thing is going right up to give the Bucketeria and you lose Cloud and things go sideways really hard. How do you turn anything in that even general space into the intro to a game? I don't think you can.
That might be why they held off on Sid, actually, because that's the excuse to add him into the party.
Well, the point that I'm getting at kind of points into what Wexel just said in chat, actually, which is I think in the original game, Sephiroth's goal was to wipe the planet and bring back kind of nature / the ancients.
Get rid of them damn dirty apes.
Get rid of the humans, right?
Yeah.
I think Sephiroth's goal has changed. I don't think his goal anymore is entire planetary eradication, which means, what if his goal isn't Meteor anymore? Which
Well,
is
His goal is
that's
survival
because
at this
that
point,
wasn't
but
his-
it's how.
His goal in Advent Children was what? He was going to kill everybody on the planet, take it over, use it as a space vessel to go to a new planet, right?
something like that.
Which, granted, that's Advent Children. We've kind of talked about how like they seem to kind of realize that like they
It's a story.
wrote characters in a weird spot there. But like his motivations pretty recently were still kill everybody, planet's mine, use the planet to do something else.
I just think there's a chance, because I don't know how Game 3 begins if that's still the sequence of events that are intended to happen, if we're still following the original story overall. I don't know how Game 3 begins with a tutorial or even an intro segment anywhere in that vein at all.
I mean,
So
I expected Rebirth to start in Calm and just use the flashback, but it looks like they're not doing that. So they seem to have an idea. To be honest, I didn't expect him to go. I was like, all right, look, as long as we get to Cosmo Canyon, I'll be happy. I had really low expectations, but
so I guess like, I'm trying to think like, because Sephiroth has a lot of weird dialogue towards the end where he's talking to Cloud and stuff.
Mhm.
So you're right. He might have a very different motivation. We have no idea what that motivation would be.
yeah, like, I mean, it's even in the trailer. One of the latest trailers, I forget which one, even has a shot that's like in text. What is Sephiroth's goal? And then you hear Cloud say, "Oh, he wants to do the thing," which is the same goal from before, which is just his interpretation of Zack's memories.
Yeah, but he doesn't know.
He doesn't know.
And also, like I said, he didn't have the interaction with Sephiroth on the bridge like he did at the end of Remake, where he's like, "Join me, Cloud. We can do this together," and all that stuff. Which that doesn't track with what Sephiroth was doing in Advent Children at all.
Right.
Sephiroth and Advent Children did not want to parlay with Cloud and do things together.
Nope. Because Advent Children Sephiroth still thought he had a way out, but then he dies again, and he learned the hard way through a third death that no, he cannot beat Cloud for some like beyond all time and space reason. He cannot beat Cloud. So what if he joins him? What is the plan now? Like his goal is different. We have no clue.
Maybe he's trying to shift vessels and take Cloud instead.
Like, maybe, but like, it seems like much more bigger and grandiose than that. It's like, what is his goal? And we have no idea. And the trailer is teasing us with it, being like, oh, what is his goal now? And
yeah, they're trying to make that the big mystery for sure.
Yeah, and so like, I think they've already confirmed that they don't want to deviate too hard. They still want all the usual beats to play out, right? It might be a different sequence, it might be a different order, but they want us to re-experience what the original had to offer because we don't miss anything. But there's new things too, right? Like there's new, like small caves might be like bigger caves, maybe like full story sequences. There might be this, that, and the other thing, right? Like you had like Jesse's parents, or like the lamps on the way to.
Oh, I know how you start part 3. You started with Wutai. Because you needed an excuse to reset the levels again. So you have something happens here. Yuffie gets dejected. She steals the materia. She leaves. She goes to Wutai. We time skip a little bit to them getting to Wutai, and somehow the materia that was stolen from the party gets stolen from Yuffie at Wutai, and you're starting at 0 again.
I mean, I think they're going to wipe our levels anyway, and they're really just going to not address it.
Yeah. But like.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
it's nice to have an excuse for it at least, like somewhat.
We don't have one for this game. I don't think they're going to try and like give a story reason for resetting us again.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to give us like everything either. We're not going to like start with Magnify First Strike, Blade.
Yeah, but like there's still like sort of a reason, like, oh well, we just left Midgar. You know, maybe we didn't bring some of the stuff with us, and you know.
I mean, it is possible, but
maybe. So, like, they've confirmed to us that we're not going to Wutai, and they confirmed to us that we don't have that snowboarding minigame in the game. Right?
Yeah, that's not in this one.
Yeah,
that means Wutai has to happen in part 3 somewhere.
Right.
And probably the most logical spot to do that is going to be at the start, right?
I think that kind of stuff is going to end up when Cloud is removed from the party, most likely.
My point...
nonsense.
My point that I was getting at is they've confirmed these are the only two things they've really hard confirmed that we're not going to experience: is snowboarding minigame, which is not unconfirming the crater, just a minigame around snowboarding down the mountain, but
Just not on
also
the mountain. It could be a
and also and Wu Tai. So, but like everything else is apparently probably on the table, right? So my point is, what if Rebirth's motto is we're going to still hit all the same beats for you because we know that's important. You want to see all the characters doing these things. We want you to explore these locations. That's important. But then Game 3 starts, and what have we not experienced so far? We have not experienced Wu Tai, Playable Vincent and Sid, and that's possibly it. Which means all they have to do is somehow have Wu Tai happen, and then just introduce those two as playable, and then from there all bets are off. They can take Game 3 and do nothing the same aside from weapons, probably. And even that can be done.
Well, that's different because weapons are not mandatory content in the original,
right?
And they probably will have
secret
to make them
ones. It was just the diamond that was enforced.
Yeah, one was, but the rest of them weren't. Yeah, but like I think how the weapons play out, how the story around them goes, how we fight them, I think it's going to be all entirely different. I think how the story sequence of Part 3 goes in general, we will expect none of it. It's almost none of it. I think Knights of the Round, I think will be story relevant and be a big part of Part 3 in some way as well. Like I think I think Part 2 is them saying, hey, things will be different, but you're not going to lose anything. And then Part 3 is going to be, well, you already have got everything. We're going to do whatever we want. Expect
I guess we'll find out. Man, I'm so excited. 2 more weeks.
Yeah.
11
I'm sad I have tomorrow off.
This is just multiple years of excitement built up.
I also have tomorrow off.
I have the wrong day off work. I'm like, no, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I guess we can wrap this up with. Are we good to kind of call it here? Y'all think? I think we're.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, we're gonna do around the table real quick. Gamer, can you save Aerith in this game?
I give it like 60-40. I give it like a 60% chance you can't and 40 that you can. So here's the problem: is it's so important that Aerith dies so that she can do Holy. But what if the goal isn't Meteor anymore? Which means maybe the solution isn't Holy anymore. Which means maybe it's not as important anymore. It's hard to say entirely. In terms of the original story, it's beyond important, and you can't get away from it. I also think you have too many factors at play in regards to like the party will want to save her, Cloud will want to save her. Maybe Cloud will get manipulated again though. Zach's going to want to save her, and how is he like? We have timeline merging shenanigans. Like you have too many things at play. It's hard to say yes or no for sure in any one way. I think it's entirely likely that we end Game 2 with her alive, and then she dies in Game 3 anyway. I think it's also entirely an option.
That's very possible, yeah.
It's so hard to say. I think it's not quite a coin flip, but it's like it's not too far from a coin flip. There's so much they could do.
All right, Sid. With the puppy coming in and saying hi.
Yep. She's figured out how to open
Can you save Aerith in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, or is she going to die?
I am like 100%. She's biting the dust. How, when, and like why are what I think is the factors that can change. Because gameplay-wise, considering that they're holding characters back, it makes me think that they're like happy with the party that we have. And if they're going to have her shuffle off this mortal coil at the end of the game, it makes sense to have more party members to replace her. And it also gives them a chance to rework the party to fill that gap where she's no longer able to fight anymore, because she's very strong magically. So we can get a rework on some of the characters to fill that void. But I'm going to miss her. Honestly, just like her kit and the character are super, super integral to the story. And like I said earlier, Zach dying was like super impactful, and that was the other one too, because 7 was the first game I played on my own. So I played other stuff with my brother or watched him play it. So like, it just hits different, and I'm probably gonna cry on stream.
I just had a brain blast. What if?
Oh no!
What if Aerith does live? But then I saw, tying back to earlier, I mentioned that I think that at some point the timelines will merge.
Mm-hmm.
Zack and Cloud will take down Sephiroth, like a double Omni-Slash or whatever, and then when like the core of Sephiroth, like singularity core of him, is gone, at which point Zack, who is quote unquote like meant to be dead, will kind of like start to dematerialize and vanish. What if Aerith is still alive up to this point and dematerializes with him because she's also just meant to be dead?
Timeline just fixes itself. Be interesting. That's why I love this game so much. Is I'm so excited to see.
And then at that point, you had the two of them dematerializing together.
I mean, it works with like the Advent Children cutscene too, where like they're both like talking to Cloud and telling him to get his head out of his butt. Like, no, Cloud, stop it. You're alive. You need to. Life is for the living, not for the dead. It's just exciting to see. That's the cool thing about like seeing it rewritten. So it's like we have a skeleton, knowing where we're gonna go, where the road leads, but we don't know what's along the way, making it so much more interesting.
It's way more fun than I thought it would be. I'll put it that way.
Yep.
I think with that.
And what's your opinion? What do you get out of this?
I think I want to leave. Let's go on. Come on, wrap it.
I think she's gonna live. Actually, I'm gonna call that.
Wow. So one for live, one for dead, and one for kind of in the middle. Maybe, yeah. Okay.
Literally couldn't be any more split.
Let's do some wrapping up so we can get Ash home and we can all get some food.
Ash. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I could.
Yeah, wait, no, I could eat. Yeah, definitely.
I guess real quick, this is the last day for Limit Break submissions. If anybody is watching this late and you're like, oh, wait, I have a game I haven't submitted yet, go do that now. We should have the schedule is all over there. Ash is pulling it up ahead of time for us because Ash is the best. Again, thank you so much. Makes this so much easier for us than it would be otherwise. So all the dates are right there. Everything will be on, we'll communicate through social media, Twitter, YouTube community posts. I think we're using Instagram as well now.
We also have, we now have Instagram and Blue Sky.
And Blue Sky, yeah. So we're diversifying our communication. We also always have our Discord available that is open to anybody. Feel free to join in there. Say hi. It's a good community, and all of our communication about our events, our podcasts, our additional content that is actually coming out. We have a lot of cool things lined up for the future that could potentially and hopefully will do well for us. We're really excited to bring those to you. And I believe that is just about everything.
Nope, we got about 5 hours to go. Come on, let's get back in it.
I didn't hear no bell.
Didn't hear no bell. Oh.
Thanks again, Gamer. Where can people find you?
At events.
Pretty much, yeah. Honestly, yeah. Pretty much at our events at GDQ. I mean, I do have a Twitter. I don't use it really. I'm on Discord mostly. More than anything, if you want to try and find me, you may have better luck like trying to find me via Archipelago Seeds than you would with like Twitter or anything.
Yeah, every time we're having a conversation, I'm playing a randomizer. Fair.
Sid, where can people find you?
I usually stream on my Twitch, which has been flashing the _Sid_. I'll probably be back to doing remake runs in the future. Obviously, with Rebirth coming out, that is the #1 priority. I'm going to be playing through that when it drops and doing story and not skipping that. And I'll probably be doing a couple of challenge runs after that and then start routing it. So if you guys don't have the ability to play it, I will be playing it so you guys can vicariously do that. Or I'm sure you have other people like Max, but feel free to drop by.
There will not be a shortage of people to watch play the game, I assume.
But that's normally where I'm at. You can also find me on the Discord, so DMs are open if you need to ask any questions. I'll be in the RPG Limit Break Discord and Final Fantasy VII Remake Discord, which has now got a Rebirth channel as well. If you guys are interested in learning speedrunning stuff, check that out.
Alrighty. Yeah, I think that is good. Again, thanks anybody. Press 1 in chat if you've been here since the beginning for whatever reason. Ash with the immediate one. Thanks for watching. Anybody that watches, these are also uploaded to YouTube. I will work in the next week or two about trying to get us on at least Spotify. I know Apple Podcasts is a little trickier, but I think a lot of these would work really well in an audio setting as well, and hopefully we can get those, we can listen to them easier. Just like whatever form ends up working best. But these are on YouTube. These will be on YouTube as well if you need a VOD later on to have fun with. There should be another episode of the podcast next week as well. I don't have a guest 100% confirmed. We're still working that through. So as soon as we have more information on that, again, it'll be on all of our social media channels. And thank you all for watching.